Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 12 of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series of Championships, coming to you live from Shenington Kart Circuit, just to the northwest of Banbury in Oxfordshire, England. We are not too far away from where we were when you last joined us, when we were up at Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire, but we're down here now in Shenington in Oxfordshire for the final race meeting of the calendar. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position for you once again for SuperOne to bring this season to a close. The conditions here are lovely for karting. We are rounding out the summer in style here today. Not the situation that we had yesterday, I have to say. Quite changeable conditions. We've got around about half of our championships still in play, half of our classes still in play coming into today. So there is plenty for us to consider and look forward to today. We are going to look ahead, though we're slightly ahead of schedule, so we're going to look ahead immediately here to heat number 1, or the first of the heat ones, which is going to be for C50 Bambino. The first of these 7-minute plus a lap heats then for round 12. Let's take you through the grid. This is based off of time qualifying, which they did earlier this morning. Will Wainwright will start this one from pole position with Logan Hodgetts alongside. Jesse Bailey and Rafe Owen make up your second row of the grid. Benjamin Schlivar and Calman Simon are row number 3. Hendrix Falat and Santo Amico are next, with Harry Wass and Arthur Bowers rounding out the top 10. Henry Hales, well, I'll talk about Henry in a moment's time, rounds out your 11 kart grid. That's how they line up then for this Bambino C50 Heat 1 for round 12 of Rally Replay SuperOne. Let's just recap then the situation, because we had to get into this heat nice and quickly because, as I say, a few minutes ahead of schedule here at the circuit. We will be bringing you the thoughts of the drivers, the class winners from yesterday, which was round 11. So as ever, Alpha Live have been broadcasting all of the even numbered rounds of this championship this season. For the odd numbered rounds, we do the interviews with the class winners. Those are what we did yesterday, and we will be playing those out for you during the lunch break. When is the lunch break? I hear you cry. That is due to be at midday, after we've gone through this first cycle of heat races. So we'll do heat 1s, we'll have a lunch break, that's due to run from 12 to 12:45, and then we'll have the second cycle of heats, the heat 2s, and then we'll go to the all-important finals then. All of the classes will be in the same order across each of those cycles. So we're kicking off now with our heat 1s, and as I say, those will take us through to midday, each one of them for every class, 7 minutes plus a lap. During that lunch break, we will bring you both the thoughts of the class winners from yesterday, round 11, and live we should be bringing you the drivers parade as well. So it's a mixture of live and recorded content for you during that lunch break. Plenty for you to enjoy throughout your Alpha Live broadcast today for the final racing day of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series. So why do I mention Henry Hales? It is because he took his first ever win in SuperOne here yesterday, so it is he who we will be hearing from later on. I've got to be honest, during his interview the heavens opened midway through and he was ever the professional. He just kept going with answering the questions, so shout out to Henry for that. He interviewed extremely well, considering Mother Nature decided to cause well, actually they're a bit of a continuity nightmare, the interviews from yesterday. Great interviews, but my goodness me, did the conditions change quite a bit even over the course of those presentations that we were doing. That's for the lunch break then. What is the situation in the championship? Now, before I say any of this, I am going to give an opportunity just to give the disclaimer I always like to do. Okay, no matter how, whilst I'll try and remain accurate, and no matter how excited I get on commentary today about potential championship results, it is important to stress that everything that I'm saying is based off of my own calculations that I'm performing on a spreadsheet in front of me right here in the comms box. As such, everything I say from a championship perspective is provisional, okay? It is not and should not be treated as any form of official declaration about championship outcome. The official results will be posted in due course on results.alphatiming.co.uk. That is results.alphatiming.co.uk, and click on Super One. I just have to get that disclaimer out the way, folks. I'm going to try and give you the championship situation as best as I can, but you know, the way the drop score system works and everything, errors can happen. So please, you know, take what I say with that pinch of salt as required. Nevertheless, the championship situation here, I believe, is fairly simple insofar as, according to my maths, Logan Hodgetts in the number 74 did round this championship out yesterday. As far as I'm aware, nobody can now overhaul his points tally. That means for this first race and for these races we can focus on just enjoying the racing, which is what we are going to do right about now. Eyes on the lights, and we are away racing at Shenington. Away we go, heading towards the first corner into Park Bend and through Cafe Corner. And it's a good start from Will Wainwright as they come round Cafe Corner and head towards the Stratford Straight. That's through Pitts Bend now, through the left-hander as they head towards the Stratford Hairpin, the first major braking zone on the course. Logan Hodgetts has retained second place. Oh, we've got a wide moment though there through the Stratford Hairpin for Santo Amico, who manages to gather that all up again. But that was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there. Now this is into the Bruno chicane there. Big commitment that you've got to have through that part of the circuit. And then along this hanger straight, Will Wainwright feeling the need just to take a slightly shallower line there, perhaps by way of not allowing anyone to make a move, as there is a move from Jesse Bailey as he's battling away with the likes of Calman Simon there as they come around to finish lap number one. It is indeed Will Wainwright who leads ahead of Logan Hodgetts. Calman Simon in third place. As that is Henry Hales doing battle. Now he is going to be an interesting one to watch, of course, having won yesterday, but he's at the back of the grid here. Forgive me, I didn't quite get a chance to look at what happened in qualifying such that he finds himself at the back of the grid, because obviously that is not what we would expect based off of yesterday's form. But interesting to watch him try and make his way up through the field. Challenging for the lead now, though. You can see how much pressure Logan Hodgetts is bringing to bear on Will Wainwright. As I say, my belief is that mathematically Logan has done this, or if he hasn't, then he has an extremely easy day of it to bring it home, if you will. But that does not change what he would like the outcome to be. He would like to take this one in style. As they come on to lap number 3, just a little breakaway group of 2, or pairing at the front here. Hendrix Fallat now up to third place. He's navigated that lap really nicely to get himself up into third place. You can see there, Rafe Owen and Benjamin Schlivar as well doing battle there. That's the 31 and the BM plated cart, the Bayford Meadows Championship plate there that Benjamin Schlivar is carrying this season. Lead battle goes into the Stratford Hairpin, as does this four-way battle for third place, and that's Jesse Bailey round, just catching a little bit of the curbs, and the curbs are a real care point here around this Shenington circuit as they continue to battle away there. Calman Simon absorbing all kinds of pressure. It's given Hendrix Fallat an opportunity to break away for third place slightly here as Henry Hales now pulls alongside Calman Simon. This is now for fourth place. Benjamin Schlivar and Rafe Owen ready to pick up any spoils that come their way, and they just come their way. That was much faster there into the braking zone at the Wilkins hairpin there between Calman Simon and Benjamin Schlivar, and he actually was able to overhaul Henry Hales. Will Wainwright continues to absorb all of this pressure from Logan Hodgetts here at the head of the field as they come out of Cafe Corner and onto this Stratford Straight, heading towards the Stratford hairpin. That is the shorter hairpin here at the historic Shenington circuit, racing here since the very genesis really of karting in the UK. Right at the very start of the 1960s they were running their first races on this site, so a circuit steeped in history. And We're due to be making a bit more history here today as more of our champions are crowned. Look at this battle for third place though. Hendrix Fallat, I said he'd had a bit of a breakaway, not anymore. It's a five-way fight here for third place, currently in the order of Fallat, Simon, Schlivar, Hales and Owen. Just under 3 minutes plus a lap left of this one then. Into this Park Bend and Cafe Corner complex, and Hendrix Fallat doing well to absorb the pressure at the moment, but is this the opportunity for Kalman Simon to pull alongside? They're going to come in 2x2 formation, I'll wager. Benjamin Schlivar again. Is he going to have Joy on the outside? No, the number 12 of Simon is going to come back. Henry Hales has navigated that one. He's got two of them there in one corner. That was beautifully judged by the winner of round 11 there in the number 57, and he's immediately up into fourth place. That was so nicely judged. And now what kind of a run does Henry Hales have on Hendrix Fallat? He's been strong in this part of the lap, and he is going to try and muscle his way through there. Benjamin Schlivar picks to the draft behind him as well, and both Hales and Schlivar get by on Fallat there. Fallat has a quick look to see what the threat level is from Kalman Simon. Simon trying to get the switch back there out of Wilkins. This is a brilliant race to kick off the day's action, I've got to say. Rafe Owen still with them as well there in the 31. There he is at the back of this pack. Different lines between Kalman Simon and Hendrix Fallat as they try to set themselves up as best they can for the continuing battle towards the Stratford hairpin. Still Will Wainwright is absorbing this pressure like a sponge that is being brought to bear on him from Logan Hodgetts. Henry Hales holding off Benjamin Schlivar at the moment for third place, and then it is Fallat, Simon and Owen who are battling away over 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. These are the closest battles on the circuit at present. That's this lead battle. Just coming up the end of the hangar complex there, now breaking into Wilkins. And punching it through the final corner onto the Park Straight. It's going to be a couple more laps to go of this one. Kalman Simon still looking for any which way by on Hendrix Fallat in that battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. The top four ahead of them breaking off in pairs. Will Wainwright trying to sense where the threat is coming from. How much do I need to cover the inside? Because obviously the more you cover the inside on corner entry, the more you sacrifice on corner exit. It can also upset your line, and we saw earlier for Jesse Bailey, who's still circulating by the way, but has unfortunately fallen out of these battles that he was in previously, just taking too much of that curb. The curbing around this circuit, I'm not sure I ever finished the point. The curbing around here can be really difficult. You've got to be careful with how you kiss these curbs, or maybe not touch them at all. Because there are some pretty high curves around this circuit which can really unsettle the car. Here we go then, final lap. Will Wainwright has controlled this one so well from Logan Hodgetts. Henry Hales has worked his way up the order. In fact, he and Benjamin Schlivar have worked their way up really nicely, and Schlivar was on the podium here yesterday as well. So both of those drivers in third and fourth working their way through nicely here. As for the lead though, Logan Hodgetts pulls to the inside. Will Wainwright positions his car just a little bit tighter on corner entry to the Stratford hairpin, and that's one of the overtaking opportunities dealt with. That was good run off of the Stratford hairpin for Benjamin Schlivar, but I don't think he had enough overspeed to challenge here into the Bruno chicanes. Out of those chicanes now come the race leaders onto the hangar straight, and it's a good run for Logan Hodgetts. He's going to have to go around the outside though. Will Wainwright positions himself exactly where one should do if you're looking to defend as they go into Wilkins corner. Wainwright chooses to take a tight line. It's going to take quite the run off the corner for Logan Hodgetts to overhaul him, but I think Wainwright will have just enough speed in hand. It is going to be pretty close though across the line. Will Wainwright though holds on to take the win in Heat 1 for our Bambino C50s. Logan Hodgetts in second, and Henry Hales punches the air, and well he might, because that is a drive from the back of the grid up to third place. Benjamin Schlivar in fourth. Hendrix Fallat finished in fifth, holding off the pressure from Rafe Owen and Kalman Simon. Santo Amico in eighth. Jesse Bailey in ninth will be hoping for a better time of it next time out in Heat 2 after that incident with the curb, and then Harry Wass rounds out the top 10. That was C50 Bambino's Heat 1. I think that was a pretty good way to get the proceedings started here at Shenington. It's going to be Heat 1 for our Intermax class up next. Heat 1 for Intermax then. Let's take a look at your grid. We'll wait a moment actually on that grid. So going into the Intermax class, and we believe, again, all of this provisional, I believe the championship for this one got rounded out yesterday as well. We'll talk about that in a moment though. Let's take you through your grid based on time qualifying earlier today. Jensen Sale starts this one from pole position. Oscar Roach alongside him on the front row. Lucas Esser and JJ Plowman are your second row of the grid, and then it's Noah Moulton and Stanley Stafford on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Cody Lepaterel, who had such a successful entry back at Wilton Mill. Lewis Herbertson alongside him. Ashton Redpath and Louis Barker round out the top 10. Then it's Layla Bell and Jay Birmingham on row 6. Charlie Hobbs and Alexander Adams are next on row 7. Then it's Toby Wortley and Hakim Bat on row 8. And William Collinson rounds out a 17-car grid for this one, as we get ready to go racing for the first time today in Intermax. Now again, I want to stress, you're going to hear the word provisional from me all day, folks. Provisionally, by my maths, I'm giving all my qualifiers, aren't they? Talk about drivers' excuses, this is where we get commentators' excuses. By my maths, I believe that Jensen Sale did round up the championship yesterday. He was your winner here yesterday. And in so doing, I believe he rounded it out. I don't think anyone else can mathematically overhaul him at this stage. It was quite close. It's been close throughout the season between himself, JJ Plowman, Noah Moulton as well. Those have been some of the key players in this season in this class. But I don't believe, by my maths, So, Jensen Sale's score at the moment will be 1,215, so 1215. And I believe the max possible that JJ Plowman can get now if he wins everything would be 1,206. And Noah Moulton, if he won everything from now, everything today, would have 1,195. Those are my maths. So my understanding is that Jensen can just focus on his racing. Even if I'm slightly wrong in that, again, it's similar to what we had earlier in Bambino C50. He's got a really, really easy run of it. So long as he doesn't get disqualified from everything, he should be okay either way. But as I say, my maths tells me that this is already wrapped up in that sense. Nonetheless, we will be treated. Obviously, there's plenty of people still battling over various different championship positions. And it's been a highly entertaining class Intermax this year, so I expect that this will live up to that. As away we go for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing. Jensen Sale with a bold start, moving across the field to deter any moves, and he's had a really good run there through the Cafe Complex as Oscar Roach is battling away from second place with Lucas Esser. You can see Oscar in that pink helmet that he's got there as Lucas Esser tries to put a move on him for second place through the Stratford hairpin, excuse me, and towards the Bruno chicane, though it is still Oscar Roach in that 96 who is there in second place. Great start still for Jensen Sale in the lead of this one, and it looks like it's been a relatively clean start, which is lovely to see as they head towards the Wilkins corner for the first time in racing anger today. There's the number 5 of JJ Plowman battling away as well as they come round to finish lap number 1. Sale indeed leads ahead of Oscar Roach, Lucas Esser, Stanley Stafford and Cody Lepaterel with a good start there for Lepaterel up to 5th place. As I'm hearing that we have got a kart stationary on the back straight. It's the number 48 and that would mean that Louis Barker has unfortunately come to a stop there on the back straight. So there'll be yellow flags to cover that as Plowman is battling away with Lepaterel there as they head towards this Bruno chicane once again. And onto the back straight Oscar Roach with a little bit more breathing space now in second place. Is he going to be able to push up onto the back of Jensen Sale as down the inside goes JJ Plowman on the 43 of Stanley Stafford? So there's been change of plenty from about fourth place downwards on this lap. It's Le Paterel in fourth as Stanley Stafford is dropping down the order as well there in the 43, unless that's a transponder issue. We'll just wait to see if that corrects itself, because I did see a transponder a little bit laggy on the very first lap through. In fact, can I visually see? There's the 55 of Esser, there's Le Paterel, and there you go. Stanley Stafford is there in that queue, and so too timing has just updated. So perhaps a little bit of a lag on the transponder of the number 43. Let's bear that one in mind as we watch our battle for second place. And here's the battle. There is Stanley Stafford having all sorts of pressure from JJ Plowman, but manages to hold that off as they come out of Wilkins. But JJ Plowman now cuts to the inside here at Park Bend, and surely that is through for the number 5, as Ashton Redpath there as well with a bold move into Cafe. This is a brilliant battle pack here as they're coming through onto the Stratford Straight. Bit of smoke ahead of them. I don't know if that's someone getting very locked up on the brakes, but a few drivers running wide as well out of Pitts Bend there onto the Stratford Straight. As here through the Bruno chicane, this is still battling away between Stanley Stafford and JJ Plowman. Brilliant battle going on there for fourth place, as here is the battle for second place now. Roach and Le Paterel. Le Paterel going for it into Wilkins. I wondered if they would maybe work together a little bit to see if they could reel in the gap to Jensen Sale, but clearly Cody Le Paterel feels he has the pace advantage as the battle for fourth place comes through now, as that is the 54 and the 53. So that is Noah Moulton putting a move in on Lewis Herbertson for 8th place. Fastest lap of the race from Cody Le Paterel, which is why he presumably felt he had the speed to get by for second place. This is Lucas Esser down the inside of Stanley Stafford into the Stratford corner. That Stafford through the Stratford corner is going to confuse my commentary brain for a little bit today, I think. I do hope I get that right for Stanley's sake. Here is that battle for second place again, and there is the move for Oscar Roach to try and counter-attack with Cody Le Paterel. These two are anything but working together. They fancy a side-by-side battle here as they head towards Park Bend. This is brilliant stuff. Cody Le Paterel round the outside as they go into Cafe Corner, the right-hander. Then they'll go through Pitts Bend and head once more towards the Stratford corner. Then behind them, I believe it's still Stanley Stafford holding on against all this pressure. A little bit of a touch there, maybe under braking, and it's elbows out here at this point as Lucas Esser gets on by, back past Stanley Stafford there into the Bruno chicane. It's still Oscar Roach ahead for second place, ahead of Cody Le Paterel. You don't know where to look at the moment in this Heat 1 between these fantastic Intermax drivers. Down into Wilkins. Will Le Paterel go again to the inside? He will, and he'll try and block the speed out of that corner as well for Oscar Roach and try and hang on to second place for more than 30 seconds, if at all possible. JJ Plowman now battling away with Lucas Esser. That's for sixth place that he's just taken there into Cafe Corner. Jensen Sale, don't forget, all the while is controlling this one nicely, a couple of seconds ahead, as once again we battle our way through. Now it's Ashton Redpath who comes up into fourth place in that number 99. So it's Redpath in fourth, then it's Stafford in fifth. It looks to me like JJ Plowman is ahead of Lucas Esser at this precise moment in time, but that could have all changed. Frankly, we've looked away from it for longer than half a second, and thus it's probably all changed. No, it is still JJ who is ahead of that 55 of Lucas Esser, and Noah Moulton coming up onto the back of this pack as well. In fact, Lewis Herbertson isn't too far behind either. Oh, this is brilliant stuff here as they're battling away for fourth place. Still Ashton Redpath in the number 99 at the moment. Anyone fancying a move this time around? That's the 55 of Lucas Esser having a go at JJ Plowman, and he's got that job done. The 55 now ahead of the 5. So Esser beats Plowman for 6th there as they head through the Bruno chicane once again. Back with that battle for second place. Cody Le Paterel looking for if there's a threat from Oscar Roach, as I can see out my window that 48 cart that we reported earlier on of Louis Barker has now been recovered to the pits. You can just see that one out of my window. There's going to be 2 more laps, I believe. No, sorry, it might be 3 actually, just about, as this battle over fourth place continues to rage. This time Stanley Stafford pulling alongside the 55 of Lucas Esser there. And oh, there's going to be a moment on the grass there for Lucas Esser. And it all got a bit rallycross there as they're heading towards this Stratford hairpin once again. Now JJ Blauman sniffs the opportunity. He tries to pull alongside Stanley Stafford but can't make it stick. It's giving Ashton Redpath in that 99 just a little bit of breathing space as they come through the Bruno chicane. I'm not sure if that's going to remain the same because immediately all these drivers will get the memo that they may want to work together just a little bit to make sure they don't lose out. And yeah, it's less than a cart length, barely here, that Ashton Redpath has in hand. The checkered flag, I don't believe, was shown this time. So I think it will be 2 more laps now. There is Jensen Sale. We've not seen too much of him. He's controlled this one so well. There's a bit of dirt there brought onto the circuit, wasn't there, by the off-track moment for Lucas Esser as this challenge for second place. Oscar Roach down the inside at the Stratford hairpin. Cody LePatrel, though, gets a good switchback and good momentum heading towards the Bruno chicane. He's going to have to be bold here. And it's still side by side at the apex. That's brilliant stuff as they come onto the hanger straight. Oscar Roach there up into second place as they're coming around to see the last lap board this time, I believe. Oh, brilliant stuff early on here from Intermax. This is fantastic stuff in heat number 1. As we are now on to the final lap, Jensen Sale has already started it some 3.5 seconds up the road, but there is Cody LePatrel up into second place with a bold move through Park Bend. This is what we love about Shenington. It's got this old school high speed vibe. I always think of it as like a sort of karting Thruxton, if you will. That sort of older school circuit as once again they're battling away here. Cody LePatrel's going to try the switchback again, but he's going to have to be bold because Roach is moving to the inside and defends hard into the Bruno chicane here. Rest assured, I was about to say, rest assured they're all battling away over 4th place. Currently Stanley Stafford now who's just taken that away from Ashton Redpath. I'll tell you what, the calmest person around here is probably this young man here, Jensen Sale, who's controlled this one brilliantly. He's going to come around now to take the checkered flag. Jensen Sale wins. Who is going to finish second? It's going to be a drag race to the line, but it's just about Oscar Roach by 69 thousandths of a second from Cody LePatrel. Ashton Redpath, I believe, managed to hold off Stanley Stafford. That changed again as we were looking away at the second place battle and the winner. Redpath in 4th, Blauman in 5th, Stanley Stafford in 6th, ahead of Noah Moulton in 7th, Lewis Herbertson in 8th, 9th for Lucas Esser, and Layla Bell rounded out the top 10. Goodness me, I need a breather already, folks. We're going to get into our 3rd race of the day here. It is Heat 1 for our Honda Cadet GX200s. Right then, let's have a look at your grid for the first heat of today for our Honda Cadet GX200 field, determined off of qualifying earlier today. Ralphie Branscombe will start this one from pole position with Charlie Gregg alongside. It'll be Charlie Quine and Cian Sullivan on row number 2. Hendrix Bennett and Luke McGall are row number 3. Oliver Ratton and Sebastian Burlington are your 4th row, with Dino Rowlands and Joshua Bailey rounding out the top 10. Jayan Prakash and Ricky Jr. McIntosh on row 6. Next up it's Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington, and then it's Adam Batt and Archie Edgar to round out your 16 kart grid. This, if I am not very much mistaken, is the first class I think we've seen out today where there is still a live championship battle. Again, all my qualifiers about everything I say from a championship perspective being provisional and unofficial, but by my maths, this is a battle between Cian Sullivan and Luke McGall, but Luke McGall needs a special day here if he's going to take this one, and I say that courtesy of the fact that, so when I'm looking at this, because of the way the drop scores work, we're looking for what the maximum possible is that someone can still yet score. Well, actually, no, sorry, this is true of any championship, regardless of drop score. We're looking at what the maximum possible is that any of the championship contenders can still yet score if they win everything, versus what would currently count under the drop score system for the sort of clubhouse leader. So Cian Sullivan, if you took away 2 drop rounds right now, including, you know, if he just packed up right now and went home and didn't score anything, which he's not, because he's right now out on circuit getting ready to race, but he's on 1,219 points by my maths. If Luke McGall wins absolutely everything, he could score 1,220. So you understand, he really would need to win everything. Now, you can't actually lock in anything because of how the drop scores work until the finals, because entire rounds are used for drop scores. Aficionados of the drop score system may know what I mean. It is your actual 2 worst rounds as a block, not the equivalent of your 2 worst rounds. So Luke McGall really needs to just go out there and win this if he's going to take this championship. Otherwise, I think it goes with Cian Sullivan. Let's go racing either way. Ralphie Branscombe leads them away in the zero-plate cart through the cafe complex. Now, as this field of Honda cadets heads onto the Stratford hairpin and Stratford straight, and already we've got a driver taking to the grass there. Didn't quite catch which driver that was as the sun was shining on them, but they go through the Stratford hairpin for the first time, 3 abreast in the mid-pack. Thankfully, everybody getting away from that cleanly and into this Bruno chicane for the first time, as they all work their way through and onto this hanger straight. Looks to me like Ralphie Branscombe has had the perfect start. Not for the first time today. We've seen the pole sitter having a good, solid start here to kick off their race, and then the key question is going to be, can people haul them back in, or is that their breakaway opportunity? So it looks to me like your driver over the grass was Charlie Quine. I did wonder if it was the IM plate that I saw there going onto the green stuff. He's got a little bit of a battle then to bring this one back up. But crucially, from a championship perspective already, we have Cian Sullivan up into second, and Luke McGall has had the dream start. He knows what's on the line here and how strong he has to be today, as he is up into third place. So an interesting dynamic here. You've got Ralphie Branscombe, who isn't in the championship really. He uses, I hope no one minds me using this term, he's what I call a disruptor at this point, right? He's in it to win it and not too much else to consider. But Cian Sullivan in second place there is currently leading that championship. Luke McGall will need to get by on Cian Sullivan if he is going to take the fight here to Sullivan for the championship. I don't think it's as simple as Luke has to win this race or else, because it depends how good or bad of a day Cian Sullivan has. And obviously there's a certain point of having a bad day where it starts to become a drop score, as Ricky McIntosh there having a look at Charlie Gregg into the Bruno chicane. But I think Greg managed to hold on to this one. Your class winner yesterday, the driver we'll be hearing from later on in the lunch break, was Sebastian Burlington. So great day for him yesterday, taking a win here in Super 1. Now I asked the question, will they be able to bring the leader back in? We've had a race already where the leader's broken away. We've had a race where the leader initially broke away and then was reeled back in. This looks like we're reeling the leader back in again territory, because Cian Sullivan is now right on the back of Ralphie Branscombe. As fastest lap of the race for Hendricks Bennett. Little look over the shoulder for Branscombe to see where the threat is coming from, as once again there's a battle there between Ricky McIntosh and Charlie Gregg is over and round there, and that was dramatic stuff. It was good to see the driver immediately up onto his feet, but even so, the adrenaline can be pumping in those situations, and we'll be checking. The marshals are already over there, I can see out of the window, but a dramatic moment there. And there are the two drivers, that is the 14 and the 6 there of Ricky McIntosh and Charlie Gregg, and thankfully they're already having a discussion about it, which frankly, given the drama, looks quite civil to me from what we just saw, although they will need to clear the track. Yellow flags obviously covering that Stratford corner for the time being. Branscombe, though, still in the lead here with Cian Sullivan right on his tail. Looks like they're going to cover that one with yellow flags alone, because everyone is clear of the incident. That was dramatic, though, mid-corner. And obviously, it's never nice to see a cart going over like that. Through the Bruno chicane they go. Good little battle there between Dino Rowlands and Oliver Ratton, as through for the lead there goes Cian Sullivan. He's got the drive. And now this is the kind of situation where Luke McGall has to try and respond here, otherwise Sullivan will have at least one hand, if not two, on that trophy for the championship. Into Cafe Corner they go. as I say, we can't know for certain how this will all play out because it is an entire round that has to either be dropped or not be dropped in the championship standings, right? So even if Kian wins this race, if he goes and gets disqualified from the next two, the win in terms of his final championship score won't count because this round as a whole will get treated as one of his drop scores. That's how the drop score system works. It makes things slightly more complex when we're trying to explain the situation in the championship and work it out, but it does keep championships open right up until the end, and obviously it accounts as well for, you know, this championship has young drivers, life happens, you might have commitments with school, you might have holidays, for whatever reason you may not be able to attend every single round, so the drop score system makes an allowance for that, whilst also giving us a highly entertaining run to the end with most of these championships. Kian Sullivan now doing the job of being the hunted with Branscombe and McGall on his tail, and then Sebastian Burlington and Hendricks Bennett there battling away over 4th and 5th place. As we have, of course, lost Ricky Junior McIntosh and Charlie Gregg from this one after that dramatic moment at the Stratford hairpin. But happy to say that both drivers looked okay, and I would wager, well, obviously I sincerely hope that we'll see them back again later, but I would wager we would. That didn't look, although it looked dramatic, it didn't look too serious. New fastest lap of the race from Ralphie Branscombe, and that'll in part be because he's getting a lovely slipstream from a certain Kian Sullivan here. Heading towards the Stratford corner. Once again, no one choosing to bite at this stage. As it stands at the moment, though, as I say, actually, I was saying that Kian Sullivan could yet get disqualified, but of course it's how many points can Luke McGall score, and I think if he finishes 3rd, that might just not be enough, mightn't it? Because he's got to overhaul by 1 point, because I think Kian Sullivan would still win on countback based on the number of victories. So I think Luke McGall really does need to take the fight to these two in the remaining couple of laps. Otherwise, I think it's not about what Kian can score, it's about whether Luke can overhaul with the points that he scores today. He has to win everything to clock up that 1,220 points. Kian Sullivan under a bit more pressure this time on this penultimate lap through the Stratford hairpin, heading towards the Bruno chicane. So much commitment you need into this complex. It's a circuit that rewards, you know, that confidence. You'll generally be, I always found anyway, I was generally slow if I was not, you know, fully confident in the kart, or, you know, things were still getting up to temperature maybe a little bit. You've got to be on song and you've got to be confident as you commit to these high-speed corners here. Last lap board out then for Kian Sullivan in what, by my maths actually, as I'm working it out, if Luke McGall finishes 3rd, I don't think he can score enough points across today as a whole to overhaul Kian Sullivan. So this could be a crucial moment here in the championship. I'll stress once again, it's all provisional, what I say here from a championship perspective. But I think Luke McGall really needs to take the fight, and he is taking the fight here to 2nd place Branscombe. As they go into the Bruno chicane, it's going to give Sullivan the breakaway for him to retain the lead. But I don't think this is going to be enough for Luke McGall to keep the championship bid alive. I'll confirm that one with the maths in a moment, but right now we can say at least Kian Sullivan wins heat number 1 for Honda Cadets, and in doing so surely takes a huge step. I'm going to have to work it out, but I think that might be enough for Sullivan to become the Honda Cadet champion. Ralphie Branscombe in 2nd, Luke McGall in 3rd, Sebastian Burlington in 4th, 5th for Hendricks Bennett, Charlie Quine in 6th, 7th for Dino Rowland, then it was Oliver Ratton, Joshua Bailey and Jayan Prakash. I am just going to do some quick maths here, folks. Even if Luke McGall now wins everything, he will be tied with Sullivan. Oh, I'm going to have to work it out on countback once again. He might just still be in it, but right now it would rely on them being tied on points and on countback. I'm going to have to work that one out. But Kian Sullivan, either way, has just taken a huge step there towards towards championship victory, even though Luke McGall was with him throughout that race. We're going to have to look ahead, though, to our next heat. It's Heat 1 for Micromax and for Iami Water Swift Restricted. The fourth race on the schedule then is ready to go out. That is the race for, it's our only multi-class race of the day here at Shenington for round 12 of Rally Replay Super 1. It's our Micromax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. Let's take you through this grid then. Alfie Garrett starts this one on pole with Albie J. Stubbs alongside. Xavier Ramsey and Ethan Lloyd are row number 2. Then it's Logan Stanley Jones and Toby Cannon on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find the number 96 of Ansel. Oscar Church is alongside. Noah Wicklow and Kane Langley to round out the top 10. Then it's Arlo Gamble and Daniel Stangerine. Elsie Gannon and Joshua Sharples are next, with Will Hatton and Isla Parsons on row 8. Freddie Walker in 17th on the grid rounds out our Micromax runners, and then we get into our Iami Water Swift Restricted grid, which is headed by William Crombie in that 18th spot. Theo Jepson and Ethan Taylor are next, with Louis Williams Maps rounding out the 21 kart grid, with 4 Iami Water Swift Restricteds and 17 Micromax drivers. That's how they line up. So, from a championship perspective, here again provisional, but by my maths, Alfie Garrett rounded this one up yesterday, taking as he did the round victory in the final. We shall hear from him during the lunch break. But at the moment, I believe that so Alfie Garrett's on 1,244 if you were currently going to drop scores, and the maximum that Ansel can have if he won everything would be 1,243. So just 1 point in it, which is why I stress how provisional all this stuff is. But yeah, Ansel would need to win everything. Even if Ansel won everything, I believe he would now sit 1 point behind Alfie Garrett. Even if I'm wrong, he would have to win this race. Even if I'm wrong by 1 point, and he is starting 7th on the grid, so that would be a big ask either way. And of course, Alfie Garrett starting this one from pole position and took the round victory yesterday. That is Logan Stanley Jones, a little bit stuck on the mud and grass on the, I was going to say the exit, but it's kind of the entry to the Pruno chicane there. It's an unusual place to be off as we get ready on the grid. Iami Water Swift Restricted, by the way, William Crombie, your championship leader. The maths of that one's a bit more complicated because of how they're scored relative to these Micromaxes in a multi-class race. I'll confirm that situation a little later on, though, because we are looking here to get started. Alfie Garrett in pole position, although there's a request to go around again from basically everybody, several drivers out of position. So that will be called, I'm fairly confident, as a full start, although it's not shown yet. Alfie Garrett leading. No, there is the full start flag on the marshal post 2 there in the background. So, yes, sorry, that is showing on timing now. That we go full start. We shall go again. It will remain as 7 minutes plus a lap on the clock. It takes 2 full starts for them to reduce the race time. Do hope you're enjoying this Alpha Live broadcast of round 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. Myself, Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position here at Shenington Kart Circuit, a classic circuit in the UK karting scene. As I say, it's been here right since the beginning, right since karting began to be brought to Britain in the late 1950s. The first races were held here in 1960. Ready to go again with this race start. 42 of Alfie Garrett on pole position. Albie J. Stubbs alongside the number 19. We're ready this time to go racing for heat number 1. Away we go then, heading towards Park Bend. And it's a good start once again for our pole sitters. They go 2 wide, even 3 wide. That's a wide moment there for the 31 of Will Hatton, that is. But he's managed to gather it up. No, we've got a driver off into the wall there. As they all recover that one. We're going to have to double check who that was into the tyres there, but they've already pulled away from it and have got going once again as they file out of the Stratford corner for the first time. LBJ Stubbs there defending second place against, I think that was still Xavier Ramsey in the 14 kart, who's been able to retain third place off of the start. No, it's not. It's the 66, and round goes LBJ Stubbs. And oh, goodness me, that's going to be gutting for Stubbs there. And it wasn't Xavier Ramsey, it was Ethan Lloyd who was right behind him at the time. Now, was there a touch? It got very close between them. We just take a look at the replay of that one, if we can, as they come on to lap number 2. It looks to me like it was... well, we've got a slight issue on timing, I think, with one of the transponders here, so I'll wait to tell you who it was who went into the tyre barrier. Now, is there a touch here? Oh, yeah, okay, maybe just a kiss there. But it led to a dramatic off there for LBJ Stubbs. That's disappointing there for the number 19. I think your driver off into the tyre barriers was Elsie Gannon, by the way, which was the number 99. Your leader in Iami Waterford Restricted, by the way, right now is the 116 of Theo Jepson, who's up to 12th place. So great start there for Jepson in the 116. Alfie Garrett leading by just under a second from Ethan Lloyd. As here is Ansel down the inside of Toby Cannon. That's for third place at the Stratford corner, and that is nicely done by Ansel there. Xavier Ramsey in the number 14 right with them as well as they come through the Bruno chicane. So plenty of battles going on here as Toby Cannon is looking to fight back. You could see there the contact with the curb, how that made the kart twitch, but he's still in with a shout here of taking third place back, and he has them. Toby Cannon back up into third there, and now Ramsey fancies his chances against Ansel through Park Bend and has got the job done there. So Ansel, who I think was trying to indicate in favour of a bit of an alliance there to keep Ethan Lloyd within striking distance. And to be fair, Ethan Lloyd hasn't gained too much in all of that. Maybe a kart length or two over them. But Ansel now down 2 positions in as many corners. Will be looking to fight that one back. Here is Logan Stanley Jones in the number 73 battling away with, that's Daniel Stangerine in the number 22 kart. As we look here, this is Xavier Ramsey under pressure from Noah Wicklow there in the 53. As they come down now, Wicklow pulling alongside Ramsey. Isla Parsons as well. Excuse me, the... if I have the right sheet up there. Yeah, yes, Isla Parsons was in the mix there as well. Alfie Garrett still leading then. Now Ansel battling away once again with Toby Cannon here again for third place. Just see Ethan Lloyd in the 66 ahead of them. 2 seconds the gap now that Alfie Garrett has over these drivers. And then you just saw Kane Langley was coming into the shot there at the very end. Lloyd then in that number 66, Ansel in the 96, Toby Cannon in the 17. So changes confirmed there. And then there's Xavier Ramsey at the back of the pack. Noah Wicklow a little bit further behind them. Just under 3 minutes plus a lap to go. And Alfie Garrett's controlling this one brilliantly. As I say, this pretty much, my understanding is that mathematically Alfie wrapped up the championship yesterday, but because Ansel isn't at the moment in position to win this, I don't think Ansel will be able to accrue. As I say, I believe Ansel, even if he wins everything, will be 1 point behind. That doesn't mean he's not battling away though. Goes for the move on Ethan Lloyd, and that is a textbook move there into Wilkins to take second place. Nicely done there by Ansel, and he's back where he wanted to. I say back where, I'm not sure if he's actually made it as high as second yet in this race, but he wanted to push up onto the back of Ethan Lloyd and challenge. And Toby Cannon there with a lovely move on Ethan Lloyd, but is that going to be job done? Toby Cannon and Ethan Lloyd now side by side over third place, excuse me. And Ethan Lloyd just about holding off, but now Toby Cannon's going to have better drive off of the Stratford hairpin and into the Bruno chicane. They're still side by side. They've got to give each other racing room, and it stays with Ethan Lloyd in the 66 just, but better drive onto the hanger straight now for the 17 of Toby Cannon. Xavier Ramsey right with them as well to pick up any rewards if they come his way. Still side by side here into Wilkins corner, and finally I think for now at least Toby Cannon has the job done. Xavier Ramsey now pulling alongside the 66 of Ethan Lloyd over 4th place, but Ramsey can't quite find the move on the inside through Park Bend. Brilliant battling, textbook Shenington, love it. It's great stuff, isn't it? Alfie Garrett now in the lead by 3.3 seconds with about 1 minute plus a lap to go of this one. Ansel in 2nd place. Toby Cannon there absorbing all of this pressure. I have to say, there's clearly a transponder issue on that 66 of Ethan Lloyd, because he's dropped to the bottom of timing, but you and I can, well, see that he's still there. So there are just a few glitches in the system right now. Right now, though, Toby Cannon pulling to the inside on Ansel. This is another move here for 2nd place, and that is beautifully done by Toby Cannon, battling well here today in the early stages of Micromax. Miami Water Swift Restricted, it's still Theo Jepson, by the way, who's in 8th place in that 116, as Ansel's back through for 2nd place, and now Ethan Lloyd is battling away with Toby Cannon. And once again, they consider briefly, I think they're going 3 wide towards the Bruno chicane, but think better of it. It's Ansel, Cannon, Lloyd, and then Ramsey, and they are going to try and go 3 wide. Look at this run that Toby Cannon has there on Ansel. What a beautiful move there from the number 17. And Ethan Lloyd's through as well, and now tries on Cannon, and that's a brilliant exchange that goes in the favour of Ethan Lloyd. The final lap board is out. Alfie Garrett is some 5 seconds up the road, and well, he might be, because he's not battling as frenetically at all as these drivers are. Who is going to finish this race 2nd? At the moment, it's Ethan Lloyd in that 66. Toby Cannon is on his tail. Ansel's with him as well, and Xavier Ramsey you cannot count out at all. Now Ansel's down the inside of Toby Cannon, but Toby's going to get better run off of the corner once again. 2 wide, even 3 wide maybe. Where are they in relation to Ethan Lloyd? Ethan Lloyd was just a hair's breadth ahead as they came into the Bruno chicane, and that's given him a few kart lengths now as they head down the hanger straight in this frenetic battle over 2nd place. No idea who's going to finish 3rd, but who's going to finish 1st? I do know that one. Alfie Garrett crosses the line to take the checkered flag, and in doing so, I believe, definitely seals in. There is Ethan Lloyd across the line. Toby Cannon ahead of Ansel. Timing's all sorting itself out there. It was definitely Alfie Garrett who we saw cross the line first. Ansel, I think, in that result cannot now score, can definitely not score enough points to overhaul Alfie Garrett, even if today counts as a drop score for Alfie. And for Ansel, it was his best round of the season. Although I say that with some trepidation, as the timing tower literally shows Ansel in 1st. But we saw what we saw with our own eyes. The confirmed result will be on results.alphatiming.co.uk. And well done as well to Theo Jepson, who takes... he was just overhauled at the end by 0.2 of a second at the end. William Crombie in 9th place, just overhauled Theo Jepson within Miami Water Swift Restricted. Goodness me, this is a brilliant day's racing already here at Shenington. We're going to look ahead to the next heat, which is Heat 1 for Senior Max. Right then, let's take a look at your grid for Heat 1 in Senior Max. It's going to be Zaki Hussein who starts this one on pole position with Morgan Hudson-Brown alongside him. Elliot Thomas and James Parrish are row 2 with Lewis Wild and Billy Edgecombe on row number 3. Marcus King and William Young are your 4th row of the grid with Harry Pullen and James Kacholek rounding out the top 10. Then it's Sam Halle-Hinksman who took home the winnings yesterday. For this one, we'll be hearing from him in the lunch break interviews later on in what is his first ever weekend competing in Super 1. Harry Hurstgrover is alongside him on row 6. Then it's John Hobbs and Paul Janes Zach Fletcher and Tom Taylor are next, ahead of George Sanders and Sky Fraser. The 20-car grid is rounded out by Salvador Newman and Alfie Baron Oxbury. So, where are we at from a championship perspective? Here, I hear you cry. Well, this is one of the most interesting ones by my maths coming into today. My understanding is that this is a three-way battle between Zaki Hussain, Billy Edgecombe and George Sanders. Not in that order. George Sanders currently leads the championship, but you will note was the lowest down on that grid. Now, this has been such a fascinating season. Zaki Hussain has had a mega second half of this season to bring himself into contention here, but every single race counts for him, remember, or every single round counts, because he missed the first two rounds. So his drop rounds are effectively already accounted for, are Zaki Hussain's. But he starts him on the pole position, and the number of times he had the cleanest run of results, winning everything at Fullbeck and everything at Wilton Mill. As I mentioned earlier, Sam Halle-Hinksman took the win here yesterday, which means that for the first time in four rounds, we had someone other than Zaki Hussain at the top step of the podium, but he is on pole position now. So how is this going to go? Away we go for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing here in seniors as they come out of the Cafe Corner complex. Already it is the 13 of Zaki Hussain who still leads, but he has the close attentions of Morgan Hudson-Brown and Elliot Thomas as they head into the Stratford hairpin. Can everyone get through cleanly? No, they can't. Unfortunately, that is Alfie Baron Oxbury in the 78, who is off at driver's left there, down the Stratford straight towards the first hairpin. So before even getting, unfortunately, to the first major braking zone around here, that's problems there for Baron Oxbury. I'm sorry to report, as they're all tripping over each other through that Wilkins corner, and that involved John Hobbs, was one of the karts I saw off there as they come round to finish that first lap. And that is the 47 of Zach Fletcher by the side of the road. So that's unfortunate there. We have had a few karts drop to the bottom of this one. And I think Sam Halle-Hinksman might have been one of our drivers on the grass there, because he's dropped towards the back of the field as well. As battling away there, that's James Kacholek getting all held up there through the Bruno chicane. Plenty of battles going on throughout the field in the early stages here. Someone who's not being able to make a lot of hay early on here is George Sanders, who, although he is the championship leader today, needs a solid day in order to bring this championship home. It's pretty open, this one, to be perfectly honest. And Zaki Hussain is right where he wants to be from a championship perspective as they're coming through for the third time this Stratford corner. But you can see here, for the first time today, really, we have a battle group at the front for the lead that extends all the way down to 7th place, really. The leader has not broken away in the same way as we've seen from other classes. Morgan Hudson-Brown all over the back of Zaki Hussain, and challenging here as number 37 of Elliot Thomas is there in third place, not showing on your timing screens. So I believe that's a transponder issue on the number 37, as you can see there, Billy Edgecombe battling away with James Parrish as through the Bruno chicanes. That is a move for the lead, and that is Morgan Hudson-Brown up into the lead of the race. There's timing correcting for Elliot Thomas's transponder there. He's now being confirmed in third place there in the 37, but it's a change for the lead. Hudson-Brown ahead of Hussain here in Heat 1 around this Shenington circuit. And then it's going to be Billy Edgecombe in fourth place in that number 21. Now, Edgecombe, by my maths, needs to take the fight here, because he is the one mathematically least likely, mathematically still in the hunt for the championship, but he needs the biggest results here as Zaki Hussain pulls alongside Morgan Hudson-Brown as they head towards the Bruno chicane. Is there going to be a lead change where there was a lap ago? There is, and Zaki Hussain in the 13 is back through and returns the favour on Morgan Hudson-Brown as they're on the hanger straight once again, heading through hanger corner and then braking here into Wilkins. Yeah, Edgecombe there in the number 21 in 4th place at the moment. Really needs to start battling his way up towards the front if at all possible. And you can see him trying to find a way through on Elliot Thomas in that 37 kart. Now at the hairpin, once again a move for the lead there from Hudson Brown, but he goes too deep and Hussein is back through again. Does that give any opportunity to Elliot Thomas or Edgecombe behind? James Parrish, William Young and Lewis Wild all part of this pack as well. So this is not a pack where you want to be making a mistake. As you can see out my window, Zach Fletcher's kart now being recovered into the pit lane area. Not what you want to see, but hopefully we'll see Zach back out there later on. So your order is Zaki Hussein, as I think Hussein's transponder is now having issues as well. So you'll have to stick with me, dear viewer. There it is, corrected. Zaki Hussein leading, Morgan Hudson Brown in 2nd. Then it's Elliot Thomas in the 37, and then it's Billy Edgecombe in the number 21. In fact, quite a few transponders are having issues out there, aren't they? As I'm saying this, but I'm calling it as I'm seeing it here at the front of the field. On to the Park Straight now then. And still Hussein leads in that number 13 kart. You can see all the way back to Marcus King in that 26, who I think is in about 8th place. As a look to the 2nd place here, that is Elliot Thomas down the inside of Morgan Hudson Brown, and now Billy Edgecombe senses the opportunity, but he can't quite convert the move into 3rd place. He remains in 4th place as they come through the Bruno chicane onto the hanger straight, and that means things have spread out a little bit. Zaki Hussein has the opportunity now to try and break away, and the likes of Elliot Thomas and Morgan Hudson Brown are perhaps going to have to settle their differences later, make a bit of a truce to stay in touch with Zaki Hussein, otherwise he will run away with this one. We know how much pace Hussein has, and they don't want to give that opportunity to the number 13. But here's Billy Edgecombe putting in a challenge on Hudson Brown, and look out for the 43 of James Parrish as well, trying to look for a way through. But yes, through goes Edgecombe up into 3rd place. Crucial move for Edgecombe in the story of this race, because he's been trying to convert that one, make that one stick for a long time, and now James Parrish wants to have a go at Hudson Brown, and he goes for it into Wilkins side by side at the apex, and through goes James Parrish in that number 43. And now it's a case of trying to stem the flow of pressure for the 25 of Hudson Brown, because now the likes of Marcus King and Lewis Wild in the 26 and the 89 respectively would like a piece of that action. Thank you very much. As down the inside there goes the 89, but he's all up on the curbs. Here's Lewis Wild in the 89. Bit of pro skater there on the curb, and that's what you've got to be careful of, because that's stunted all of his momentum. As I can report that it'll be the last lap board this next time around, by the way, as still fighting away there is Marcus King with Hudson Brown. But Hudson Brown coming back at him, and that's Hudson Brown back through, and William Young through as well there on Marcus King. So I now think it's Hudson Brown, Young, and then King for 5th, 6th and 7th. Final lap board has been shown though to Zaki Hussein, which is exactly what he would have wanted. George Sanders has not been able to make huge inroads here in this one. So as far as I understand it, this keeps the championship battle alive and well as we continue into the latter races of the day here for Senior Max. For now though, Zaki Hussein can just enjoy the winning feeling once again in Heat 1. It is Billy Edgecombe across the line in 2nd. He got by on Elliot Thomas there for 2nd place as well. A good fight back up there for Billy Edgecombe. Then I believe it was the 37 of Elliot Thomas. Then I believe it was James Parrish in 4th, and then 5th for Morgan Hudson Brown. Obviously a few transponder issues there, folks, so well worth checking the confirmed result at results.alphatiming.co.uk, as indeed I will be during the lunch break, to make sure that the math situation in the championship is up to date. Coming up next then, it is our first heat of the day for IAMI M1. First heat of the day then for a class that was wrapped up championship-wise back at Wilton Mill. So we can just enjoy the racing here, and as ever it's a healthy grid for Army M1. Ralph Martin will start this one on pole position, Freddie Baker alongside, Ollie West and Oliver Woodall on row 2 with Patrick Wood and Bodie Batch, round 11 winner from yesterday. You'll hear from him later in the lunch break interviews on row 3. Mickey Gonzalez and Heath Smith are your fourth row of the grid, with Seth State Mackey and Arthur Bowers rounding out the top 10. Buster Scott and Leo Harang are next. And it's Teddy Smith and Logan Edwards, Presley Knight and Jensen James Williams on row 8. Arthur Rhodes and Harley Bebb are your 9th row of the grid. Freddie Dye and Elijah Sang round out the top 20. Then it's Hugh Riley and Sebastian Talbot, Archie Ashworth and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite on row number 12. Row 13 is where we will find Noah Myberg and Etienne Gardner. There they are, Daniel Genov and Reggie Peters. And then it's Ethan Hume and Nicholas Anser to round out the top 30. The 31 kart grid is rounded out on row 16 by the 71 of Oliver Yap. That's how they line up for heat 1 of round 11. Heat 1 of round 12 of the Army M1 class for 2024 Rally Replay Super 1. Broadcast action of this round, as has been the case for all the Sunday rounds, all the even numbered rounds, being brought to you by Alpha Live, with myself, Howard Mitchell, in the commentary position this weekend, as I have been, as I have enjoyed being on all of the weekends this year, apart from when we were down at Clay Pigeon. Shout out to David Sullivan, who did a cracking job covering that one. So this is the one class, as I say, that was wrapped up at Wilton Mill, and that is by dint of the fantastic season that Freddie Baker has enjoyed. So this one, his campaign, he's already on 1,247, and by my maths the highest that anyone else can score here would be Ralph Martin, which would be 1,214. So a very comfortable championship win there for Freddie Baker in that number 92. It means that everyone can now just enjoy their racing. It's been a brilliant class to enjoy this year. Standing the start, of course, for Army M1. John Hoyle there holding up the 5-second board. Looks like we've got an issue for one of our karts in the mid-pack. I think that was Arthur Bowers' kart. It is the 98 that's off to one side. So that one's just being cleared. Unfortunately for Arthur Bowers, that is disappointing for Arthur there. For everybody else, though, the lights go out and away we go for Army M1. That must be a galling feeling for Arthur Bowers, but hopefully we'll see more of him later as they all peel through Park Bend for the first time and into Cafe Corner. And we've got a kart round, and we've got an incident outside involving at least 3 or 4 karts. It looks to me like all the drivers are okay. There might be an issue, though, for the 45 that's come to a stop. As I say, always good to be familiar with the kart numbers when I call them, in case there's a heat of the action. 45 is Jensen James Williams. There we go. So, as by which I mean, if you're supporting a particular driver, always good to note down what their number is, because they've been carrying it all season. That involved about 3 or 4 karts. Most of them have recovered and are still circulating, but I'm afraid for Jensen James Williams in the 45, it looks like his race is run. Meanwhile, at the front, it's Ralph Martin still in the lead. Just is it, or is Freddie Baker pulling around the outside? Freddie Baker is pulling around the outside, and I think he got there just before the yellow flag zone. In fact, I think the yellow had just come in. That was timed perfectly, because the 45 of Jensen James Williams is heading down the pit entry now after being helped recovering that kart. So I believe that was perfectly timed there by Freddie Baker to take the lead from Ralph Martin, as that's a moment for Seth State Mackey in that W plate, just riding up on that curb and losing momentum there. That's something you've got to be careful of here. So then, who was involved in that incident on the first lap? We know that Jensen James Williams was, and I believe your drivers involved were Arthur Rhodes, Presley Knight, Freddie Dye, Harley Bebb. All of those drivers losing out heavily on positions there on the first lap, albeit everybody apart from that 45 was able to recover and is still circulating. Ralph Martin under pressure from the 88 of Bodie Batch now, who will have the inside at Park Bend. There's also Oliver Woodall there in the 41, challenging away side by side between Woodall and Batch at the apex of Cafe Corner, and Patrick Wood is trying to get stuck in there as well in the 36. Ollie West as well in the 24 has read that well, actually. I think he's by on the 22 of Mickey Gonzalez as well. Goodness me, as Patrick Wood there in that 36 now challenging Ralph Martin as they head towards the Bruno chicane. So it's Bodie Batch up into second place. And then it looks to me like Ollie West has got up into third, ahead of Ralph Martin, who's now under pressure from Patrick Wood down the inside. And indeed, Patrick Wood is through in that 36 on Ralph Martin. So a tough lap for Ralph there. Must have felt like he just couldn't catch a break in amongst this pack, but he can now just get his momentum back again, as ahead of him Ollie West challenges Bodie Batch for second place and is through the driver number 24. Nicely done there by Ollie West to get by on the round 11 winner there. Nicely done. He's through and past Bodie Batch. Freddie Baker, though, leading this one, the RCE driver. Here's the 17 of Freddie Dye. That's going for a move on the 44, that was, of Archie Ashworth. He was going by there as we cut back to more battling in the top 10. That's Mickey Gonzalez through now in the 22 on Ralph Martin. Here's Ollie West in second place, then Patrick Wood right in his wheel tracks with Bodie Batch behind. So Patrick Wood followed Ollie West through as well against Bodie there. Then it's Mickey Gonzalez up into fifth place ahead of Ralph Martin and Oliver Woodall. Now Woodall now having a look there at Ralph Martin, the 41 attacking the 32, but it stays with Ralph Martin for now, as Ollie West here comes into the Bruno chicane. What's their pace like relative to Freddie Baker at the head of the field? Bodie Batch now pulling alongside Patrick Wood and Mickey Gonzalez in the slipstream too, and they've both overhauled Wood there. So that's Batch and Gonzalez ahead of Wood for third, fourth and fifth respectively. Just got that draft down the hanger straight, down the back straight, and made it work for them both. And unsurprisingly, we see a new fastest lap of the race for Mickey Gonzalez. I'm not too surprised, being he had a really neat toe there around the whole of this Shenington circuit, which sits atop, frankly, one of the highest hills in the area here, on the sort of Warwickshire, Oxfordshire border, as Mickey Gonzalez now has a look at Bodie Batch into Stratford Hairpin. My go-to little history fact of the area is the first field battle of the English Civil War was fought not too far away from here, the Battle of Edge Hill. Edge Hill village is just down the road from the circuit here. And you'll get no prizes for guessing that it was on the edge of a hill. But it was I think it was a parliamentarian victory, but it was a bit of a stalemate, all told. Anyway, let's talk about this battle here. I'm sure there's a history buff in the chat who will correct me on that one. Freddie Baker leads. And I asked what the pace was going to be like between second and first place. It's come down to less than a second now, so this is one to watch here. Can Freddie Baker be reeled in? There's not too much time left to do it, as Ralph Martin here battles away with Buster Scott over 7th place. Ralph Martin, he'll be forgiven for feeling a little bit, that was, I think, just as we cut away, that was Buster Scott getting through. I feel like Ralph has had to do so much battling in this race. It's been a real challenge, or it is really challenging in these situations, to keep that momentum and keep that pace. But he's battling well, nonetheless, is Ralph, and he will have a good grid position as well for Heat 2 later on. But let's not lie, it's a solid point in if he were to finish 8th place. Logan Edwards in 9th, not too far off the back of him though, so still a battle to be decided there. Freddie Baker's taken that gap back out again, by the way. Here is the second and third place battle, that being Ollie West and Mickey Gonzalez, who still retains the fastest lap of the race. Here's Ralph Martin and Logan Edwards there. 21 just coming up onto the back of the 32. Second and third place battle now. At what point does Mickey Gonzalez, if he fancies second place, choose to strike here? They're going to see the last lap board this time around. Will Freddie Baker. So you've got to assume, in fact I say when will he start to have a look? He is starting to have a look. He's the driver of the number 22. As they come onto the last lap then. Freddie Baker's controlled this one really nicely. He's 1.1 seconds ahead as we've got a slow-moving kart there out of pit bend. Will our leaders come up onto that this lap? That could be an interesting factor to come into play. Ollie West versus Mickey Gonzalez is a close battle there. As that was the slow kart. I still didn't quite catch the... Was it Daniel Genov? I think it might have been the 13 of Genov, you know. If so, that's disappointing for him. He was running in the mid-pack. We'll have to double check that as they come across the line. Here though is Freddie Baker, and here's the battle for second place. There is Mickey Gonzalez challenging and through at the Bruno chicane. Nicely done by Gonzalez there. Has Ollie West got a response to that as Freddie Baker is going to be coming through Hanger Corner now? Here is the look from Ollie West. He tries to prise that door open. He is going to have the inside line here as that was Genov who duly gets out of the way. Good driving from Genov there. Freddie Baker is going to cross the line to take the win in heat number 1, and Ollie West will hang on for second place after keeping a cool head off the back of a very earnest challenge there from Mickey Gonzalez. Drag race to the line between Ralph Martin and Buster Scott, I believe that was, which went the way of Buster Scott by 35 thousandths of a second. So it was Freddie Baker with the win, Ollie West in second, Mickey Gonzalez in third, Bodie Batch in fourth, fifth for Oliver Woodall, Patrick Wood in sixth. Then it was Buster Scott, Ralph Martin, Logan Edwards and Seth State Mackey to round out the top 10 for you there in IAMI M1. We will next see them out for their heat 2. Coming up next then is the first heat of the day for 177. Let's take you through the grid then for the first heat of round 12 for Rotax 177. I gave it the very colloquial name there of just 177 a moment ago. Shane Collins starts this one on pole position with Luke Oliver alongside. Scott Smith and Ian Bramfield are row 2. Row 3 is Oliver Hutchings and Stephen Horner. On row 4 we've got Andy Ward and Mark Gillibrand, and then Ben Johnson rounds out this Rotax 177 grid of 9 karts. 9 karts only it may be, but we have not been deprived of entertainment, and indeed from a championship perspective by my maths this one is rather spicy coming into today. I'll make it nice and simple, folks. The top 3 on the grid are the top 3 in the championship, who are all still mathematically in with a shout according to my maths here in the box. Luke Oliver leads the championship coming into today on 1,184. That, to be clear, is with his worst round so far dropped, and assuming he were to drop today. That's how I'm calculating that one. So if he's on 1,184, that might not match exactly what you see in results.alpha timing right now, just because of how I'm calculating it. So he's on 1184, Shane Collins is on 1181, and Scott Smith is your outside shot, as it were, on 1175. Okay, 1184, 1181, and 1175 between Oliver, Collins, and Smith. So that is how they line up. So there's 3 points in it between Luke Oliver and Shane Collins. And what order are they starting this one in? Well, Shane Collins is on pole, and Luke Oliver is right alongside him. So this is a fascinating one from a championship perspective. One of 2, again, by my maths, all provisional, but this is one of 2 classes which I believe come into today, the final round, as a 3-way championship battle. 3 drivers still mathematically in with a shout. And once again, that's the 97 of Luke Oliver, the 52 of Shane Collins, and the 38 of Scott Smith. All have a chance. And I believe the championship flipped around yesterday. Because Scott Smith, I'm fairly certain, was the points leader coming into this weekend. He had a clean sweep last time we were broadcasting at round 10 at Wilton Mill, but Luke Oliver returned the favour with a straight series of wins in this class yesterday. We will hear from him later on in the lunch break interviews, but right now then we are in for a treat here. Away we go for Heat 1 of Rotax 177, and Shane Collins immediately cuts across to try and deter a move from Luke Oliver, who has the close attentions of Scott Smith as they come at a cafe corner, and I think Scott Smith has got the better of Luke Oliver. So second and third place in the championship, ahead of the points championship leader coming into today as they head towards the Stratford corner. That too is Ian Bramfield, holding off the close attention of Oliver Hutchins as they went through the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Into the Bruno chicane then comes our Rotax 177 field, and onto the Hanger straight, and it's a good start early on here for Shane Collins. Remember, wants to make sure that Luke Oliver cannot get the sort of momentum behind his day that he did yesterday. Already on lap 2 then, and Shane Collins is leading this one. Looks like it's been a clean start for everyone throughout the field. Through Stratford corner, there is that was the 18 and Mark Gillibrand we just saw at Stratford corner, but all going well there in 8th place. He'll be looking to fight back up the field if he at all can. Here is the 46 of Bramfield with the BM plate of Oliver Hutchings all over the back of him. So Shane Collins leads, Scott Smith in second, Luke Oliver in third. And then Ian Bramfield holding off Oliver Hutchings, Stephen Horner as well in the 66 there, not too far behind them. As Luke Oliver is going to have a look here at Scott Smith into the hairpin. And he's through the number 97 past the 38. Textbook move there from Luke Oliver. Just had the overspeed coming out of Pitts Bend, and he just allowed himself to, well, he didn't drift back over to the left as would be customary to take the normal line. He held the inside, and he's got the job done. So Luke Oliver has passed one of his championship rivals coming into today. He needs to chase down Shane Collins now, and the gap is 0.8 of a second. Fastest lap of the race from Shane Collins, 44.5. Through the Stratford hairpin they go. Not much spread between the top 6, and then comes Ben Johnson leading this battle with Mark Gillibrand and Andy Ward. You'll see what I mean therefore, dear viewer. It may only be 9 karts, but absolutely every single one of them is engaged in a battle right now around this Shenington kart circuit, excuse me. Northwest Oxfordshire, not too far from them. Very nice town of Banbury. Shane Collins leads, coming on to lap 5. Still half of this race to go, and he's set the fastest lap of the race. As I say, just 3 points by my maths in it between Collins and Oliver coming into today. Scott Smith a bit more of an outsider, or an outside chance, I should say. As the top 6, Stephen Horner might just have dropped off the back of these just a little bit over the course of this lap so far. Don't know if he maybe had a bit of a scruffy corner somewhere around the lap, and then there is the battle over 7th place. Johnson, Gillibrand and Ward. Battle for 2nd place, and that's through for Scott Smith or Luke Oliver, and Luke Oliver's got held up or has an issue there, and that's going to allow Ian Bramfield and Oliver Hutchings, and that could be a big moment there for our championship leader. He's lost all momentum. I think he's got back up to speed now, but that is down after challenging or being challenged for 2nd place successfully by Scott Smith. Luke Oliver is down to 6th place, and now he's going to want to try and climb back up the order. There is Horner in 5th place. Here's Luke Oliver. You can see he's not happy about something, or he's uncertain. He does seem to be back up to full race pace. And there's an issue with the kart. You tend to know about it pretty quickly around Shenington, such as the nature of this track. High speed, lots of long straights. Here is Ian Bramfield, now in 3rd place with Oliver Hutchings behind him. Shane Collins leads, Scott Smith in 2nd. This does keep the championship wide open here in Rotax 177. 1.7 seconds the gap that Shane Collins has in hand. Here's your battle over 3rd place. Hutchings has been all over the back of Bramfield pretty much throughout the race. But are they keeping a bit of a truce for the time being, just to see if they can also reel in Scott Smith and give themselves the opportunity of more points? It has been a really good, consistent season from Ian Bramfield, I have to say, as Hutchings is having a look down the inside at Wilkins, and that's nicely done there. Although Bramfield not too happy. In fact, I'll slightly retract the statement. I didn't see how that began. And Bramfield obviously not too happy with that. His arm aloft after that move. Either way, Hutchings is through there into third place. And we have to conclude, I think, that Luke Oliver is all okay with his kart. That battle further down the order, by the way, that originally was headed up by Ben Johnson, has changed now. Mark Gillibrand up to 7th place ahead of Ben Johnson and Andy Ward, as we look here at the battle over third place. Oliver Hutchings in that BM plated kart. Ian Bramfield in the 46, Stephen Horner in the 66 behind them, and Luke Oliver trying to catch back up onto the back of them and make up for lost time in what was a bizarre incident where he basically just got bulked by an attacking Scott Smith. Clearly felt something was wrong. He clattered over the curb, maybe. Doesn't look like anything's wrong with his kart now. He was very clearly looking down at it. I think he might have just lost momentum on the curbing, but I'd probably have to watch it back as Ian Bramfield pulls alongside, dives down the inside, is now side by side with Hutchings, and there's contact is there, or are they just really close and almost drifting in sympathy? It's still Oliver Hutchings here. This is going to bring Stephen Horner right into it as well in the 66. It's going to bring Luke Oliver right into it here in the 97. And down the inside of Horner goes Luke Oliver. A decisive move there that puts him back up now into 5th place as he tries to charge back and salvage decent solid points from this heat in order to keep himself where he entered today, the points leader in this Rotax 177 Championship. The BM plate of Hutchings through Stratford Corner. This is the penultimate lap. Ian Bramfield's clearly not happy about something, some conduct here. As on to the hanger straight they go. Shane Collins controlling this one by 2 seconds from Scott Smith, who is himself a further 2.3 seconds ahead of this battle. The last lap board is shown now to Shane Collins as he crosses the line. There was Scott Smith, and then here is the Hutchings, Bramfield, Oliver, Horner battle. And that was a move there. Did Bramfield have a look there on Hutchings? He's trying to prise open the door, but he's struggling to find a way to do it as they head towards Stratford Corner. And going to the outside there is Bramfield, but it's not going to pay off. And if anything, it opens the door for Luke Oliver. But they stay as they were. But Luke Oliver, I think, is going to have to try and attack at some point here. He needs as many points, as many positions as he can muster. Bearing in mind, of course, Bramfield is in his own championship battle to finish this season as well as he can. Shane Collins, though, will round the final 2 corners to come home to take the win. He wins heat number 1 in Rotax 177. Scott Smith finishes 2nd. And then it's going to be Hutchings in 3rd, Bramfield in 4th, 5th for Luke Oliver, and 6th for Stephen Horner. And then we'll look to see, is it Andy Ward who's got to the head of this field? I think it is, you know. Andy Ward crosses the line ahead of Ben Johnson and Mark Gillibrand, so that battle has changed every which way throughout the race. And well, now that keeps things nice and exciting for us in Rotax 177. We've got one more class to go of this first rotation of heats before the lunch break, and that is our first heat for Junior Max. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 1 in Junior Max. As ever, a nice healthy entry. It's fantastic to see for Junior Max. Let's see how they line up. Riley Bishop starts this one on pole position. Emily Cotty alongside. Harris Roberts and Lucas Blandford are on row 2, with Owen Keenan and Albert Wilton on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Lewis Holt and Archie Flint. Tom Holden and Toby Dukes are on row 5. Then it's Ben Horner and Finley Hands on row 6. Row 7 is Jack Dimbleby and Jasmine Taylor. Max Rowley and Max Greatrex are your 8th row of the grid. Eddie Stewart and Rory Hinckley are next, and then rounding out the top 20, it's Kieran Denyer and Oliver Lomax. Sam Flynn and Freddie Snelling are your 11th row of the grid, and it's on row 12 that we find Archie Doherty and Daniel Callahan. Then it's Karthik Kameta and John Richardson on row 13. Row 14 is occupied by Alex McCulloch and Callum Ghosh, and then it's Ben Brock to round out the 29 kart grid in this Junior Max. Now, I promise we haven't deliberately ordered these classes in order of championship excitement, but I mentioned with Rotex 177 there's 3 drivers in it. There's, by my maths, all provisional, all my usual excuses that I've qualifiers, I'm pretty sure that this we came into this weekend with it being a 4-way battle, mathematically, between Emily Cotty, Riley Bishop, Ben Horner and Jasmine Taylor. I believe with yesterday's results, by my maths, it was a difficult day for Jasmine Taylor. She came to a stop literally in front of the comms box window in the equivalent of this race yesterday. Heat 1 of round 11, Jasmine Taylor came to a stop at Cafe Corner, and from there she was always playing a battle to try and make the score count in her championship. So I believe off the back of yesterday, Riley Bishop as well struggled a little bit, bearing in mind that this time yesterday it was wet, a wet race for these junior drivers. It was quite a dramatic race, quite a few drivers retiring or falling off the road at various points in difficult conditions. So I believe that Riley Bishop and Jasmine Taylor are now out of this one mathematically, and my understanding from the maths is that today is a straight fight between Emily Cotty and yesterday's final winner, Ben Horner, for the championship here. This is a circuit where Cotty has done really well, took the win here last year, so this is going to be an interesting one, but there is a championship fight to be played out. There's also 29 karts going for the lead of a race. Let's go away here for 7 minutes plus a lap. Riley Bishop takes them through Park Bend and into Cafe Corner for the first time. Can they all stream through it cleanly enough? I believe they can, albeit 2 wide, even 3 wide in certain parts of the pack, and a few drivers going wide. They're all going to have to sort themselves out down the Stratford straight towards the hairpin. There's a little bit of bumping and barging there in the mid-pack. Looked to me like Max Greatrex may have had a bit of a hit to the rear of the car, but they all seem to be facing the right way and fundamentally okay as we head through the Bruno chicane for the first time, and it's a great start for Riley Bishop to still be in the lead of this one, as Emily Cotty under pressure here from Lucas Blanford in the 59, who cuts up the inside there at Wilkins and gets the move done for second place. Cotty down to third, Harris Roberts up to fourth place, Owen Keenan in fifth, Albert Wilton holding on to that sixth place where he started, Tom Holden, Ben Horner, yesterday's finals winner, Lewis Holt and Archie Flint rounding out the top 10 as they come on to lap number 2. And I think Harris Roberts has got by there on Emily Cotty whilst I was running you through that order as well. So that's Roberts up to third place. And could just see Callum Ghost there battling away, coming off of Stratford Corner. I think that was John Richardson and Kathy Kometa. Is the 29 under attack. That's Owen Keenan being attacked by Albert Wilton. And I think he's got by, as has Tom Holden there, the 87, also by on the 29. So costly couple of corners there for Keenan, but he's still very much in the fight in 7th place. Riley Bishop leads then, 0.6 of a second ahead of Lucas Blanford. Then it's Harris Roberts in the 43, and then it's the 7 of Emily Cotty and Albert Wilton round out your top 5 at the moment. Ben Horner down in 8th place. As I say, the only other driver that I'm aware of who can overhaul Cotty's margin coming into today, as she is the championship leader. As coming on to a new lap here. This is lap number 4. Riley Bishop now with nearly half a second in hand. Change for 6th place. Owen Keenan fighting back on that lap, getting past Tom Holden, having lost that position last lap. So Owen Keenan back up to 6th place and with the fastest lap of the race. So good to see that the 29 has not lost the momentum in his campaign. Jasmine Taylor as well up into 12th place, past Jack Dimbleby on that last lap as well. Here is the lead of the race though. Riley Bishop, to me that looks like the gap is going down now. Lucas Blanford and Harris Roberts and Emily Cotty, I think, all working together here, seem to be reeling in the lead. They are reeling in the leader. So this looks like it's forming up into a 4-way fight for the lead of the race. And then Tom Holden heads up a frenetic battle for 5th place with himself, Albert Wilton, Owen Keenan, Ben Horner and Lewis Holt. And down the inside there goes Ben Horner in the number 12. Can he make that position stick though? Because Albert Wilton's trying to come back at him. I think he was able to. So I think that was Ben Horner up into 6th place there. We'll look to confirm that on time as they come around. Harris Roberts thinking about having a look maybe on Lucas Blanford into Wilkins' corner, but thinks better of it. And Emily Cotty there just holding station in 4th place for now. Ben Horner up to 7th place in the end. Maybe Tom Holden, I think, holding out ahead of him. Much better form so far for Riley Bishop. Yesterday finished the equivalent of this race 13th. We were just looking there at Toby Jukes battling away. I think that was with Dimbleby. The gap now has formed between Blanford and Roberts. Does that isolate Harris Roberts off in order that Cotty might consider having a look? He's held station so far in this one. Close across the line there between Ben Horner and Albert Wilton. This is the 12 and the 96. Horner, as I say, one of the drivers that by my maths is still in with a shout of winning this championship, but he would really need to take the fight to Emily Cotty here. And at the moment he's a fair few positions further back, but he did, crucially, take some momentum into today, taking that finals win. Cotty was not without victory yesterday. She won Heat 2 in this class. Fastest lap of the race with Harris Roberts as he tries to reel in Lucas Blanford. Just under 2 minutes plus a lap to go. And that was Jasmine Taylor there looking for a move on Archie Flint in the 84 kart. She might not be within a shout of having the championship, but of course everyone battling not just for the championship win, but over podium places as well. That was Toby Jukes we just cut away from there, I think, having a look at Jack Dimbleby through the Stratford hairpin. That would have been over 13th place, as Harris Roberts has had great pace the last few laps and now tries for 2nd place and gets the job done on Lucas Blanford. Up to 2nd place goes the number 43. 1 minute 5 plus a lap to go. And that is the first significant move we've seen in a number of laps between our top 4. Now, do they start battling and counter-attacking, or do they accept that and keep the momentum to try and keep Riley Bishop within sights, because it's still only 0.6 of a second that gap. There is Owen Keenan and Tom Holden, and then that was Albert Wilton just coming into shot, followed by Ben Horner in the number 12. Emily Cotty looking to the inside on Lucas Blanford, and that move began fairly late on, but that was nicely done there by the driver of the number 7. Emily Cotty up into 3rd place now, ahead of Lucas Blanford. Blanford, who found himself in 2nd place a couple of laps ago, now down to 4th place as Harris Roberts, who now sits in 2nd place, really putting the hammer down here to challenge Riley Bishop in the closing couple of laps here. This will be the penultimate lap, and you can see how Roberts has closed onto the back of Riley Bishop here. This is not done yet for the win of this race. Bishop's been controlling the pace nicely, but Harris Roberts has some fantastic late race pace here, and Riley Bishop is going to have to push. We saw such a good performance from Riley Bishop when we were last broadcasting at Wilton Mill. Straight wins across the board. He's always been strong at Wilton Mill. Final lap board is out then. Better second part of that lap for Riley Bishop, almost responding to the pressure from Harris Roberts, and actually pulled a gap out by some 33 thousandths of a second, but Harris Roberts still pushing hard here as Lucas Blanford follows, Emily Cotty follows them through, because she got by on Blanford a couple of laps ago. So it's now Bishop, Roberts, Cotty and Blanford. They've all closed up here, and actually Riley Bishop has responded well in the early part of this lap. He's surely got the win secured now as they come into Wilkins' corner, all battling away here. It might be a drag race to the line for 3rd place between Cotty and Blanford. Riley Bishop will take the win. Harris Roberts in 2nd, but it's going to be Emily Cotti in third, just by 13 thousandths of a second there over Lucas Blanford. Every point counts, folks. Owen Keenan in fifth, Tom Holden in sixth, Albert Wilton in seventh, Ben Horner in eighth, our finals winner yesterday, who you're about to hear from during the lunch break. Jasmine Taylor in ninth, 10th for Archie Flint. And that is how the top 10 rounded up there in Junior Max Heat 1. And in so doing, they bring a conclusion to the first round of heats here at Shenington for round 12 of Rally Replay Super 1. And we're just a few minutes ahead of schedule there. It's just 4 minutes to 12, I believe. So I'm going to extrapolate and say that we'll probably be back at about 12:41 to restart the racing action. But don't go anywhere, because here on your Alpha Live broadcast we're going to bring you the class winners interviews from yesterday's round 11 action, and we'll also bring you live coverage of the driver parade, which is why you can see a load of drivers just running off to the left hand side of the screen. That's okay, they're supposed to be doing that to get over to a driver parade. But let's hand over now to your lunchtime action, which I believe will kick off with our interviews. We're here on the podium then with our winner in Senior Rotax. It's Sam Halle-Hinksman. And you were just telling me off camera, this is literally day one for you in Super One. So it's gone rather well for a first day.
Yeah, it's been literal perfection. Well, mostly in that last race. It's actually been probably one of the worst weekends I've had up to this point. We went and qualified 18th out of 20th for this final, and somehow managed to gain 17 positions. So pretty perfect after a day of mechanical faults, breakages, breakdowns, all this kind of stuff, and bring it back in the final like that is perfection. It's nothing more can be done.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I mean, it was that. So we had changeable conditions today as well. How has that played into the story of the day?
Well, it's always been a strong point for me to go with the tide, you know, really make the most of what's on track. And to have that condition, it lashed down on the grid. And I was sat there saying to myself, this is what I need. This is where I'm going to make it. Because these guys have been here for the whole season. This is my first round, as I've said. And it's been a dream come true, because they've been taking away all their advantages of knowing the car, knowing the track, knowing of the competitors. And I've just got that now into a sweet spot and just drove away, and it was a perfect race for me.
Brilliant stuff. I've got to ask, have you caught the Super One bug? Are you going to be back with us for more in 2025, do you think?
Well, we'll have to see. It'll be one that I very much argue that we should do. But it's been a fantastic weekend, and it was very much for us to test it, see if we like it, see if we get along with it. But it's been so perfect, well, nearly perfect, that we come away with 2 trophies. Surely, yeah, maybe. We'll have to see.
Brilliant stuff. What's the secret to a good lap around the Shenington circuit then? It's clearly one that suits you.
It's smoothness. It really is, and it's been one of my favourite tracks for years, and it's all about smooth on the throttle, smooth on the brake, little as much turning as possible, and just be relaxed, be gentle, really take it in your stride and make sure that you're maximising every corner, every braking zone, every throttle zone. And it's what we have to say all the time to my drivers, from my mechanic and team at Tom Day Racing.
Brilliant stuff. Last question, anyone you want to give a shout out to, thanks to, off the back of today's success?
Oh, of course, yeah. So biggest one is to my dad. He's done an amazing job. He's coached me for the majority of my life, and it's all come down to days like today where we can sit back in the truck on the way home and go, that was it. That was perfection. Tom Day Racing, I couldn't be here without him. He's given me the kart, the engine, really coached me well this weekend and got me into a sweet spot on the zone, like I've said. And yes, that's it really. It's perfect.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. Enjoy the winning, and all the best for the rest of the weekend. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Here on the podium then with our winner in Micromax for round 11. We're here with Alfie Garrett. Congratulations. Take us through the story of your day, the heats and the final.
Okay, Heat 1 started 6th, finished 3rd. Heat 2 started 6th, finished 2nd. And the finals, we started 2nd, finished 1st, led through the race.
Brilliant stuff. And actually, I'm going to throw in a question. The conditions today, how were they for you?
First and second, wet, hard. Fought through it though. Final, dry. Started to rain, but I held through it.
Brilliant stuff. Now, obviously, you're right at the sharp end of the championship. Is that playing in your head, or is it just focusing on each lap as it comes? How are you playing it at this stage?
I am winning it, so I'm just going out racing like I did in all the other rounds, not thinking about it. So we just need to beat Ansel, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how do you feel about how do you find this Shenington circuit? Is it one that you like? Does it play to your strengths? How do you find it?
Very complicated, but it's a nice track.
Yeah, nice and high speed as well, I like to think.
Yes.
Absolutely. Anyone you'd like to say thank you off the back of today's success?
RCE, Force, Apollo Tyres, and my family.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Alfie. You have a good final round tomorrow to wrap up the season.
Thank you.
Here at the podium then with our winner in Junior Max, it's Ben Horner. And tell us the story of the day, Ben. Well, obviously it's gone well, but take us through the day. Changeable conditions, plenty of challenge out there today.
So, in qualifying, we qualified 11, I think, because of the wet, and it was sort of in between wet and not that wet. First heat, I can't remember what happened, but I came off at the start, drove back up to 8th, I think. Second heat, started at 11th, obviously, came to 6th something. Final, started 4th. Went for a move on 3rd and ended up 1st. So, then just drove away.
Brilliant stuff. And how have you found Shenington today as a circuit? And does it suit your driving style?
Yeah, it's alright. It's fairly fast. Don't mind it.
Now, obviously, it's the final race meeting this weekend of the calendar, and in many of our classes, it's super tight. Junior road tax is no exception. It's very close on the points. I actually have to now go away and work out exactly what the situation is going into tomorrow. But you're right in the thick of it there within Junior Max. Is there a particular approach that you're coming to this weekend with?
No, not really. Just don't do anything stupid.
It's wise words. I wish I'd have remembered that sometimes in some of the series I've competed in. And yeah, it's anyone who you want to give thanks to off the back of today's success.
Well, my dad, who mechanics for me, P1 for the engines, and that's it really, I think.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thanks for talking to us, Ben. And
Oh yeah, look at that.
Suits all grey from the wall. Just yes. I did, it just didn't
Logan!
You've been half an hour getting ready. Move up a little bit there. You put your helmet down in the middle there. Stand behind your helmet. Come on, guys, be stood up.
We danced, Teddy. We danced. Oh, that's a laser! Oh, did that just laser somebody? Hey, I've had it more. Ashley. Once. Hey, point it at my butt. Point it at my butt. You're naughty. Thanks. Wait, I know what to do. Just one time. That's it. No, Arthur, get up. Arthur, quick.
I feel sorry for your parents.
Says I want to shout it. I'm just
No, I thought you were doing it.
You're good. This guy, oh my god, what did he do? When I live. When I live. That was so good. Wasn't the one that had oh, the first one. She was in Bambino, so they didn't even see him.
See how we have to go back. See how we have to go back to me. Oh yeah. You have to move back to get the shot.
Pick up Sam. Pick up Sam. Stylish. Come on.
YouTube, baby! Get up with me!
Remember, we'll be having our park main here, so 10 in every class, and the rookie get a trophy and a prize. So come on, you down. Right, this. Oh, there's one falling out the bottom. You've got to be here to win it. Ralph Martin. Is he here? Harry Hurst Grover. Noah Myberg. Oh, he's gone. Come on. We'll give him a bag anyway. George Sanders. We're not doing very well. Yeah, just...
Teddy Smith.
Teddy Smith.
Well done.
Thank you, everybody. Come on. No, we're on it. Where's best backdrop?
Here on the podium then with our winner today in IARMY M1 class, we're with Bodie Batch. Congratulations, Bodie. Talk us through that final race first of all that saw you take the win.
At the start, Ralph lost it in the first hairpin, and I hit him back straight again, and I took the lead. Then Patrick Woods passed me twice. I passed him twice as well. Oliver Woodall chased me for half the race, but couldn't quite pass me. And then at the end of the race, Freddie just left the door open in the last corner, and I went in, and then Mickey Gonzalez went as well, but then hit Freddie off. So I won the race.
Good stuff. Hard fought for victory there. Plenty of battling out on track. The story of the day as a whole then, obviously we've had different conditions here throughout the day. It's nice and dry now, but it hasn't stayed that way. How have you found it across the heats and the final?
It's okay, but it could have been better weather, and it could have been easier to drive, but yeah, I'm happy with it.
And how do you find this Shenington circuit to drive?
Hard in the wet, but quite easy in the dry.
It suits your style of driving?
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Now, obviously, we're at the business end of the season, right? With the last race meeting, you are right towards that sharp end of the standings with Army M1. Is there any particular, what are the particular battles that you've got your eye on coming into this weekend from a championship perspective?
Ralph, because it's 30 points between us, and yeah, he hasn't had that good of a final, so yeah, we could beat him tomorrow.
Okay, is there a particular approach that you're taking with regards to that, or is it just focus on each race?
Just focus on each race.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to say thanks off the back of today's success?
Johnny for the Mega Race engines, Matt Scheuer for the help and support, and Cosmic for the brilliant chassis.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Bodie. You have a good rest of the weekend and have a good round 12.
Thank you.
All right, we're here at the podium with the winner of the Girl Power Award here today for round 11 of Rally Replay SuperOne, Emily Cotty, Junior Max, 6th place overall. Changeable conditions today. How have you found it today?
Yeah, I mean, the first heat was like really wet, so we did quite well in that. We started third, got second overall, and then in the second heat it dried up again, and then we won that heat from third, so that was quite good because it was dry and we know we had pace in the dry. And then in the final we started on pole, led for a few laps. I mean, we ended up not where we wanted to be, but I mean, we go on to tomorrow anyways because we know we've got pace, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right in the thick of it in the Junior Max standings, obviously, coming into this final race weekend. Point situation pretty close, all told. How are you feeling about that on the eve of round 12?
Yeah, I mean, just drive like it's another normal day and then hopefully come away with the championship. But it's all coming down to tomorrow, so we'll see what it's tomorrow and hopefully have a good result. Yeah,
absolutely. Shenington's a circuit that works well for you, is it?
Yeah, I mean, last year we clean sweep the Sunday, so that was good. But hopefully another one of them tomorrow would be good.
Absolutely. Anyone you want to give a shout out to off the back of today?
Yeah, my mechanic Scott, my dad, Rally Replay, Aurum Engines, and everybody else who helped along the way.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Emily. All the best for round 12.
Cheers, thanks.
Okay, down here at the podium for round 11, we're with our winner in Bambino C50. We're with Henry Hales. Henry, congratulations. Your first win in SuperOne, so great to be able to talk to you. Tell us about how that final race went.
Well, it was going good, and then I dropped down 2 positions, and then I thought, well, I can still win it, so I carried on, and I went into the last corner, and I saw Logan going for the inside, and William didn't look behind, so I knew there was going to be a little rub, and yeah, I capitalised on that, and I came first.
Brilliant stuff. Now, as we're experiencing right now, changing conditions today, how's the story of your day been as a whole? How did the heats go?
The heats went well. We held our best motor out for the final because we didn't want to put water in it, so we held it out for the final so we could get the boost and we didn't have to worry about any water getting into it, so yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Now, your first win in SuperOne. For those who are watching on, talk us through your SuperOne journey that's got you to this point and having your first win.
So GYG, I got second, and it was good because I love the wet, and I came second in the wet, but Logan just pulled a gap, so I couldn't catch him after I got through everyone else, and it's just carried on from that really, and now we're here and I've come first, so good. Overall 9 out of 10 pretty much.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And we're going to do some quick fire questions. What's your favourite circuit?
One Law.
One Law, nice choice. And your favourite driver?
Lando Norris.
Cool. And we are going to throw it in. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Good choice, my answer as well. And anyone you'd like to say thanks to off the back of your success today?
I'd like to say thank you to Leon, my engine builder, Simon Wright, my chassis manufacturer, and Joel for coaching me and mechanicking me this weekend. So thank you to all of them.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Henry, and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Here at the podium with another one of our class winners then for round 11 of Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. We're here with Jensen Sale, our winner in Intermax. Jensen, congratulations. Tell us about the story of your day that brings you to be standing here.
Today it's been quite wet. Qualifying, I got first, but it was very close. Heat 1, I couldn't get into the groove and all that, and I just dropped down to 4th and just stayed there, and I couldn't get through. Heat 2, I got a good start and just maintained it till the last lap. Then Noah Moulton pressured me in the last corner, but I just defended it perfectly. And then in the final, I dropped down to 4th again from 2nd, and the tyres switched and I just came on. And then on the last lap, I done Noah.
Brilliant stuff. Now we're here at the final race weekend. I actually need to, at the end of all these interviews, I have to go to sort of timing and double check things. Things are very close in a lot of our championships. Yours, as I understand it, is one of them. Is that something that's at the forefront of your mind this weekend, or are you just taking it session by session? What's your approach?
As I get very nervous, I try and take it as it's like the first round, no pressure, and it's been really helping.
That's brilliant stuff. Tell the viewers a little bit about Shenington as a circuit then. What's it like to drive this Shenington track?
It's very smooth. It's had a lot of changes since last year. It's very smooth, and the curbs are massive, and it's really fun to hit in the wet.
Awesome stuff. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank off the back of today's success?
TWR, all my family, Force, and GW Driver Development.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Jensen. Have a fantastic day's racing tomorrow to close out the season.
Thank you.
Down here at the podium then with our class winner, once again in Rotax 177, Luke Oliver. Congratulations, sir. Tricky day, it strikes me, from trackside with changeable conditions. What's been the story of the day? What's been the story of round 11?
Yeah, it's been a tough day. Weather constantly changing. I've had to mechanic myself this weekend as well, which is a first. Usually it's my dad. It has been very tough, but fortunately no one sort of, and sometimes you get an anomaly where someone goes on wets and it's dry and then it suddenly throws it down with rain, and everyone was on the same tyres. And I think the toughest part of the day was probably Heat 1, racing against Scott. But then after that, it was sort of just get my head down, go, and just collect points. Yeah.
Yeah, and how's Shenington driving as a circuit today?
Tough. It's just there's the corners keep changing, especially for turn 1. There's not a dry line, so you've got a drying track for all the other corners, but then when you get to around turn 1, you have to make it up as you go. Lap after lap after lap. I've been around. Well, I was around here about 10 years ago when I was a little kid, but I think the experience definitely helped me today compared to, I'm in an older grid, but Shane's a lot younger than me, so I think that might have been a factor into just keeping my head cool and just going.
Speaking of the rest of the grid, we're coming into the last, we're at the last race meeting of the season. Championship situation for yourself. What's the mindset coming into this weekend?
Well, it was get behind Scott and try and overtake him when I can, but he's had an unfortunate day with nose cones and disqualifications, which I think puts me ahead of him. I'm not sure. I'll work it out when I get home in the hotel. But now, if we are in first, just again, get my head down, just don't make any mistakes and just get it across the line. Hopefully we have the same pace tomorrow as we did today. Just confidence is probably key.
Absolutely. Anyone you want to give a shout out to off the back of today's success?
My mum, she's been here all day, pushing me. Unfortunately, my dad's not here, but he's been supporting me as well. Louis Large, LRG Racing, Robinson Motorsports as well. for the waft, and I've got to give it to myself, mechanicking and driving. Pat on the back.
I wondered how you were going to play that. You did that quite well, I thought. Thanks for talking to us, Luke. Have a good round 12 to close out the season.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here at the podium with another one of our winners for round 11 of Rally Replay Super One. Then we've got our winner for Honda Cadet GX200 class. It's Sebastian Burlington. Sebastian, congratulations. Your first win with us in Super One. Take us through the story of your day.
So basically, I've had a great day with, surprisingly, I was good in the wet because I've never been good at the wet, but I just surprised myself with a nice drive all day, and I got a clean sheet in pole position, first in all the heats, and a win the race. So it's a very nice day for me.
Brilliant stuff. Now, your first win in Super One, as we were saying, just take us on the sort of broader, what's your journey been, your Super One story that's got you to this point?
I've had a quite interesting one. So I've been fighting for third in championship with Ricky Junior McIntosh, and today I've scored some great points against him. But throughout this season, I've been trying to get myself good points. Got loads of podiums, and yeah, that's what's happened.
Okay, and this Shenington circuit, tell us a little bit about it. How do you find driving this circuit?
Well, it's technically my home track because I've gone here the most times out of all the circuits I've driven. So I thought I'd be good at this track, and it did. My thoughts were right. So Shenington has a lot of, like, you just really have to get the exit for the straight and try get into the slipstream off the car in front or the leader if you can. So that's...
Okay, which is your favourite track? It might be this one, I don't know. Which one's your favourite?
I would say Shenington, to be honest. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you've certainly got a result to back that opinion up. Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you off the back of today's success?
I would like to say thank you to my dad, my race engineer Ben, who helped me do the lines and all that stuff. So, and also my family, including and friends, because they've all helped with this. So, just thank you to all of them.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Sebastian. You have a good day's racing tomorrow to wrap up the season. And yeah, hopefully talk to you again soon.
Yeah.
We're down here on the podium then with another one of our class winners. We've got the IARMY Water Swift restricted class victor here in the form of William Crombie. And his mechanic as well, 10 years of age, Reese Richardson. We thought it'd be interesting to get him up on the podium as well. So, William, congratulations once again. Tell us how that final went for you.
Started second to last on the grid, and I caught up to most of the Rotaxers and overtook them.
Okay, and the talk about the day in general. Obviously, we've had it's dry overhead at the moment, but we've had changing conditions today. How have you found that?
Okay, I felt like I was better in the wet.
Better in the wet. Okay. So, if we could talk about the championship, obviously you're leading the points in IARMY Water Swift Restricted at this stage. We're on the eve of the end of the championship. How are you feeling about that situation?
Quite easy to win the championship right now.
Excellent stuff. So let's turn to yourself, Reese. How do you find yourself to be a kart mechanic at the age of 10?
It's quite fun. I like mechanicking William. He's my friend. He's been my friend for 2 years now, so yeah, I'm happy mechanicking him.
Brilliant stuff. What's it like to be what's it like to be the mechanic to one of your mates?
Fun, again. It's definitely stressful. Getting down to the grid, like on time, doing the wheels, yeah. So it's fun as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to, Will, off the back of today's success?
Reese Richardson, my mum, my dad, Velocity Race Engines and RCE.
Brilliant stuff. Been slightly awkward if you hadn't have thanked Reese when he stood right next to you, so fair play. Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us both, guys, and all the best for racing tomorrow, yeah? Cheers.
And we're back to live. Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch break to your live coverage of round 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. We're getting towards the business end of the day now. We've got Heat 2 to go now for all of our classes, and from that we will go straight into our finals as well. So it is now back-to-back pure racing action from now until the end of the day, and regrettably the season's proceedings here as we're getting ready for Bambino C50 Heat 2. And let's take you through the grid then as they'll line up for this one, shall we? Same grid positions as determining qualifying this morning then. Will Wainwright will start this one from pole position. Logan Hodgetts alongside on row 1. Jesse Bailey and Raith Owen are on row 2, with Benjamin Schliver and Kalman Simon on row 3. Hendrix Falat and Santo Amico on row 4, with Harry Wass and Arthur Bowers on row 5. Henry Hales entertained aplenty in Heat 1 earlier, coming from the back of the grid. Your round 11 winner from yesterday, rounding out an 11-kart grid as they get ready to start this one. Just as a reminder of championship proceedings, and I have been doing some of the maths, there are important announcements for some of our classes. This one, though, was wrapped up yesterday by Logan Hodgetts in the 74. By my maths, no one could overhaul his points tally, and that was somewhat cemented further. Will Wainwright took the win from pole position in this race earlier on, but it is Logan who leads the championship, and as I say, by my maths, has won it as well. Interesting battles still going on though for I think Noah Wicklow, who's not racing with us this weekend. I think he's now secure in second place as well. But still some good battles throughout the championship to go. We look, though, for a thoroughly entertaining race, which is what we had earlier. Will Wainwright leads them away for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing off of the line. Even start from the front row of the grid. Logan Hodgetts pulling alongside. Will he still be at the inside for the right-hander into Cafe Corner? No, he slots into position as our pack of Bambino C50s come out through Pit Bend now, the left-hander onto the Stratford Straight, having come out of the Cafe Complex. Will Wainwright defending against Logan Hodgetts, but Hodgetts does still have space on the inside if he wants to try a move for the lead of the race, which he duly does, and he is through up into the lead as the 31 of Raith Owen there was squirreling around on the curbing a little bit and may have lost momentum on this first lap. Through the Bruno chicane they go. There is Jesse Bailey, who is battling away in the 33. Bailey will be hoping for a better time of it in this second heat after that disappointing moment in Heat 1 where he got caught up on the curb, much like we just saw from Raith Owen there, coming out of the Stratford hairpin. But at the end of lap 1, Logan Hodgetts, as he comes around to finish this kilometre lap, just over a kilometre lap of Shenington, is in the lead ahead of Will Wainwright. And another good start from the likes of Benjamin Schliver and Kalman Simon up to third and fourth respectively, both making moves on that first lap. And Henry Hales up several positions as well to sixth place. We've already seen it several times from him today. Well, we've seen it from him several times this weekend, his ability to work his way up the order. There's Jesse Bailey chasing Kalman Simon, and with Henry Hales for close attention in that number 57 behind him as well. Raith Owen still keeping in touch with them despite that moment on the curbing on the first lap. And then Hendrix Falat staying in touch with them as well. Harry Wass a little bit off the back of them, but not too much field spread. If anything, the biggest field spread is between these two at the front and those behind, battling over third place. 1.5 seconds the gap between Will Wainwright in second and Benjamin Schliver in third. And how will this work on pacing between our top two? Will Wainwright bide his time, or does he feel that he's best positioned to go for a move right there? There's Kalman Simon going for third place on Benjamin Schliver, and he's got the job done. That's a lovely move there from the number 12 of Simon. And Henry Hales is pressuring Jesse Bailey once again as they head towards Stratford Corner. And that looks to me like Raith Owen as well, going for a wide line in to try and maximise the exit. But Henry Hales there now side by side with Jesse Bailey. This is the 57 versus the 33 for 5th place. Here's the battle going to come through, and that to me looks like it's still as it was. Jesse Bailey just ahead of Henry Hales, although Henry Hales now pulls alongside and gets by there, and Raith Owen has followed through as well. So the 57 and the 31 there, both overhauling the 33 of Jesse Bailey. So it's now Cameron Simon who has got by on Schlivar as well, as we saw at the start of that lap. The nice move there by Cameron Simon. It's Cameron Simon, Benjamin Schlivar, who drops down the order on timing, but we can see that's got to be a transponder issue because Schlivar is very much there. There he is, bouncing back up your timing tower to 4th place. Henry Hales in 5th, Raith Owen, Jesse Bailey, and then it's Hendrix Fallat and Harry Wass to round out the field. Into Stratford Hairpin comes that battle then over 3rd place. Once again, Henry Hales pulls alongside somebody, gets the overlap with his cart on the exit, but can't do anything with it this time versus Benjamin Schlivar. Great season for so many of these drivers. Schlivar with that early success at GYG, he's had a strong season. Cameron Simon as well. Case can be made for many of these young drivers, as down the inside there goes a move from Jesse Bailey on Raith Owen, and that's a lovely way to buy back into this fight, as once again Henry Hales briefly goes side by side with Schlivar, but I think Schlivar will be able to hang on unless Hales can keep his foot in it all the way round this park corner and into Cafe. That's going to be a tough ask. He's going to give it a go, is he? No, he slots back into place, does the driver of the 57 behind the BM plated cart. I think these drivers can sense that it's not a done deal yet for the win here. They're not that far off the back. It's going to take quite the fight, and to be fair, they are now battling away. Henry Hales now down the inside of Schlivar, and Schlivar's going to suffer here because he's on the outside, and so too does Jesse Bailey go through, as well as Henry Hales. And Henry Hales pulls alongside Cameron Simon. He wants to get both positions here and up into 3rd place. He's going to get the job done. That's beautifully done. And Jesse Bailey follows through as well. Fantastic opportunistic reading from both of them there. Henry Hales and Jesse Bailey getting by on Cameron Simon and Benjamin Schlivar. For Schlivar, there wasn't much he could do once he was on the outside of that Stratford corner. Meanwhile, for the lead of the race now, Logan Hodgett's feeling the need to go defensive. This is a marked difference this lap. I feel like we're moving into the end game. I often talk about how it'd be wrong to think of sprint racing as just out-and-out racing all the time. There is a strategy here, and we're very much getting towards that end stage of it, as that is Schlivar. Is that Schlivar back past? Something's happened to Jesse Bailey there, because it's now Cameron Simon and Schlivar are back ahead of him. Logan Hodgett's having to defend here against Will Wainwright, who would dearly like the win, having started this one in pole and won the first heat earlier on. Still battling away here. Benjamin Schlivar gets the switchback move to try and get back past Jesse Bailey, but can't make it stick. He's got to be careful because Raith Owen in the 31 is all over the back of him now in the battle over 6th place. These are 2 carts at the back of that pack of 5 we were looking at there. These are the lead 2 once again. Hodgetts versus Wainwright. Championship largely settled at this point. This is about getting the best results that one can. And is this going to be an opportunity for Wainwright? Has he got the overspeed there? No, he can't just tuck underneath Hodgetts as they come on to what will surely be the penultimate lap of the race. Henry Hales still there in 3rd place. Is that Jesse Bailey in the 33? Having a look at Cameron Simon. They're side by side at the apex of Cafe. Are they going to go 3 wide here because Benjamin Schlivar's going to have a good exit? That is Jesse Bailey through, but look out for Benjamin Schlivar in the green liveried car. Back to the lead battle here. Hodgetts still holding off the pressure from Wainwright. And here's Jesse Bailey down the inside of Henry Hales, and he's through, and so too is Cameron Simon. Big changes there in a couple of corners across those 5 carts battling for 3rd. Down through to 7th. It's now Jesse Bailey in 3rd, Cameron Simon in 4th, and Henry Hales down to 5th. But it's going to probably change even before I've finished saying all of that order as they come down the hanger straight into Wilkins Corner. You can see Jesse Bailey taking a highly defensive line there with the 33 cart. He knows he can park it on the exit and prevent people from making any moves. Final lap board out then for Logan Hodgetts and all those who run currently behind him. Will Wainwright would dearly like to change that if he could do on this last tour of the circuit, and frankly none of these positions in the top 7 are confirmed. say top 7. Hendricks Fallout isn't that far off the back of that pack either. What about this opportunity for Will Wainwright? The door is open. Is he going to go for it on the inside? He is, but he's going to have to go very deep. And surely Hodgetts will be able to come back at him on exit. Oh, that was close between the corners of the two carts there. But Logan Hodgetts felt confident enough to allow Will Wainwright to go for the move there. And he got the switch back. And he did indeed come back into the lead. I can see just out my window that there's a battle going on for third place. But we do need to keep an eye on this lead battle, because Will Wainwright's trying to find a gap on the inside again, and he's got that gap. Who's it going to be who takes the win for heat number 2? Will Wainwright down the inside as there's battles on behind. Who is going to cross the line first in this one? It is going to be a drag race to the line, and who is it across it? It is Will Wainwright. Logan Hodgetts' hand went in the air, but it was 45 thousandths of a second in favour of Will Wainwright, according to my timing here in the box. I think that was Will Wainwright who got just at the end, went for that move into Wilkins. The door was open, and Will Wainwright takes his second win of the day ahead of Logan Hodgetts. Jesse Bailey finishes third in what was a fantastic battle over third place, ahead of Calman Simon, Henry Hales in 5th, Ray Thurwin in 6th, Benjamin Schlivar in 7th, Hendricks Fallat in 8th, and then Harry Wass in 9th. Brilliant racing there from our Bambino C50s. Thoroughly looking forward to the final later on today. We'll look ahead now, though, to our second Heat 2 race, and that will be another 7 minutes plus a lap of racing for our Intermax class. As we get ready then for our Intermax class to come out onto track, let's take you through this grid. It's going to be Jensen Sale who takes this one from pole position. Oscar Roach alongside him, Lucas Esser and JJ Plowman on row 2 of the grid, Noah Moulton and Stanley Stafford on row 3. Row 4 is where we will find Cody Lepaterel and Lewis Herbertson, and then it's Ashton Redpath and Louis Barker who'll be hoping for a better time of it. I seem to recall he finished Heat 1 parts at the side of the road to round out the top 10. Layla Bell and Jay Birmingham are next on row 6, and then on row 7 we'll find Charlie Hobbs and Alexander Adams. Toby Wortley and Hakeem Batt are your 8th row of the grid, and then William Collins rounds out a 17-cart grid. To remind you of proceedings earlier on, Jensen Sale took the win here in Heat 1 earlier on today, and further cemented what mathematically, at least by my calculations, is an already winning championship row. Jensen Sale has wrapped this one up. So it's just about where the other positions shake out. Quite close between JJ Plowman and Noah Moulton for second. Away we go with Jensen Sale leading them away into turn 1 and into Cafe. And can we all keep it nice and clean? I think there was a bit of bumping and barging there, but everyone's made it out okay. All 17 carts heading now onto the Stratford straight towards the hairpin. And you can see there Oscar Roach trying to challenge Jensen Sale early on to ensure that he doesn't get on up the road. If memory serves correctly, this was one where Jensen Sale got the breakaway early and was able to control the race from there. Oscar is wise to that and would dearly like to deny that opportunity that time around. I think that was Cody Lepaterel doing battle, in the Bruno chicane as Jensen Sale leads them through the Wilkins corner for the first time in Heat 2. JJ Plowman, it looks to me, has got on up to 3rd place. And then it's Stanley Stafford and Ashton Redpath to round out the top 5. Just see Jay Birmingham, I think, there, trying to challenge Layla Bell over 11th place. As there is Ashton Redpath leading Lewis Herbertson into the Stratford hairpin. And towards the Bruno chicane. Quick look over the shoulder from Jensen Sale to see how far back the threat is from Oscar Roach. Looks to me like he's taking there's a somewhat shallower line into Wilkins, but that could have just been Jensen's natural line there. JJ Plowman and Stanley Stafford will see the opportunity ahead of them, and look at this battle then. Lewis Herbertson trying to get by on Ashton Redpath, and he's got the job done. And Cody Lepaterel is with them as well in the 87, trying to battle away. He's going to try and find a way alongside Ashton Redpath here, and he's got the job done. That's a nice move by Cody Lepaterel past the 99, but the 99 of Ashton Redpath isn't done yet. There's a tyre touch there as there's a bit of smoke coming off of them. They're going to need to avoid doing that. That won't make either of them go faster. and if anything, just increases the chance of an incident. But they both keep going, and I think that might have allowed Noah Moulton through. Noah Moulton is certainly through on Ashton Redpath there. Indeed he is. So Moulton is through, and now the 55 of Lucas Esser comes into the picture and gets by on Noah Moulton. So I think that Ashton Redpath briefly went behind Noah Moulton there, but then Moulton lost out and Esser has got through as well. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Sale as he tries to cement his lead of this race and prevent Oscar Roach from staying with him. The gap is only, though, 0.3 of a second, as here is Lucas Esser now down the inside of Ashton Redpath for 7th place there at the Stratford hairpin. Nice little move there from Lucas Esser. Intermax delivering as entertaining a race as they did earlier on for Heat 1 so far. Not a lot of field spread, plenty of battles going on. This is, for example, your battle for 5th place you just saw there. It was Lewis Herbertson versus Cody Lepaterel. And then here on Lucas Esser, Ashton Redpath returns the favour from earlier on in the lap. It'll come up on timing as no change in position, but you and I know that there was plenty of battling behind that as Cody Lepaterel continues to absorb this pressure, intense that it is, coming from the 53 of Lewis Herbertson. There you can see Jensen Sale still only 0.47 seconds up the road. Oscar Roach doing a good job of keeping it honest as Cody Lepaterel got all out of shape there into the Stratford hairpin, and that has allowed Lewis Herbertson through in the 53 car. So the 53 of Herbertson now up into the top 5 after and I don't think there was any contact at all there as I saw it. I think that was just Lepaterel outbraking himself for the Stratford hairpin. There is Noah Moulton trying to create an opportunity against Lucas Esser in that number 55. If anything, I think Lucas Esser is also looking for an opportunity on Ashton Redpath. So Jensen Sale leads, Oscar Roach in second. Haven't mentioned JJ Plowman or Stanley Stafford much in the last couple of laps, but they're very much a factor here. And then comes this battle between Cody Lepaterel and Lewis Herbertson. Then it's the Redpath, Esser and Moulton battle, with Lucas Esser once again getting a bit of an overlap there with the 99. He's going to keep his foot in it as well to try and get by on Ashton Redpath, and there was a little gesture from Redpath there to say, come on, we should be working together here because we're losing time to Lepaterel and Herbertson ahead of us. But for whatever reason, Esser and indeed Moulton not really in the mood to cooperate at this stage, as Esser once again will try and tuck underneath Redpath as they come across the start-finish line. Seems to me that Redpath just has a different line through there, and it's left the door open, and through has gone Lucas Esser in that number 55, past on Ashton Redpath and up into 7th place now. I have to say, Layla Bell and Louis Barker running just behind this battle. You can just see them in the back of shot fleetingly there. So they're quite close together and having a good battle as well. Under 2 minutes plus a lap to go then of this one. Jensen Sale still leading it, and just visibly out my window I'd say perhaps has opened the gap a little bit more in the first half of this lap. Might come back to Oscar Roach. Maybe that's just the various bits of the lap that each one of them are stronger. We're looking here at Ashton Redpath under pressure from Noah Moulton for 8th place now, because Lucas Esser got by earlier on in the lap, right at the very start of the lap in fact, which is why you now see him cycle up to 7th place on your timing tower. I should say, by the way, if you want to enhance your viewing experience, you can, if you've got a spare screen or device available, then head to live.alphatiming.co.uk. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on, does that look like another wide moment for Lepaterel there? Click on Super One to have an additional, more detailed timing screen to supplement what you've got on your Alpha Live broadcast. And that is indeed Herbertson ahead of Lepaterel now, once again for 5th place. But Lepaterel coming back at him in the 87 on this back straight, on the hanger straight, through hanger corner and into Wilkins. The 87 is through. This is a fantastic battle between Lepaterel and Herbertson in the 87 and the 53 respectively. Thoroughly enjoying this one as the two of them battle away. You were just seeing there Oscar Roach and JJ Plowman. Plowman now reeling in Oscar Roach, so we could be on for a battle for 2nd place here as Ashton Redpath pulls alongside Noah Moulton on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. But yeah, here we are, JJ Plowman in the number 5 there, catching up onto the back of Oscar Roach. And the gap that Jensen Sale has now was 8.5 tenths coming onto this lap, so one has to assume as it's going to be quite close actually as to whether or not we see the last lap board this time around. I think Jensen will just cross the line. Yes, he will. So there's 2 more laps to go of this one. You've got to think that JJ Plowman is now fully in the mode of, never mind working together. The gap is nearly, the gap is over a second, in fact, 1.2 seconds now after a decent lap time there from Jensen Sale. So Plowman is going to be fully on the attack, not in the mood to cooperate, and up down the inside at Stratford Hairpin he goes, and that was a beautiful move there. Well judged on the braking point. They're making it look easy, you know, but considering how fast you're entering that hairpin and how, you know, timing your braking differently by a metre or so could have a dramatically different result when you get to the apex. They are making these passes at the Stratford hairpin look easy as Oscar Roach is trying to counter-attack into Wilkins, and that was a late move. He managed to prise that door open, did Roach there, to get himself back into second place. As we come on to the last lap, Jensen Sale, with all that battling over second place, you can see how the gap has opened up. 1.7 seconds that Jensen Sale has in hand over these two. As we say, from a championship perspective, Jensen Sale has wrapped things up already, but this one is all about out-and-out racing, and Roach has a good opening to that lap. He's got maybe half a kart length in hand now as they go through the Bruno chicane. Plenty of battles going on behind them still, of course. Cody Lepaterel and Lewis Herbertson amongst them as Jensen Sale is coming through. You can still see this battle over second place. Will there be an opportunity for Plowman into Wilkins? Roach is wise to it. And then we look ahead to the start-finish straight where the 40 of Jensen Sale will take the win in Heat 2. Another win keeps his scoreline perfect for today. Oscar Roach in second, JJ Plowman in third, Stanley Stafford finishes in fourth, fifth was Cody Lepaterel, Lewis Herbertson in sixth, Lucas Esser in seventh, Noah Moulton in eighth, ahead of Ashton Redpath and Layla Bell to round out your top 10. Another highly entertaining race from our Intermax class there. Really looking forward to the final there to round out the season for them. We've got to look ahead to our next Heat 2 race though, which will be for Honda Cadet GX200. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadets. It's going to be pole position, same as we had for Heat 1 because it's based off the same qualifying results. So Ralphie Branscombe will take this one from pole, Charlie Gregg alongside Charlie Quine, and the winner for Heat 1, Cian Sullivan, and I'll come back to that in a moment, on row 2. Hendrix Bennett and Luke McGall on row 3. Row 4 is Oliver Ratton and Sebastian Burlington. Dino Rowlands and Joshua Bailey round out your top 10. Then it's Jan Prakash and Ricky McIntosh on row number 6. Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington on row 7, and row 8 is Adam Batt and Archie Edgar to round out the 16-kart grid for your Honda Cadet Heat 2 race for round 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, coming to you live from Shenington Kart Circuit in northwest Oxfordshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media, working alongside Alpha Live to bring you the coverage of today's racing action, as we have brought the action for all of the even-numbered rounds, which you can go back and enjoy on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. Right, let's go back to what I said a moment ago. Cian Sullivan won the race in Heat 1. And whilst I said that I said at the very top of the broadcast that we won't truly know how these championships shape out in a lot of the classes until the finals because of the way the drop score system works. Basically, an entire block of the Heat 1, Heat 2 and final result are counted as the round that either gets counted or dropped under the 2 rounds dropped system. So you don't really know with a lot of things whether, if someone wins the first heat but then gets disqualified from Heat 2 and the final, that's still going to be one of their dropped scores potentially. So, very likely to be. So you don't know with some of this stuff, but this class it's slightly different. Remember I said coming into today that Luke McGall really needed a good day. He needed to win everything, and for Cian Sullivan to have a bad day. Well, they both gave it their all in Heat 1. Cian Sullivan in the end taking the win, having started 4th on the grid, and Luke McGall finishing 3rd, having started 6th on the grid earlier in Heat 1. By my maths, by finishing 3rd, Luke McGall can no longer score enough points. If he were to win Heat 2 and the final, he still wouldn't have scored enough points to overhaul Cian Sullivan, even if today goes on to be one of Cian's drop scores. In that sense, I am provisionally saying that I think Cian Sullivan has done it. I think Cian Sullivan is your Honda Cadet champion. I stress once again, all of the points that I make about championships are provisional, should not be regarded as an official proclamation. But I think he's done it. Nevertheless, let's enjoy this racing from Honda Cadets. Away goes Ralphie Branscombe, leading them away. Even start from the two sides of the grid. Can Charlie Gregg fire one up the inside at Cafe Corner? No, it stays with the zero-plated Branscombe with the O-plate as they stream out of Cafe through Pit Bend and head onto the Stratford straight towards the hairpin. Still under pressure from Charlie Gregg is Branscombe as they come through the hairpin. Charlie Quine having plenty of battles in the mid-pack. It looks like he might have dropped down a little bit from his third-place grid spot as they come through the Bruno chicane. That looked to me like Charlie Gregg having to think more about defending second place than challenging. In fact, he's not challenging first because Cian Sullivan has got through in the 26. And down the inside goes Luke McGall there. He's alongside too with the 24, I think that was, as they come round to finish the first lap. Excuse me, it was Sebastian Burlington. It was the 22 that Luke McGall was with. So it's Ralphie Branscombe, Cian Sullivan, Luke McGall and Sebastian Burlington, your top four. So those drivers who finished in the top three earlier on, cycling up to the top of the order once again. Good start for Sebastian Burlington, up to fourth place. And it was he who took the win yesterday in round 11. We heard from him earlier in his interview. As I say, even if Luke McGall wins this and wins the final, I don't think he can overhaul Cian Sullivan any longer by my maths. If Luke McGall won everything, he would. It's really close, don't get me wrong. If Luke McGall won everything, this race and the final, he would be on 1,218. Cian Sullivan's scoreline, if we assume that today went on to be one of his drop scores, will be 1,219. So 1 point in it. 12.18 that Luke could still score. 12.19 that Sullivan could, has already got in the bank, if you like, as down the inside there goes the 11 of Dino Rowlands. And battling away there, we saw Henrik Bennett and Charlie Gregg briefly going, overlapping with each other, heading towards the Bruno chicane. So yeah, as I say, by 1 point, and this is why I stress it's provisional, because it's all based on my maths and not the official timing, but I think Cian's done it simply by dint of the fact that Luke had to have won that first race in order to keep himself in that fight. Ricky McIntosh up to 6th place ahead of Hendrix Bennett. Plenty of battles going on here throughout the order. The 81 of Joshua Bailey there in touch with the 44 of Jayan Prakash as they head through Cafe Corner. That's in a battle over 11th place. We're looking here at Ricky McIntosh challenging Charlie Gregg over 5th place. And he's bringing some friends along too in the form of Hendrix Bennett and Charlie Quine. Come through the Bruno chicane now. Then behind them you can see Dino Rowlands leading the next pack with himself, Oliver Ratton, Jayan Prakash and Joshua Bailey all quite close together. We're back with our lead battle, Branscombe versus Sullivan. Sullivan at the moment just keeping his powder dry. One would imagine he will at some point try to overhaul Branscombe. Fastest lap of the race, in fact, that he's just set, so he's definitely here to apply some pressure. Luke McGall pushing hard there in 3rd place with round 11 winners. Round 11's winner, Sebastian Burlington. And there is a nice move from Quine down the inside of Bennett there. If he'll be able to hold on to that one, I think, just looking out my window, that he has been able to. Indeed, yeah, that looks like the iron plate was just ahead there on corner exit. Into Wilkins once more then for Ralphie Branscombe and Cian Sullivan. Coming on to lap number 6 now with just under 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Luke McGall starting to stretch his legs a little bit ahead of the Burlington-McIntosh battle. And that looked like Oliver Ratton starting to apply more pressure to Dino Rowlands there. In fact, is that them side by side on corner entry? I think it might well be, as they head onto the Stratford straight. And there they are battling away, but that's still Rowlands ahead in that number 11 card, and then behind them is still Jayan Prakash and Joshua Bailey. Bailey trying to pull alongside, heading towards the chicane. That looked like a bold move for the 81. We'll try and stick with that to see who comes out on top. Back to the hangers straight. And that is McIntosh on the tail of Burlington. Burlington taking a shallower line in the 22 kart into that Wilkins corner. And for the moment, McIntosh has to hold station behind Burlington. Important to bear in mind, of course, in terms of the order, no, Bailey didn't quite make that move stick, by the way, in the end. But important to bear in mind, as that is McIntosh down the inside of Burlington, very different conditions to what these drivers would have had yesterday here at Shenington. We'd had rain in the morning, and yes, it did dry up throughout the afternoon, but still a lot of standing water around for quite a while in the races, and then another little flurry of rain that came during the finals. In fact, you saw it in the interviews we played out at lunchtime when we were interviewing Henry Hales, that it started raining down on us. So that was whilst one of the finals was running. So a couple of downpours, significant downpours here at the circuit yesterday. But today has been much more about the speed. It was interesting to talk to the drivers in those interviews about driving this circuit in the wet. A lot of drivers saying it was quite a challenge. McIntosh down the inside now of the 15 of Luke McGall, so this is for third place. Luke McGall wants to try and get that one back if he can at all help it, but McIntosh cuts across into the Bruno chicane and stamps his authority on the corner and hangs on for third place. It's now therefore Branscombe in the lead, Sullivan in second, and McIntosh. Ricky Junior McIntosh has had a really strong season, particularly the second half. He's really gathered momentum well, and we've seen it right here. Here though, challenge for the lead, penultimate lap through at Park Bend goes Sullivan. He's timed that really nicely. Didn't see what led up to it, but one has to presume he got a really good run off of Wilkins corner. How hard does he defend into the hairpin? Not too hard at all, actually. He's happy to say, it's all right, I've got the pace to pull away now, I reckon. We'll see if Branscombe comes back at him. Still plenty of opportunities. Luke McGall pulling alongside McIntosh as well briefly as they head towards the corner. And I can just see out my window that has changed. I think McGall has got by on Ricky McIntosh, and Sebastian Burlington may have followed through as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as we on screen stay with our leaders. Cian Sullivan now is going to be confirmed across the line as a lead change now that they're crossing the line, and he'll see the last lap board. So he has struck at exactly the right time, has Cian Sullivan. And, well, as I say, provisionally, I'm saying that he's wrapped up this championship. Again, with this win, he is cementing it. What a season this young man has had. And today he's treating us to a fantastic display of why he is the Honda Cadets champion. There's no challenge from Branscombe as they head towards the Bruno chicane. Just to cover that third place battle, Luke McGall has got back into that third place, but as I say, I don't think it's enough. I think by 1 point, Cian Sullivan would wrap this up, even if Luke McGall was winning this race and the final. But Cian Sullivan is going to be winning this race because he's heading to the checkered flag now and cements his championship. Cian Sullivan crosses the line for Heat 2 with Ralphie Branscombe in second. Luke McGall hangs on for third place. Ricky McIntosh overhauls Sebastian Burlington for fourth place on the last lap, ahead of Charlie Quine in sixth, Charlie Gregg in seventh place. Dino Rowlands, Hendrix Bennett and Joshua Bailey round out the top 10 in another entertaining race from our Honda Cadets. We will see them next out in the finals later on, but which will be just before 3 o'clock, by the way, for Honda Cadets. The finals as a whole kicking off around about 2:25 for your reference. Next, though, we're going to carry on with our Heat 2 races. It's the combined classes of Micromax and Miami Waterstrift Restricted out next. Let's take you through the grid then for this Heat 2 for Micromax and Miami Waterstrift Restricted classes. It's going to be Alfie Garrett who starts this one on pole position. LBJ Stubbs alongside him. Xavier Ramsey and Ethan Lloyd alongside each other on row 2. Then it's Logan Stanley Jones and Toby Cannon on row 3. The number 96 of Ansel and Oscar Churches are your fourth row of the grid, with Noah Wicklow and Kane Langley rounding out the top 10. Arlo Gamble and Daniel Stangerine on row 6. Elsie Gannon and Joshua Sharples are next on row 7, with Will Hatton and Isla Parsons on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Freddie Walker, and then we go into our Army Waterfish restricted runners in the form of William Crombie in the 115, and then it's going to be on row 10 that we find Theo Jepson and Ethan Taylor, and then Louis Williams Mabs rounds out your 21 car grid. And championship news, folks, championship news. We are saying, I've rerun the maths again, and I'm sorry, I've rerun the maths on Army Waterfish restricted. Just want to confirm William Crombie, again, not an official declaration. William Crombie, as far as I am concerned, is the champion in Army Waterswift restricted, and he's actually quite comfortable in that. I think I could have called that when we went live this morning, actually. So fantastic job by William. That would explain why when we asked him in the interview earlier, what do you think in terms of the championship, I think he said it looks fairly easy to do it. I think that's because he'd basically already done it. So well done to William Crombie, who provisionally, at least I'm saying, is your Army Waterswift restricted champion for this season. And just to confirm, Alfie Garrett as well is... so I think there was 1 point in it, and because it was so close, I didn't want to call it earlier on. I believe Alfie Garrett had actually mathematically done it by the end of yesterday, but just to confirm earlier on, by taking the win as he did ahead of Ansel in Heat 1, that has moved it even further out of reach. So mathematically, Alfie Garrett is also, I believe, your champion in Micromax, but that's not what we want. That's not what we focus on right now. Right now, we focus on this pack of karts who want to do battle around this Shenington Park circuit, and I'm sure Ansel would like the win. I'm sure they'd all like the win as they go into turn 1 for the first time in Heat 2. Great start from the pole side of the grid, and that's a poor start there from LBJ Stubbs in the number 19. I think he was left out to dry on the outside of turn 1, and it looks like Xavier Ramsey has come to the fore there, or indeed now I correct that. That is Ethan Lloyd, I think it was, pulling into second place. But a difficult start for LBJ Stubbs, and we've got a problem there for Ethan Taylor in the 167, one of the Army Waterswift restricted karts there at the back of the pack. As they stream through the Bruno chicane for the first time, we had a few karts squirreling around on the curbing as well. As we head towards Wilkins Corner, it is Ethan Lloyd in second place. Ansel down the inside, or trying to, on Toby Cannon, I think that was in the 17. We saw brilliant battling between these drivers earlier on, and I've got a funny feeling we're going to get more of the same, as that was Xavier Ramsey pulling in front of Ansel as well. So it's now Alfie Garrett, Ethan Lloyd, Toby Cannon, Xavier Ramsey and Ansel, your top 5. Brilliant start. This bodes well for a good race. I think there's the 22 of Daniel Stangerine, who I believe there was chasing RBJ Stubbs, as was that Toby Cannon firing a move on Ethan Lloyd through the Bruno chicane. I believe it was an attempt to do so, but it didn't pay off. 3 wide down the hanger straight with Xavier Ramsey on the outside as well, briefly, but Ansel cuts back and gets by on Xavier Ramsey. And look out as well for the 53 of Noah Wicklow coming down the inside, now side by side with Ethan Lloyd. 3 wide again with Xavier Ramsey involved once again, this time on the inside though, heading towards Park Bend. And Xavier Ramsey in the 14 stamps the authority into that corner and retains, I believe that's 4th place ahead of Noah Wicklow and Ansel. Into Stratford Corner then, Toby Cannon in second, and sorry, it's Ansel in third. So it was actually Ethan Lloyd and Noah Wicklow that Xavier Ramsey got the better of there. Apologies, as they've got to be a bit careful. That was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for the 66 of Ethan Lloyd as they entered into the chicane, but he managed to keep it together. I'm already very impressed by our Micromax drivers out there. William Crombie at the head of Army Waterfish Restricted there, a few positions ahead of Theo Jepson. It's Crombie in 12th, Jepson in 15th, just to keep you abreast of that class's situation. As we come on to lap number 4, Alfie Garrett leading by 3 seconds, and one cannot be too surprised because A, he's setting impressive pace, and B, there's so much battling going on back here. LBJ Stubbs in the 19 there, putting a move in on Kane Langley in the 11. That takes Stubbs back up to 9th place, having started the race second. This is Noah Wicklow we saw briefly there going for a move on Xavier Ramsey, but I'm not sure if he was alongside enough to convert that move. It looks like he did, though. I think I just saw Wicklow ahead of Ramsey as they come onto the back straight now. The battle over second place. It's Toby Cannon who's ducking his head down, and I can understand why you'd want to get on up the road ahead of all of this, because it's frenetic stuff here. Wicklow did not manage to get by Ramsey. Sorry, you can see Ramsey there on the tail of Ethan Lloyd. So Alfie Garrett leads. Then it's Toby Cannon, Ansel in that number 96, Ethan Lloyd in 4th, Xavier Ramsey in the 14 in 5th, Noah Wicklow in 6th, and Logan Stanley Jones in 7th. Although I say that, I think I just saw RBJ Stubbs trying to put a move through Cafe Corner on Jones. Wicklow and Jones there. Although, sorry, Jones hasn't been passed by Stubbs then, because Jones is following Wicklow through. So he was able to stave off that particular attempt from LBJ Stubbs. 3 minutes plus a lap to go in this one. As they come round Hanger Corner. Wicklow taking a slightly shallower line to try and prevent a move, but the move happens anyway, round the outside from Logan Stanley Jones. What a move there by the driver of the 73. And Wicklow did everything right in terms of line, at least, to defend, but Jones just went, okay, I'll hold the faster line, I'll hold the higher speed round the outside, and I'll get myself round. That was a lovely move from the driver of the number 73. As we're looking here at Noah Wicklow on the tail now of Logan Stanley Jones. Wicklow will surely feel that he has the pace to potentially counter-attack in the next few laps. And there's the 11 of Kane Langley with pressure from Daniel Stangerine. Brilliant race this has been. It's always been a battle out there, no matter where you look. So this is Oscar Church's Kane Langley and Daniel Stangerine. They're battling over 9th, 10th and 11th respectively in the 18, the 11 and the 22. Church is going defensive towards the Stratford hairpin. Takes a nice line out of it though, gets good drive there. Kane Langley in the 11, and as I say, the 22 is Daniel Stangerine as they come through the Bruno chicane. And, like a good battle as well between... Actually, yeah, that is a good battle there. William Crombie versus Theo Jepson we just saw. There is a battle for the lead. Just behind this 3, there is a battle for the lead in IARMI Water Swift restricted class as well. You could just see it at the back of your shot there. Ansel here defending now against Toby Cannon, and that is because he's got by on Toby Cannon in that lap. So there's been a change for second place. So here's the streaming cards, and there you could just see, I think that's Theo Jepson past William Crombie in the lead for IARMI Water Swift restricted there. Possibly be able to catch it on one of the longer shots. The battle for second place overall comes through the Bruno chicane. There was the battle between the likes of Churches, Langley and Stangerine. Side by side they're going here as Toby Cannon prizes open the door on Ansel, and then that's going to slow Ansel up and allow Ethan Lloyd down the inside as well in the 66. And once again Xavier Ramsey there, always looking for the opportunity to pick up a position, but it doesn't quite work out that time. Change again for the lead in IARMI Water Swift restricted. William Crombie and Theo Jepson swapping positions lap by lap here as we are on the penultimate tour of the circuit. You just saw them in that shot as we cut away, as there is Toby Cannon leading this battle over second place through the hairpin. Into the Bruno chicane they go, and then comes all the other battles. Through Hanger Corner they'll go then. Into Wilkins once again. No opportunities there, but no, Ethan Lloyd ahead of them has prized open the door and is through on Toby Cannon. So change for second place as we come on to the final lap. Alfie Garrett leads, Ethan Lloyd in second, Toby Cannon in third. And they're still battling away in IARMI Water Swift restricted. It's close between William Crombie and Theo Jepson out there. There they are, you just saw them coming into shot once again there. Toby Cannon now in third place, under a lot of pressure from Ansel on this final lap. It looks like Ethan Lloyd has enough in hand to retain that second place as they come through the Bruno chicane. And down this back straight, Hanger straight. But Alfie Garrett, we've got to keep an eye on the start-finish straight. He's controlled this well as Ansel goes down the inside for third place. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Alfie Garrett takes the checkered flag, and it's going to be Ethan Lloyd who takes second place. And Xavier Ramsey comes to the fore. They must have all held each other up on the exit of Wilkins, because Xavier Ramsey comes home to finish third. Brilliant stuff from our Micromax. And then William Crombie crosses the line. It's so close for Army Water Swift Restricted. Less than a tenth and a half between him and Theo Jepson. What a battle in Army Water Swift Restricted we've had out there on circuit. Brilliant stuff from Army Water Swift Restricted class. Thoroughly looking forward to the final for that one. But we're going to look ahead now to our Heat 2 race for the next class out on circuit, and that is going to be Senior Max. Let's take you through the grid then for our Senior Max Heat 2 race. Zaki Hussein will start this one on pole position. Morgan Hudson-Brown on second, is second on the grid. Elliot Thomas and James Parrish on row 2. Then it's Lewis Wild and Billy Edgecombe on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Marcus King and William Young. Then it's Harry Pullen and James Kacholik to round out the top 10. Sam Halle-Hinksman, debutant in Super 1 this year, and round 11 winner, starts 11th with Harry Hurst-Grover alongside him. Then it's John Hobbs and Paul Janes on row 7, Zach Fletcher and Tom Taylor on row number 8, George Sanders and Sky Fraser on row 9, and the 20-kart grid rounded out on row 10 by Salvador Newman and Alfie Baron-Oxbury. That's how they round up, that's how they line up even for Heat 2 of round 12 of Senior Road Tax for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2024 here at Shenington Kart Club, just to the northwest of Banbury in Oxfordshire, England. Myself, Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media, in the comms position for you to talk you through the action on your Alpha Live broadcast. And we're now getting, I promise we haven't set it up this way, folks, but as we get to the latter races, we're getting into the ones that are more open still in the championship. So this is still a three-way battle between Zaki Hussein, George Sanders and Billy Edgecombe. And that's what we need to keep an eye on as they start the race. Zaki Hussein leads them away. They caught me on the hop then, did these Senior Rotax cards. Zaki Hussein leads them through Cafe Corner for the first time. But those are the three names to bear in mind with regards to championship permutations. It is George Sanders who sits in the pound seats, by the way. He didn't make too much progress up the order, as that looked like a moment round. We've got the 69, the 73 involved as well. So that was John Hobbs in the 69, James Kacholik in the 73. And I'm going to have to double check who the other driver was involved in that one, as we're looking here at James Parrish making some progress up the order. Zaki Hussein leads at the end of that one, then Morgan Hudson-Brown, and thought it was William Young. William Young, James Kacholik and John Hobbs all involved in incidents there up at Stratford Hairpin. I believe they've all been able to continue. So Zaki Hussein leads, Morgan Hudson-Brown in second, James Parrish in third, Billy Edgecombe in fourth and Lewis Wild in fifth. As that is a move of Paul Janes on Harry Pullen there. That was a nice little move there for him. And Elliot Thomas, Elliot Thomas still having a few transponder issues. Yeah, he's actually in fourth place, so that's Billy Edgecombe in fifth. There is Elliot Thomas in the 37, challenging James Parrish in the 43 kart. As Zaki Hussein leads, and he is the driver. So Zaki Hussein comes in to today in third place effectively in the championship. Every single race and round counts because he missed the first two rounds, so he has no drop scores to lean back on, has Zaki Hussein. George Sanders comes into today with the best score. He leads the points. So he comes into today on 11.39. That's 1,139 points for George Sanders. Billy Edgecombe is on 1118 as it currently stands, and Zaki Hussein is on 1072. Now that sounds like quite a gap between Hussein and Sanders, but Hussein's consistent scoreline in the latter half of the season means that, and because his drop scores are already taken account of, means it could all just come good for him in the final for Zaki. So I'm going to have to watch intently what the result is of this heat. It's not going to get decided in this race, but they are literally on the road at the moment in inverse order to how they are in the championship. Hussein is third in the championship but leads. Edgecombe is second in the championship but is fifth. And George Sanders, currently down in 12th place in the 56 car, leads the points. So it's just all closing up nicely here. It will not get determined in this heat race. It's all going to come down to the final. Another fastest lap from Zaki Hussein, but he is being kept honest by Morgan Hudson-Brown. Out there, just out my window, you can see Tom Taylor and Paul James having a great battle, but we're looking here at Billy Edgecombe firing a move down the inside of Elliot Thomas, and that is for 4th place for the driver in the 21. This is exactly what Edgecombe needs to do. Now set about trying to apply pressure to James Parrish, as they head into Wilkins. Through Cafe Corner comes the lead battle. Zaki Hussein there in the 13. You can see how much pressure Hudson-Brown is bringing to bear, and actually it's been a very good last lap for Morgan Hudson-Brown. Hussein may have the fastest lap of the race, but that was a personal best from Hudson-Brown last time to bring himself onto the back. Elliot Thomas has a think about pulling alongside Billy Edgecombe, but thinks better of it for now. Back with the lead battle through the Bruno chicane. Zaki Hussein still leads, but he can feel the pressure here. This is, frankly, a pressure brought to bear in a way. But this weekend, as I say, that fantastic run of 4 rounds in a row that Zaki Hussein won every single race in this class, that was broken up yesterday in changeable conditions. But what was interesting, or what was always going to be interesting about this class, is when we return to dry conditions as were forecast today, were we going to see a return to form from Zaki Hussein at the front of the field? Now, let's make no mistake about it, he's currently leading, but he's being kept really honest at the front of this field in a way that I don't think, hopefully he doesn't mind me playing it down like this, in a way that I don't think we've seen so much in the last few rounds before this weekend. Lewis Wild with the new fastest lap of the race. That's as he tries to chase down Elliot Thomas. He's also got Marcus King with him applying a lot of pressure. George Sanders, your championship leader coming into today, still down in 12th place in that number 56. Through pit bend they come. The leaders go through Stratford hairpin for the 8th time in this race. Bit of a wide line from Billy Edgecombe there. But and that was the other significant thing of that last lap, by the way. Billy Edgecombe through on James Parrish, so the 21 now ahead of the 43. Plenty of change then going on throughout the field here, actually. And Harry Pullen got by Tom Taylor last lap as well to bring himself into the top 10, as there is a move from James Parrish to counter-attack. And now look at Hudson-Brown really applying the pressure. Couldn't quite pull alongside and fire a move at the inside of Cafe Corner. But this is not going to be an easy one for Hussein to hold on to here. James Parrish up to 3rd place, as I say. And Elliot Thomas currently showing on your timing as 4th, but he's clearly there behind Edgecombe and Lewis Wild. So Elliot Thomas down in 5th place net. And Marcus King on the back of this as well. So there's James Parrish, Billy Edgecombe. Then it's Lewis Wild in the 89 there. Then it's Elliot Thomas in the 37. And then it's Marcus King. That is how that goes. And the checkered flag is out. And Zaki Hussein takes the win in Senior Rotax for Heat 2. And Morgan Hudson-Brown finishes 2nd. James Parrish in 3rd. Billy Edgecombe in 4th. Lewis Wild in 5th. And Marcus King, Elliot Thomas in 5th. And Marcus King in 6th. Apologies, folks. That one, that must have been very close with the checkered flag. And I think that might be evidenced by, I think some of our leaders have gone round, but it was the checkered flag. Zaki Hussein was your winner. Morgan Hudson-Brown is second. Then it was James Parrish, Billy Edgecombe. Then it was Lewis Wald. Then it was Elliot Thomas. And then Marcus King. That was your top 7, I believe. Then it was Paul Janes, Sam Halle-Hinksman. And George Sanders did make positions up at the end there, rounding out the top 10. I say that provisionally. A few things with transponders to be worked out. Results.alpha timing for the confirmed results. But that sees our championship battle get even closer as we head towards the final, so we'll look forward to that. Right now, though, we look ahead to our Heat 2 race for IAMI M1. Let's take you through the grid then as the mechanics and helpers come out onto the circuit for our young drivers in IAMI M1. Ralph Martin starts this one from pole position. Freddie Baker alongside him. Ollie West and Oliver Woodall are on row 2, with Patrick Wood and Bodie Batch, your round 11 winner, on row 3. Mickey Gonzalez and Heath Smith are next, and then Seth State Mackey and Arthur Bowers are on row 5 to round out our top 10. Buster Scott and Leo Harang are next, and then on row 7 we will find Teddy Smith and Logan Edwards. Presley Knight and Jensen James Williams, the latter of whom will be hoping for a better time of it after coming to a stop towards the start of Heat 1. They are on row 8, and then it's Arthur Rhodes and Harley Bebb on row number 9. The top 20 rounded out by Freddie Dye and Elijah Sang. Hugh Riley and Sebastian Talbot are on row 11, with row 12 occupied by Archie Ashworth and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite. Then on row 13 it'll be Noah Myberg and Etienne Gardner. Daniel Genoff and Reggie Peters are on row 14. Ethan Hume and Nicholas Answer on row 15. And then rounding out a 31 car grid is the 71 of Oliver Yap. It looks like we may already have a driver pulling off to driver's right. I'm not sure if that's for it might be a bit of a kart issue there. Have to wait and see. But just to stress again, championship done and dusted here. Freddie Baker was able to round this up back at Wilton Mill. So it's all about just enjoying the racing today for our IAMI M1s and determining any of the remaining outstanding positions, of course, in the championship. Everyone will come into today with an eye on where they'd like to finish. It is actually quite an intense battle for second place, actually. You've got several drivers going after that one, of whom one of them is our pole sitter Ralph Martin, as we are going to get ready here for the start of the race in IAMI M1. Eyes on the lights and away we go. Ralph Martin will lead them away for IAMI M1. It's a decent start from the pole sitter as they head towards Park Bend. Freddie Baker slots into second place, or does he slot into second place? He's going for it into Cafe Corner immediately, and he's not quite made it stick as Ralph Martin hangs on to it through Pit Bend. Behind them, Ollie West and Oliver Woodall do battle as they head onto the Stratford Straight towards the first major braking zone. Oliver Woodall down the inside of Ollie West there to take third place, as we look to see that they all get through cleanly, which it looks like they do. But here's the challenge for the lead. Ralph Martin has lost out there. That looks like Ollie West going by to me. We'll have to check that as they're coming down the back straight. Indeed, it is Ollie West who's by on Ralph Martin, and is that for? It is for the overall lead. So that's not gone well for Freddie Baker. He's lost out heavily there. There must have been something that held him up through the Bruno chicanes or some part of the lap round there, because Ollie West finds himself at the lead of the race at the end of lap number 1. Ralph Martin in second, Oliver Woodall in third, Patrick Wood, Bodie Batch, Mickey Gonzalez, and then Freddie Baker in 7th place, Buster Scott, Heath Smith and Leo Harang to round out that top 10. So dramatic first lap there for Freddie Baker. Dramatic lap for Ollie West as well. Got himself up into first place. Oh, and there's a moment there. Oh, that's the 36 of Patrick Wood off into the tyres, and we just sort of caught the end of that on the edge of the shot. But that's well, as I say, we've seen several drivers already, and it is a hazard around this circuit to ride up onto the curves, particularly on the exit of that corner, as now Ralph Martin is challenging Ollie West for the lead of this race. Oliver Woodall looking for a line on the inside as well, and it is Ralph Martin through and up into the lead of the race in a nice little move that began on the hanger straight with a good drive off of the Bruno chicane for the driver of the number 32. Ollie West managing to hold off the attack from Oliver Woodall, and if anything, Woodall under a bit more pressure from a fast-charging Mickey Gonzalez, who has just set the fastest lap of the race there. Going to pull alongside Ollie West now, and Mickey Gonzalez will try and set himself up for a move on the former race leader, but holds station for now in 4th place. Great form from Mickey Gonzalez today, I have to say. Definitely getting stuck in some really good battles at the sharp end of the field. Ralph Martin leads then, having regained it, regained the position in which he started this race. Ollie West now passed by Oliver Woodall as well, so Woodall through into second. 3 wide here into Wilkins. Mickey Gonzalez is going to have the inside, and he passes Ollie West and Oliver Woodall. Ollie West and Oliver Woodall side by side on corner exit, but there they both got by Woodall in the end there. So all change here, although West was able to get by on Gonzalez, get Gonzalez back again, and all of this is allowing Ralph Martin to pull out a bit of a gap at the head of the field. Ralph Martin now leading by over a second. I know timing shows just under a second, but he'll have gained a bit more as they were battling through that Cafe Corner complex. There's Ralph Martin who leads. Ollie West has fought himself back up to second place there. Then it's Mickey Gonzalez, Oliver Woodall, Bodie Batch, Freddie Baker, Buster Scott, Heath Smith, Leo Harang and Logan Edwards. Just to clarify, Patrick Wood, who we saw going off into the tyres, still circulating. He's in 20th place. As down the inside there goes Mickey Gonzalez on Bodie Batch, who had got by on him earlier in the lap, and now Freddie Baker getting stuck in side by side with Bodie Batch. The 92 versus the 88 as Ollie West pulls into turn number 1. I think the 88 is going to retain that. Yes, Bodie Batch hangs on there versus Freddie Baker, and Buster Scott in the 85 is ready to get stuck into this as well at the back of this pack. You can see him there. Ollie West in the 24, then it's Oliver Woodall in the 41, Mickey Gonzalez in the 22, and Freddie Baker in the 92 down the inside of the 88 of Bodie Batch there into the Stratford hairpin. Mickey Gonzalez pulls alongside Ollie West. How are they going to shake out into the chicane? That's a lovely move from Mickey Gonzalez, and round there goes Buster Scott in the 85 from the back of the pack. And was there some contact there, because Bodie Batch clearly looking over his shoulder there, but I wonder what led to that. That was an unusual place to see Scott go round. Meanwhile, Freddie Baker down the inside of Ollie West here. Ollie West has been involved in so many battles so far, and Freddie Baker through and up into 4th place now, and already eyeing up Mickey Gonzalez, who himself is challenging Oliver Woodall for 2nd place. The lead now out to 1.7 seconds in Ralph Martin's favour at this now overcast Shenington circuit, I should be clear. It's not quite the blue skies and sunshine we had this morning, but still no rain forecast as it stands at the moment. Going 3 wide almost on the exit here between Freddie Baker and the 92, Mickey Gonzalez and then Oliver Woodall, but the first 2 choosing to back out of it. They knew that going into the Bruno chicane 3 wide was very likely to end suboptimally, let's say, as they come onto the hanger straight, but it's allowed Oliver Woodall to gain a bit of a gap over them, and Freddie Baker now battling away with Mickey Gonzalez. Mickey Gonzalez hung out to drive. Freddie Baker goes wide on the entry, and it allows Ollie West in the 24 through. Brilliantly read by the driver of the number 24. Lovely stuff from Ollie West, and he finds himself back up into 3rd place. This is frantic stuff, but brilliant stuff from my Army M1s. Mickey Gonzalez holding off Freddie Baker now through Cafe Corner, and it's Bodie Batch on the rear of this pack as well. Don't forget, battles going on throughout the field as well. Patrick Wood on that recovery driving the number 36 has just got by on Presley Knight. That was for 18th place. Nicholas Answer has just got by on Archie Ashworth there, having an exchange of positions every single lap. Freddie Baker now having a look at Ollie West into the Bruno chicanes and through. That was a late move to the inside from Freddie Baker, but he's through and up into 3rd place now it is. I believe. Yes, it is, because there is Oliver Woodall in the 41 in 2nd. Then it's Freddie Baker in 3rd. And now Mickey Gonzalez back down the inside at Wilkins. The 22 past the 24 of Ollie West. And another change of positions there. Gonzalez then in 4th place. Ralph Martin leading by 2 seconds now. He's controlling this one brilliantly. Oliver Woodall in 2nd. Fastest lap of the race from Freddie Baker, and so you can see he's challenging the 41 of Woodall now. Freddie Baker looking to get up to 2nd place. The door will be left open, it seems, from Woodall, and down the inside goes Baker, unless Woodall has a response on the exit. He does have a response. Is it enough? They're going to be side by side down the runway straight, heading towards the chicane, but Freddie Baker will sweep round the outside on the entry into the Bruno chicane and hold on to his newly obtained second place. Lovely exchange here. The last lap board will be shown next time around to Ralph Martin, who we haven't seen too much of this race, but that is testament to how well he's been controlling it at the front. Mickey Gonzalez to the inside on Ollie West again there to try and get back fourth place. He's trying to wrestle back that place because West got by on him earlier on in the lap whilst we were looking at the battle over second place. Last lap board is out there. They're side by side basically for fourth place between West and Gonzalez onto this last lap. It goes the way of West as they go into Cafe Corner. There is Ralph Martin. Then it's Freddie Baker and Oliver Woodall. How well has this young man been driving today? There's Freddie Baker now with a few kart lengths over Oliver Woodall, and then this battle over fourth place still to be decided because Mickey Gonzalez gets a little bit of an overlap coming out of the corner. How good is his pace down the straight? He has to back out of it and keep his powder dry for now. Don't count out Bodie Batch as well. Round 11 winner from yesterday. We heard it from him during the lunch break, and he was in the position that this young man was in. That this young man is in right now. Ralph Martin will round Wilkins and take the win in what has been a highly competitive Heat 2 here in Miami M1. Freddie Baker finishes second, and there is a good result there for Oliver Woodall in third. He might punch the air there. That was a brilliant drive there to third place. Mickey Gonzalez in fourth. Bodie Batch beats Ollie West at the end there for fifth place. So it's he in fifth and Ollie West in sixth. And then, as you may have seen, there was yet another battle going on behind them. Arthur Bowers finishing in seventh, just ahead of Buster Scott, Heath Smith, Leo Harang rounding out the top 10, ahead of Logan Edwards, just ahead of Daniel Genoff in 12th. Patrick Wood, some 4.5 seconds down the road, but I think can be happy with that recovery drive considering how the issue that he had up at the Stratford hairpin, ahead of Seth State Mackey in 14th. And I'm going to round out the order to round out the top 15. It was Jensen James Williams having a better time of it this heat than last. Wow, that's Miami M1. We're going to be back with them later for the final. Right now, though, we're going to look ahead to Heat 2 for Rotax 177. Let's take you through the grid then for Rotax 177. It's going to be Shane Collins who starts this one on pole position ahead of Luke Oliver. Scott Smith and Ian Bramfield are on row 2 with Oliver Hutchings and Stephen Horner on row number 3. Row 4 is Andy Ward and Mark Gillibrand, and then Ben Johnson rounds out the 9-kart grid. As a reminder, Heat 1 was won earlier by Shane Collins, and this, by my maths, is the closest of the championship battles that we have still on. The grid may only be 9 karts, folks, but as you saw earlier, that does not deny us any entertainment because they were locked in battle throughout the whole of the race. Now, let's just talk through it then. The points leader by my maths at the moment, well, coming into today, Luke Oliver was the points leader by 3 points. He had 1184 over Shane Collins' 1181 and Scott Smith's 1175. Those are the 3 drivers I identified as being mathematically in the hunt for the championship. Ian Bramfield, by the way, he's had a solid season, make no mistake about that. And there's a wave from Johnny. Hi, Johnny, on the camera. In the middle of the track, one of the Alpha Live camera crew working to bring you these fantastic pictures around this Shenington Kart Club here in northwest Oxfordshire. But yeah, Ian Bramfield was just mathematically out of it by my maths. Stephen Horner was just mathematically out of it. I think if he had have won everything today, he would have scored one. Oh no, excuse me. He was a little further back, wasn't he? Yes, sorry. Ian Bramfield, sorry, this is what happens when I try and read a spreadsheet live. Ian Bramfield was just outside of contention for the championship coming into today. The max he would have scored if he'd won everything was 1180, and that magic score that Luke Oliver was sat on was 1184. Okay, so 1184, and then it's 1181 for Shane Collins and Scott Smith 1175. Now the way that they finished early was perfect because it's closed it up even more between Shane Collins and Luke Oliver, and actually Scott Smith is still in contention as well. So get this, if Shane were to win the next 2 races, he would score 1,200 points, right? 1,200 points, nice round number. If Luke Oliver wins the remaining 2 races in this class, he would score 1199 points. And if Scott were to win the other 2 races, he would score 1196. So that is 4 points, basically, that separate the potential permutations that these drivers could have. It is too close to call between those 3 drivers, and happily enough, they start in the top 3 on the grid as well, with Ian Bramfield, who, as I say, was only just mathematically out of it as well coming into today, starting 4th on the grid. And obviously, he's got nothing to lose. He would dearly like to get 2nd in the championship, or 3rd, right? So this is, as I say, the fact that it's a 9-kart grid is irrelevant. It has been fantastic battling throughout the season, and I think we're in for a treat now, as there's just a little break as we wait for Rotax 177 to go out onto the track. Do hope you're enjoying this this Alpha Live broadcast. I know you'll enjoy the Rotax 177s, which was what I was about to say. But this Alpha Live broadcast of round 12 of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series, with myself, Howard Mitchell, in the comms position. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and this is a good one. I'm loving how we are rounding out this season. We're doing it in style, I think, with some fantastic races so far. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage. Don't forget, you can follow all of the broadcasted action this season by subscribing to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Plenty of content that they have for you there, not least the even-numbered rounds from throughout this season, and indeed seasons previous. So there's plenty of action. Obviously, it's a relatively early time for a championship to be wrapping up. You know, we're just in the latter part of August now. So you're like, what do I do with the SuperOne off-season? The answer is, have you missed any of the racing action? In which case, go back and enjoy it. We have been around some of the premier venues in the UK here this season, as we always do in this SuperOne series. So much history to it in SuperOne. So many great drivers who have competed in this series. As the Rotax 177 pack come out onto the circuit. So I don't think anything's going to get determined in terms of championship results. I suppose if Scott Smith has a really bad race, he might put himself in a position where he simply can't score enough points to overhaul either Luke Oliver or Shane Collins. Ian Bramfield, as I say, all things I say are provisional, but Ian Bramfield being out of points contention does feel really surprising given just how consistent a championship he's had. But he's only had the 1 heat win in all of this, and I think that's the reason he can't quite score enough to overhaul today. Here we go then, 7 minutes plus a lap for Heat 2 as Shane Collins leads them away into Park Bend for the first time in this Heat 2 race. And they're all through nice and easily enough. Luke Oliver holding on for 2nd place, but Scott Smith slotting into 3rd place, as they head towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Ian Bramfield holding off Oliver Hutchings in a resumption of a battle that we saw from them really all the way through Heat 1 as they come through the Bruno chicane for the first time. Virtually no field spread, all cleanly executed so far on this first lap. Ian Bramfield is wise to the attack from behind, keeps his kart nice and shallow enough, although there is an opportunity that's come the way of Oliver Hutchings there, as he's going to have to go the long way round though. And that's Hutchings through on Bramfield. It's a bit of an unusual one, I have to say. Shane Collins leads though, with Luke Oliver in 2nd, Scott Smith in 3rd, Oliver Hutchings now up into 4th ahead of Ian Bramfield. Stephen Horner in 6th, Mark Gillibrand in 7th ahead of Ben Johnson and Andy Ward. That's how they all line up, and as you can see, there's virtually, there is nobody who's not in a battle, which is exactly what we saw in heat number 1. I'll correct that slightly. Oh, and there's change for the lead. That was Luke Oliver through on Shane Collins. Apologies, I think we just picked up the end of that, or certainly I did. That was through for Luke Oliver and up into the lead of this race. for the number 97. Now then, what kind of pace has Luke Oliver got under him to try and stretch his legs at the front of the field as there's a mechanical flag, the infamous meatball flag, the orange disc on a black background shown for Mark Gillibrand, and that means he's going to have to report to the pit lane. And might that be why? That is a little bit, presumably, of the number 18's kart, which is notably not affixed to the number 18. So, Luke Oliver now in first place. Indeed, a chain guard, I think it was, from that number 18 kart. So, top 3 in the championship. There is the response from Scott Smith. I was literally about to pose the question, what will Scott Smith do in this situation? The answer is he responds with the fastest lap of the race. And he's brought himself onto the back of Shane Collins. So here you go. First, second and third in the championship, in the order that they are in the championship as well. Although Shane Collins back through, Shane Collins back through as I was just looking away to do some quick maths in the championship. They've gone and made it invalid again now. Shane Collins is back through into the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff here. This is what we were hoping for on the last day of the championship. We've had fantastic racing from all of our classes, but this one is where there is a championship on the line. As I say, we won't be able to lock in definitive scores until the final because of the way that the drop score system works. But as there's the black flag being shown for Mark Gillibrand, who needs to report, presumably hasn't reported yet for that mechanical. So then, I'm going to try and do quick maths here whilst looking at the other screen. Stick with me, folks. Shane Collins still leading then. Luke Oliver in second. Scott Smith now applying the pressure from behind. If they were to finish like this and go on to finish like this in the final as well, and I have to extrapolate forward and predict a final score as well, as I say, to bring the drop score determination into play, then it would be Shane Collins who won this championship. He would do so by 4 points if he was able to do that. Obviously that's very, very much getting ahead of myself here. But he is starting to stretch his legs at the head of the field here. If you're Scott Smith, I think you have to go for the attack here, though. He needs to start finishing ahead of his two championship rivals, because he comes into this today mathematically the outside chance. Oliver Hutchings and Ian Bramfield still having a sterling battle for fourth place, by the way. Can't take away from that. And don't forget, they're trying to settle various different championship scores. Ian Bramfield still in good standing to potentially pip one of the top three into one of the top three championship positions if one of them goes on to have a poor final, bearing in mind the bigger points are on offer in the final, right? That's where it will have more effect. 60 points on offer for the winner of the final, 34 points on offer for the heat race. And there's a bigger difference as well between first, second and third in that final. So the points in the finals go 60, 58, 56 for that top three, whereas in the heat it's just 1 point that separates them. So it goes 34, 33, 32. So it is more significant the order that this top three are in the final than it is in the heat, because it's 2 points for every position there rather than one. I hope you're all following. Shane Collins is doing the right thing right now, just keeping Luke Oliver and Scott Smith at arm's length. Stephen Horner, by the way, coming up onto the back of that Hutchings-Bramfield battle as well. Mark Gillibrand has now gone into the pits. Just saw that a few moments ago out of my comms box window, so that's why he's dropping down the order. 30 seconds plus a lap to go. I think if Scott Smith wants to realistically keep himself in within a shout of the championship, He's got to get by on Luke Oliver here. I don't think that technically puts him out mathematically, but given the form we've seen from these drivers, you know, he's got to start taking the fight to the two ahead of him. He really needs something to happen. When I say something to happen, I mean he really needs to get past at least one of them here and hope that they both have a bad time of it in the final race, which frankly, obviously given their form, is unlikely. So Scott Smith really needs to change the order here. Just seeing if he finishes in first. Yeah, if he finishes first here, Scott Smith, and first in the final, he would still be missing out on the... if Scott Smith won and Shane Collins and Luke Oliver were second and third respectively in both of the next two races, he still wouldn't have done enough. So Scott Smith's still in this mathematically, but he needs one of these two who are currently sat ahead of him to not be in those positions in the final. Let's focus on this man here though. Final lap, Shane Collins is doing everything he can do to put one hand on that Rotax 177 trophy. He's paving the way for a seriously close run to the championship in the final later on. Shane Collins will take the win for Heat 2 ahead of Luke Oliver. Scott Smith in third. Ian Bramfield just pips Oliver Hutchings on that last lap to fourth. After race-long battle, two race-long battle actually, because they were doing that in Heat 1 as well. Stephen Horner in sixth. Then it's Andy Ward and Ben Johnson. Mark Gillibrand's race, unfortunately, seriously compromised by having to visit the pit lane with a missing chain guard, we think it was, we saw out on track. It is game on for the championship when we next see that class out on circuit. Going to be highly entertaining. We've got one more heat race to go, though, and that's another one where the championship's still open. It's Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid then for Junior Max Heat 2. Riley Bishop starts this one on pole position. Emily Cotty alongside him on the front row. Harris Roberts and Lucas Blanford on row 2. Owen Keenan and Albert Wilton on row 3. Row 4 is where we will find Lewis Holt and Archie Flint. Then it's Tom Holden and Toby Dukes on row 5. Ben Horner and Finley Hands are next. And then on row 7, it's Jack Dimbleby and Jasmine Taylor. There they are. Row 8 with Max Rowley and Max Graytrix has Eddie Stewart and Rory Hinkley on row 9. Behind them, Kieran Denyer and Oliver Lomax round out the top 20. Sam Flynn and Freddie Snelling on row 11. And then it's Archie Doherty and Daniel Callahan on row 12. Row 13 is where we find Karthik Kometa and John Richardson. Alex McCulloch and Callum Ghosh are row 14. And Ben Brock rounds out the 29 kart grid for this second heat. And this one was the one I couldn't do the maths with during the lunch break. So I'm going to try and do it live whilst the race is going on, because that sounds easy. 29 karts though, looking to maximise their points and optimise their grid position ahead of the finals for round 12. Riley Bishop will lead them away on to lap number 1, and it's a strong start from both sides of the grid as they peel through the first couple of corners. Out of Cafe Corner they come. It's still Riley Bishop in the lead. Emily Cotty in second as they head towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Everyone slotting into position across the top 4 or 5. But we've got a few drivers off there. That is the 64 of Jack Dimbleby off, and that's going to be disappointing for him because he was starting relatively decent position of 13th on this grid. He's off into the tyres now. I have to say, he looked absolutely fine. Just frustration really, as down the inside for second place goes Lucas Blanford, as behind him Harris Roberts has the close attentions of Owen Keenan, as they come on to lap number 2 then. As I say, the 59 of Lucas Blanford was down the inside of Emily Cotty for second place at the end of that lap. So I'm going to furiously just try and quickly type in the results that we saw from Heat 1. And it is still open at the moment. between Emily Cotty and Ben Horner. As I say, Riley Bishop, as we were saying at the start of today, largely out of it now from a championship perspective. Or sorry, not largely, he is mathematically out of it now from a championship perspective. But Ben Horner is going to have to move himself up the field here in order to keep himself in the fight. This slightly helps him though. That is Owen Keenan and Albert Wilton going down the inside of Emily Cotty there. And now you have the two championship protagonists lying astern. Emily Cotty in the 7, and there is the 12 of Ben Horner. Ben Horner, if he's going to keep his championship hopes alive, he's going to have to get by on Emily Cotty here. As long as Emily stays ahead of him, then he cannot win this championship. So that is key right now for the championship standings in this battle over 6th place between the 7 and the 12 of Ben Horner. Riley Bishop leads, Lucas Blanford in 2nd, Harris Roberts in 3rd, Owen Keenan, Albert Wilton your top 5, but the battle for 6th is the key one, and there is Ben Horner down the inside of Emily Cotty, but she's going to fight back on corner exit, and the 22 of Archie Flint is going to look to buy into this as well. This is a key moment here for Ben Horner if he's going to keep the championship hopes alive, and that looked like Tom Holden taking the opportunity to get by on Archie Flint. It's still Cotty ahead of Horner. Horner, though, sees the gap. Down the inside at Wilkins he goes, and that's crucial for Ben Horner to get by on Emily Cotty there. 4 minutes plus a lap to go, and now he needs to carry on that charge. He has to carry on that charge now because it's not going to be enough. I'm just going to check here. It's getting tighter and tighter for him. He is very much in this hunt. Let's see, if he finished 6th and she finished 7th, as we're looking at Harris Roberts battling away with Albert Wilton there out of the Stratford hairpin. It will go down to the final like this at the moment. Cotty now sees the gap down the inside at Wilkins, and she returns the favour from a lap ago. Brilliant move by Emily Cotty, back past Ben Horner and up into 6th place. This is key here. As I say, they'd have to finish quite far apart here for anything to get determined. I think it would have to be some kind of drama for Ben. But as I say, he is the one who comes into today behind on points. Cotty came into today with the advantage. Plenty of battling going on elsewhere, I have to say as well. Tom Holden, he's been racing so well this season. On the tail of this battle as well now. Ben Horner, you can see, really desperate to try and get by, but Cotty held the door closed throughout the braking zone for that corner. Behind them, look at this. This is the battle. That is the battle between the likes of Finley Hands and Jasmine Taylor as well, doing battle there. Fantastic battling, and that's Riley Bishop off wide out of Stratford, and that's going to allow Lucas Blanford through for the lead. Drama throughout the field here at Shenington in our junior road tax. Riley Bishop, he's going to be able to keep circulating, I reckon, but just went wide out of Stratford corner and kissed the tyres. Slowing down his momentum and allowing Blanford through immediately. Owen Keenan with the fastest lap of the race as well, don't forget, will be looking for any opportunity to get by, and crucially that is Tom Holden through on Ben Horner as well, so Horner down another position now, which is going to upset his bid for the championship here. We know Ben Horner has good pace here. He was our winner in the final here yesterday. Different conditions though. They had some damp races, did our junior road taxes yesterday. Into the Bruno chicane comes the battle for 6th place, and quite a battle it is becoming now. It's Cotty, Holden, Horner, Finley Hands, Jasmine Taylor, Archie Flint, Eddie Stewart. They're all part of this pack. As once again into Wilkins, Ben Horner now trying around the outside of Tom Holden, and there's contact. And what has that meant for the two of them? Tom Holden's losing momentum. He had to go over the grass. Ben Horner's losing out positions as well. He's still in this pack, but he's dropping towards the back of it. And that's allowed Emily Cotty to break away as well. This could be crucial here in determining who comes out as the champion in junior Rotax come the end of today. There is the 19 of Rory Hinckley trying to get stuck in at the back of this pack. But where has Ben? He's dropped down to 11th now. in that exchange. Let's put that back into the spreadsheet and see where that leaves us. Whoa, that would mean... Oh, Ben Horner's got to move up. He's got to move up the field here. He has got to move up the field here. He would need to go out and win the final. And I think... who would win on countback? I think he'd win on countback. I think he's just in by the skin of his teeth at the moment, is the number 12. We're looking there at the lead battle, which, by the way, is fantastic as well. Lucas Blanford leading against Riley Bishop. They'll see the last lap board next time around. Through Wilkins Corner they go. Owen Keenan has been looming large in the at the rear of these two carts as well throughout. Onto the last lap. We've got a battle for the lead on our hands, everybody. Lucas Blanford in the 59. Riley Bishop, who was leading this race until an unforced error out of Stratford Corner. Towards Stratford Hairpin they come. And Ben Horner, he has made up a position. He's up past Finley Hands now. So he is just about keeping himself in this championship hunt out there, is Ben Horner. It is going to go to the final unless there's a big drama in the last few corners. What about a big drama for the lead of the race? Lucas Blanford has rounded the final major opportunity for Riley Bishop. He's going to have to keep it tight towards the line. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Lucas Blanford holds on to the win in Heat 2 by 77 thousandths of a second from Riley Bishop. Owen Keenan in third, Albert Wilton in fourth, fifth for Harris Roberts. Emily Cotty finishes sixth ahead of Jasmine Taylor in seventh, Tom Holden in eighth. Ben Horner makes it up to ninth in the end, and I think that just about keeps himself in with the championship hunt. Finley Hands rounds out the top 10 in what was a frenetic and highly entertaining Junior Max final there. We are, of course, going to have to wait for the confirmed result through on that one. But if I'm just provisionally putting the results in for our two championship protagonists, then Ben Horner has kept himself inside mathematical chance of winning this one. But my goodness me, how entertaining was that? Right, that was the end of our heat races here for round 12. In just a moment's time, we will be going live with our finals races, and it will kick off with the finals race for C50 Bambino. Into our finals then here for round 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, coming to you live from Shenington in northwest Oxfordshire, England. Let's take you through the grid for Bambino C50s, who will be racing for 9 minutes plus a lap now it is for the finals now that we're out of the heats. Will Wainwright starts this one on pole position. Logan Hodgetts alongside. Henry Hales and Benjamin Schlivar are on row 2. Calman Simon and Jesse Bailey on row number 3. Wraith Owen and Hendrix Fallat are next on row 4. Santo Amico and Harry Wass round out the top 10. And Arthur Bowers rounds out the 11-car grid for Bambino C50. That's how they line up for the trophy final. The final of this 2024 season in Bambino C50. Well, 9 minutes plus a lap, as I say now, for all of these classes to round out the final round of what has been a superb 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Alpha Live bringing you the live pictures and broadcast. And myself, Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position. Really looking forward to these next few races. It's been so entertaining so far this weekend. From a championship perspective, as I say, I think it now only remains open in the Senior Max, the Rotax 177 and the Junior Max classes. Those are the classes where I think we have yet to crown our champions. For the other classes, as largely we have been throughout the day, thoroughly entertained by their racing. We can just enjoy these races now and see who can take the last finals win of the season in each of these classes. As we're going to go, obviously, with our standing start here. Henry Hales was your winner in this round yesterday, taking his first ever win as that's the 19 off there. That is Santo Amico pulling off to one side, and that's so disappointing for him as we get underway. It's an even start from both sides of the grid, though. Will Wainwright and Logan Hodgetts side by side briefly, but as with heat number 2, Logan Hodgetts has to choose to slot into position. Now, how is Henry Hales going to go here for the first time today, not having to drive from the back of a grid, as they're side by side for the lead of this race, coming onto the Stratford straight, heading towards it. Logan Hodgetts will have the inside. Henry Hales picking the outside in third place. And is that going to allow Calvin Simon through? Benjamin Schlivar is out wide at the hairpin. That means he loses out against Hendrix Fallat at the very least there, as they're down the runway straight. Still Will Wainwright in the lead, though, at the front. Wainwright leads them through. Calvin Simon by on Henry Hales for third. That's the 12 ahead of the 57 now as they head down the hanger straight for the first time. Logan Hodgetts still in the wheel tracks of Will Wainwright. And is he able to find a gap? He is looking for a gap here on the inside as they head towards Wilkins. Down the inside goes Logan Hodgetts, and that is change for the lead there as we finish lap 1. Then we'll come across the line in the order of Logan Hodgetts, Will Wainwright, Calvin Simon, Henry Hales, Jesse Bailey, your top 5, with Raith Owen, Hendrix Fallat and Harry Wass rounding up the 8 runners now after, sadly, Santo Amico had to be pulled off to one side there on the grid. That's so disappointing there, particularly being as this is the last round. Not how we wanted to see it end for Santo there, but hopefully, he's had a good few battles today, though. Plenty of good racing to reflect on as Henry Hales now challenges for third place with Calvin Simon. Is he through at the chicane? He is through at the chicane, and Jesse Bailey's followed him through as well. So it's now Hodgetts, Wainwright, Hales, Bailey and Simon now the top 5. And Will Wainwright still applying plenty of pressure here to Logan Hodgetts as Calvin Simon in the 12 tries to find a way through on Jesse Bailey, and he's down the inside at Wilkins and gets the job done and slots in neatly behind the 57 of Henry Hales. Will Wainwright trying to find a way by on Logan Hodgetts as they come over the start-finish line to start a new lap, but couldn't find the overspeed to do it. Through Cafe Corner now comes our top 7. A good little battle as well between Harry Wass and Benjamin Schlivar. Schlivar's pace so far somewhat surprising me. Not quite sure what the situation is there for Schlivar, because we've seen him be more competitive so far today as Calvin Simon and Henry Hales do battle through the Stratford hairpin, and Jesse Bailey's sticking with Calvin Simon. He casts his vote with the inside line there. Can they drag past Henry Hales? I think they did just in the background there. Yeah, Calvin Simon is by, and Jesse Bailey has got through on Henry Hales as well, so change again for third place. This is brilliant stuff as our top 2 head through Hanger Corner. I promise the 5 carts behind them are individual carts. They're not like Velcro together or something. They were so close between these Bambino C50 carts. Will Wainwright continues to keep Logan Hodgetts honest at the head of this field. Fastest lap of the race from Calvin Simon as well. Ooh, can this top 5 catch up to the top 2 to make this a 7-kart battle for the lead? It's not beyond the realms of possibility. There's plenty of time left on the clock. Remember the longer race distance here, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Still 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go of this Bambino C50 final. Henry Hales with good drive off the corner there, and he's going to need it because Raith Owen has also overhauled him in the last lap. As Hodgetts leads Wainwright through the Bruno chicane. Then it's Calvin Simon, Jesse Bailey, Raith Owen and Henry Hales. Harry Wass and Benjamin Schlivar. Down a lap actually is Schlivar according to my timing. I'm not sure if that surprises me actually. I think that might be a transponder issue of some description. So I think he's having a close battle with Harry Wass out there actually. Fastest lap of the race from Will Wainwright as he tries to reapply the pressure, as if the pressure wasn't continuous throughout this race. Ramp up the pressure, I should be saying, for the number 21 on the 74 at the head of this field. He's the closest he's been in a few laps, but decides to stick with the racing line for now as the battle over third place just calmed down a little bit, apart from the little look there, but sort of what you saw from Raith Owen there having a bit of an overlap with Jesse Bailey on corner exit. I think they've called a little bit of a truce at the moment in this third place battle because they've seen the opportunity up the road. Hendrik Fallat seems to have dropped off a little bit off the back of that pack, so it's now 4 karts trying to charge up onto the back of these top 2. As did I say they were having a truce? That's Henry Hales going round the outside of Raith Owen there, the 57 by on the 31 and up into 5th place. It has been a standout weekend for Henry Hales, taking his first ever win in Super 1 in the final yesterday. And he's certainly been competitive today around this 1,018 metre Shenington kart circuit. Into the Stratford hairpin comes that 3rd place battle. And Henry Hales again gets a little bit of an overlap on corner exit with Jesse Bailey, but can't do anything with it at the moment. Into the Bruno chicane they come. Very similar lines being taken so as to match each other. You don't want to go half-heartedly for a move here. You want to go for it and pay off, because if you make a half-hearted move, a move that's ultimately unsuccessful, it's not just the one place you won't gain, you are likely to lose a place as well. Logan Hodgetts, with a new fastest lap of the race, pulls the gap out, although I have to be clear here, Will Wainwright also set a personal best as well, so the difference was only 77 thousandths of a second. Such is the competitiveness of this field of Bambino C50 drivers. You could just see Hendrik Fallat there and Benjamin Schlivar, who's now by on Harry Wass, but it's still quite close between them. Good to see that Schlivar's transponder trace has been updated on timing. Jesse Bailey with good drive off the corner. Is he pulling alongside Calvin Simon there? Really good drive from Jesse Bailey in the 33. Can he hang on to that? Yes, he can. Great move from Jesse Bailey to bring himself up into the podium positions for the time being, up into 3rd place. And now Henry Hales fancies his chances against Calvin Simon. He's going to keep his foot in it on the inside, open up the door, open up the opportunity as they're heading towards Wilkins. And Henry Hales is through, but can Calvin Simon get him back on the inside? Yes, he can. Brilliant battle between Calvin Simon and Henry Hales, and Jesse Bailey with a fantastic move into Bruno chicane as well. Just over 90 seconds left now. Henry Hales is coming back at Calvin Simon again into Park Bend. And look out for Raith Owen as well in the 31, who's right with them as well and might seize an opportunity at any moment with this. Logan Hodgetts controlling this one well, absorbing the pressure perfectly, demonstrating, even if he doesn't ultimately go on to win this final, as Henry Hales gets by on Calvin Simon, even if he doesn't go on to win this final, Logan Hodgetts demonstrating well why he is the Bambino C50 champ here, as calculated by... well, no, I am quite confident about that one because he came into today in that position, demonstrating why he's been so competitive. It's been a great season for Will Wainwright as well. Let's make no mistake about that. Took the final win back at round 7. Did Will. That was when we were at Fullbeck, one of the fantastic tracks that we've visited this season. We've been to GYG, Glannygores in North Wales. We've been to Rowra up in Cumbria, Clay Pigeon down in Dorset, Fullbeck, and then finishing our season in the Midlands with Wilton Mill 3 weekends ago, and now here at Shenington. Fantastic series of circuits we have visited as part of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series this season. And it's a fantastic final day of racing that we are enjoying here. It'll be the last lap board the next time around. Henry Hales challenging Jesse Bailey now. This is for the podium positions. This is for 3rd. Can Calvin Simon follow through on the inside as well? Can Raith Owen follow through on the inside? Will it be the last lap board this time around? I think that... oh, it's changed. It's changed for the lead. Will Wainwright's gone down the inside of Logan Hodgetts at the crucial moment. This is the last lap. Change for 1st, change for 3rd as we come on to the last lap here in Bambino C50. Calvin Simon up the inside of Henry Hales at Cafe Corner. Another change for third place. What about the lead battle heading towards the hairpin? They're going side by side for every position in the top 6 here. Will Wainwright will cover the inside as they go 3, nearly 4 abreast is that for third place here. Jesse Bailey versus Calvin Simon on exit, but Henry Hales has the better drive, and don't discount Raytho in there side by side for the lead of the race. Logan Hodgett's trying every which way to get by on Will Wainwright. He'll have better drive on the hanger straight for the lead, but Will Wainwright will cover the inside surely, and cover the inside through hanger corner and Wilkins as well, if he can at all help it. Who's going to take the win here? Will Wainwright just needs to cover the inside, but we have seen drivers take a drag race to the line. It is going to be a drag race to the line. How much speed has Logan Hodgett's got in his cart? Will Wainwright is going to just about edge it at the line. It's not, it's Logan Hodgett by 14 thousandths of a second ahead of Will Wainwright. And Henry Hales takes third place by a whisker from Calvin Simon, Jesse Bailey and Raytho in as well. What a finish in Bambino C50 for round 12 and for 2024. Logan Hodgetts closes with a win by 14 thousandths of a second over Will Wainwright with a drag race to the line. Henry Hales claims the last of the podium positions in third, just after a race-long battle with Calvin Simon, Jesse Bailey and Raytho in. Henrik Falat in 7th, 8th for Benjamin Schlivar, and Harry Wass rounds out the 9 finishes there. What a finish in Bambino C50. We can't savour that for too long because we've got more racing to come. It's Intermax's final coming up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the final here for Intermax for round 12 of Rally Replay SuperOne for 2024. Getting ready to come out onto the circuit for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing. Kicking off with Jensen Sale on row 1 in pole position. Oscar Roach alongside him. Jay Plowman and Cody Lapatarel on row 2. Stanley Stafford and Ashton Redpath are your third row of the grid. Row 4 is where we find Lewis Herbertson and Noah Moulton, Lucas Esser and Layla Bell on row 5, and then there's Jay Birmingham and Toby Wortley on row number 6. Row 7 is where we will find Charlie Hobbs and Louis Barker, Alexander Adams and Hakeem Batt are on row 8, and then William Collinson rounds out the 17 kart grid that will contest this Intermax final for round 12. This class is provided on a day when I think there's been superb racing throughout the field. I'd argue that this class has provided some of the best racing we've seen. Heat 1 in particular was a real treat. Championship wise, as far as we're aware, Jensen Sale has wrapped up this championship. It did so off the back of yesterday's results. I have no reason to believe that anyone is able to overhaul him at this stage, which is why we have just been able to sit back and enjoy the racing today. JJ Plowman and Noah Moulton were the main championship protagonists thereafter, and they're still in a good battle actually over who finishes second. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one. Oscar Roach, what a strong season he's had as well. Hasn't had a finals win though yet as Oscar Roach, as I'm just checking my score sheet, which sounds surprising now I say it. He's had a few heat wins. Ideally like to finish with a win here. Here we go then, getting ready for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing. Jensen Sale leads them away into the final in Intermax. Into Cafe Corner they come for the first time. Good start from Sale as they stream out through Pit Bend and onto the Stratford Straight. Looks like a good start for JJ Plowman up into second place. He's got by on Oscar Roach by the time they were braking for the Stratford hairpin. So good stuff from the driver of the number 5. As they peel through Bruno Chicane for the first time. Single file by the time they come to that part of the circuit. Delighted to say it looks like everyone's got away cleanly But not too much field spread as well, which bodes well for the battle. And Cody Lepaterel looking early to try and put a move on the 43 of Stanley Stafford. But if anything, it's Stafford on the move, who gets down the inside of Oscar Roach for third place. That was a move from a long way back for Stanley Stafford. But he kind of had to do it because Cody Lepaterel was pressuring him. That was a big slide for Lepaterel in the 87. Love that shot there, looking out of Cafe Corner, showing the drama of this Shenington track and how fast it is, even through the corners here. Frenetic battling here. There's Noah Moulton battling away in that number 54 kart. Now got the 55 of Lucas Esser alongside. Nose to tail, if not side by side, coming into the corners. This is brilliant stuff here from our Intermax. This is the battle over third place as Cody Lepaterel goes down the inside. Look how much he's having to stamp on the brake pedal and slide it into Wilkins to get by on Stanley Stafford. Jensen Sale leads. JJ Plowman keeping him honest and having just set the fastest lap of the race brings the lead gap to under 0.3 of a second as Cody Lepaterel has done a fantastic drift into third place, getting by on Stanley Stafford. Fifth is Ashton Redpath in the 99. Oscar Roach, Layla Bell, Noah Moulton, Lucas Esser and Lewis Herbertson round out your top 10. And there is Oscar Roach on the move by on Ashton Redpath, that was at Stratford hairpin. So it's Roach now up into fifth place. Back with the battle over third. Cody Lepaterel a lap ago took the position from Stanley Stafford. But we've already seen that Stanley can do a move from quite a long way back in this Wilkins corner. So that could be an interesting one to watch. Here is your lead battle then. JJ Plowman, who, as I say, wants to end this season on a high in a battle for second place in the championship. As I say, by my maths, Sale has wrapped this championship up as they're battling side by side for third place. Lepaterel versus Stafford, and Lepaterel's going to get the position back. But wow, that's frenetic battling. Drifting out wide again. I think there was contact there going into the Bruno chicane, but Paterel keeps it together, and suddenly Oscar Roach is on the back of him. Paterel saying, let's work together here to get on up the road. I'm not sure how compliant Oscar Roach is going to be feeling. I think he might be, actually, I think I'll get by, thank you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, Cody. We keep on seeming to go drifting. Dramatic stuff. There's Ashton Redpath and Lucas Esser there. Back with our lead battle, Jensen Sale and JJ Plowman battling through. Cody Lepaterel again going for the move, but he's going to put himself and Stanley Stafford out wide, and that allows Oscar Roach through in the 96. Brilliantly read by Roach in the number 96. Takes himself back up into the podium positions. They're big, bold moves from Lepaterel, but sometimes they're just coming a bit unstuck with quite how bold they are, because he ends up slowing himself up too much in the corner. Very easy for me to say from the comfort of the comms box, I might add. They're highly entertaining moves, and he finds himself on the fringes of the podium here as he challenges once again, but he's going to be out wide, and I don't think Roach knew he was there, and goodness me, this is getting a bit heart in the mouth moments for me at the moment. They are pushing so hard out there at the moment. Lucas Esser got by on Noah Moulton last lap, and Lewis Herbertson got by on Layla Bell. That was for 8th and for 7th and 9th places respectively. There's Ashton Redpath getting by as well, or defending, sorry, against Moulton and Esser. Back with our battle over third place. Oscar Roach leading Cody Lepaterel. Lepaterel staying put for now, as the lead gap has opened up just a little bit more this lap, and that is because Jensen Sale has just set the fastest lap of the race. Cody Lepaterel coming across the line in third. Clearly had good drive off of Wilkins, because when we were last with them, he was definitely behind the 96 of Roach. And then Stafford's with them, and then comes the battle for 6th place, headed up at the moment by Noah Moulton. There is Noah. Ashton Redpath is next in the queue. Then it is Lewis Herbertson in the 53, the 55 of Lucas Esser, and Layla Bell as well at the back of this pack. Brilliant battling going on, particularly in the top 10. But good battles outside of it as well. Jay Birmingham and Toby Wortley battling out there for 12th place at the moment in the 41 and the 71. There is a show of the change of positions on the timing tower. Good effort from Louis Barker there, up to 11th place at the moment. Up 3 positions there, as there is Lewis Herbertson having a look at Ashton Redpath, and he's got the job done. And up into 7th place if he can hang on to it. And Lucas Esser senses the opportunity as well now on the exit of Cafes as they come onto the Stratford Straight. Is Lucas Esser going to be able to overhaul? I think he is. He's managed to... No, he's stayed where he is for now. Sorry, he's still there behind Ashton Redpath. Battle for 3rd place fires through the Bruno chicane. It's Le Paterel, Roach and Stafford. And then comes Moulton, Redpath, Herbertson, Esser and Bell to round out this top 10. And need I remind you, the gap between the top 2 isn't all that much either. In fact, there it is. Fantastic stuff here in Intermax, as we saw in the 2 heats earlier on. You've got to imagine that JJ Plowman will strike at some point. He's got to try. Doing a fantastic job, or has done a fantastic job of closing up onto the back of Jensen Sale and keeping that pressure throughout the race. Quick look over the shoulder from Jensen Sale to assess whether he needs to go particularly defensive this time into Wilkins. He makes the judgment not to, and that turns out to be the right call this time around. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Cody Le Paterel, Oscar Roach and Stanley Stafford, and still this battle raging from 6th place down. Noah Moulton doing so well at the head of this field. Lead battle goes into the Stratford hairpin. Lucas Esser, that's going to be for a long way back on Ashton Redpath, but he's going to go for it for 8th place. And to be fair, he's made that work. That's a really nice move from Lucas Esser. I'm not entirely sure how he managed to keep the grip there on the inside to that extent and have such good drive off the corner, but that he did. Nice little move for 8th place, sees Lucas Esser up into 8th place as Jensen Sale leads JJ Plowman onto a new lap. Now it's the fastest lap of the race for JJ Plowman to close the gap up even tighter between the top 2. Just over a minute plus a lap to go. The battle over 3rd place still raging as well. Oscar Roach keeping Cody Le Paterel very honest there. Stanley Stafford maybe dropping a cart length or 2 maybe off the back of that battle, but still ready to jump if opportunities are forthcoming. We'll look over the shoulder from Jensen, and well, he might. JJ Plowman slightly closer this time, but decides this isn't the place to go for the move. It's going to all be about the timing here, I think. 30 seconds plus a lap. This will be the penultimate lap, and it's another fastest lap of the race from JJ Plowman. To be fair, he has got a Jensen Sale hole being punched in the air in front of him, just to make that a little easier. Into the Stratford hairpin. And into the Bruno chicane. This is where, if you're in that chasing cart, you're just sort of going, right, where am I going to do this? He's further back behind Jensen this time. This is not as close as he was a lap ago. And we'll be seeing the last lap board this time around. Here we go then for one last lap of Intermax racing in 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne. Jensen Sale with the fastest lap of the race. That's crucial. That's the response he needed at that point. A lovely shot through Cafe Corner as the battle for 3rd place rages as well. Oscar Roach in that position at the moment, but Cody Le Paterel would seek that to get that back if at all possible. There's the battle as well. Noah Moulton versus Lewis Herbertson, who's just got by on Lucas Esser as the lead battle's coming down the back straight now and heading towards Wilkins. This is the last opportunity for JJ Plowman. Surely Jensen Sale will shut the door. Will it be another drag to the line? It's going to be akin to a drag race to the line, but I think Jensen Sale will have it in hand. He'll take the win for round 12 of Intermax for the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Championship right there. JJ Plowman in second. What a year he has had as well. 80 thousandths or 800ths of a second between the two. There is your winner in Jensen Sale. And as I say, he is your champion as well in Intermax. Oscar Roach finished 3rd in what was an amazing battle for 3rd place there. Cody Lepathrel in 4th, Stanley Stafford in 5th, and then it was Noah Moulton, Lewis Herbertson, Lucas Esser, Ashton Redpath and Louis Barker to round out your top 10. What a fantastic race. Intermax must have one of the strongest bids for sort of class of the day in terms of the entertainment factor of those races. Brilliant stuff. Right, more racing action coming up right here on your Alpha Live broadcast. It'll be Honda Cadets coming up next. The final for Honda Cadet GX200 class then for the final round of this 2024 season sees Cian Sullivan start on pole position, Ralphie Branscombe alongside him, Luke McGall and Sebastian Burlington on row number 2, and then it's Charlie Quine and Hendrix Bennett on row number 3. Dino Rowlands is next with Oliver Rattan alongside him, Joshua Bailey and Ricky McIntosh round out the top 10, and then it's Jayan Prakash and Charlie Gregg on row 6. Then it's Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington on row 7, and Adam Batt and Archie Edgar round out the 16-kart grid for round 12, the final of round 12 in our Honda Cadet class. Now, championship-wise, as I say, everything I say from a championship perspective is provisional, but as I understand it, Cian Sullivan has now got this one in the bag. Luke McGall simply can't, even if he wins this race, and even if Cian Sullivan got disqualified and this counted as one of his dropped scores in the championship, Luke would have not scored enough points in this round to count to overhaul Cian's score. So that man there in the 26 kart is your champion according to my provisional maths. The confirmed results will be over at results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on SuperOne. I have to say huge thanks to Ray and to Tim, who are keeping me abreast of championship maths as much as they can as well from timing. Really appreciate that one. And so far with their watchful eye, I'm not getting anything dramatically wrong in what I'm saying from a championship perspective. You'll be all delighted to know. But my thanks to them for just letting me know. They are publishing, just to be absolutely clear, the results they are sending to me are the provisional results as well. Obviously, there is a due process that's done before the official results are published, and as and when they are published, that will be at results.alphatiming.co.uk. But consider it an additional person, a couple of people, figuratively in the room, just making sure and checking my maths, which is a very good thing, put it that way. Very grateful to them for that. Right now, though, it's about 9 minutes plus a lap of racing in Honda Cadets, headed up by Cian Sullivan on pole position. Away we go for the Honda Cadets final. Was there a driver there raising their hand? Yes, it's for a full start. So someone out of position there. That's not showing on Marshall Post 2. And I think some drivers are doing the universal signal for, hang on, let's do this again. I think that's going to be called full start. I would really like to see one of the flag. Well, yes, it is. There it is, out on post number 6. And I could have noticed that if I'd looked out the window rather than at the screen for a moment. But yeah, there you can see the full start flag on post 6 and on post 7. And yeah, there we go. I won't tick off every single post now. I think we've got the idea. Right then, they'll go around for a restart. Then will these 16 drivers in our Honda Cadet class. Cian Sullivan on pole position, Ralphie Branscombe alongside Luke McGall and Sebastian Burlington, the latter of whom took the win yesterday in round 11 on row 2. And then row 3 is Charlie Quine and Hendrix Bennett. Here we go then. Take 2 for the start here of the Honda Cadet final. Great start from Luke McGall on 3rd on the grid, 3 wide through Park Bend and into Cafe Corner. But it's still Cian Sullivan who comes to the fore as they come out of it. and onto the Stratford Straight. But Luke McGall is side by side with Ralphie Branscombe, and he's through. The 15 is through, and he's going to go for the lead as well at Stratford Hairpin. What a start from Luke McGall up into the lead. And was there an instant further back there as we panned back around? We'll have to double check that one, but I think that was mostly clean there. Maybe a little bit of a contact there. The 31 of Adam Batt there at the back of the field. Cian Sullivan coming back at Luke McGall though at the head of the field though as they break down into Wilkins, and Ralphie Branscombe finds the narrowest of gaps for his Honda Cadet GX200 kart to fit through and is up into second place. So after all that battling, it is ironically how they lined up on the grid amongst the top three at the end of lap number 1. Sullivan, Branscombe, McGall and Burlington. Then it's Charlie Quine and Hendricks Bennett. Rounding out your top 6 there. Good moves from Ricky McIntosh in the first lap, up a couple of positions to 7th place. As there is Charlie Gregg battling away with Dino Rowlands. That is a change for 8th place there. I think now with the 6 ahead of the 11 as we cut back to the battle over everything, basically, as they all stream through the Bruno chicane. I was going to try and identify a specific position there, but it's all of them, including the lead. Luke McGall finds the gap on Cian Sullivan through the hanger corner and is back through into the lead at Wilkins. Brilliant lap from Luke McGall. Well, now he's challenging my maths here. How confident am I in my assertion that he can't overhaul Cian Sullivan? Because McGall is now doing absolutely everything within his power to take the fight here to Cian Sullivan. I'm just going to double check and enter in the results here. But I think even if Luke does this, as I say, I don't think he can overhaul what Cian's got banked already. Yeah, even if Luke were to win this, he can't overhaul the 1,232 points, which is what, according to my maths, Cian has. Actually, no, it's not. Sorry, hang on. The 1,219 points that Cian has in hand. As Branscombe has got by for second place, it's worth noting. And in true Honda Cadet fashion, actually, this has all closed up even more so. Sebastian Burlington now being challenged by Ricky McIntosh, but holds off for now. Who is this? Is everyone back to the 81 of Joshua Bailey? Okay, so it's an 11-way battle for the lead. We all got that. It's an 11-way battle for the lead here at Shenington with just under 6 minutes plus a lap to go. Fantastic stuff. Luke McGall leads Ralphie Branscombe through Wilkins Corner at the end of lap number 3. This is end of lap 4, excuse me. Going on to lap 5. Ricky McIntosh all over the back of Sebastian Burlington as they come through Park Bend, and that's J.M. Prakash off on the exit of Wilkins. So sadly it looks like he will take no further part in this race. Will the number 44, there is McIntosh down the inside of Burlington, and he's got the job done. And now Charlie Quine in the Isle of Man plate kart feels the opportunity was there but can't quite convert it by the time they get to the Bruno chicane. He was having a go down the runway straight as the top 3 are breaking away a little bit again here. McGall, Branscombe, Sullivan. 3 of these drivers, well, these 3 drivers I should say, who have given us so much entertainment today and this season. You can just see the stricken kart of J.M. Prakash off to the side of the road there at the moment. On to lap number 6 comes Luke McGall. And just checking, Luke McGall last had a win back at in a final back at round 5, so back at Clay Pigeon. So it's been a while. He would love to finish this season off with a victory, as that was Hendricks Bennett getting the position back off of Oliver Ratton for 9th place. 23 going back ahead of the 24. Should highlight, by the way, Branscombe is the disruptor in this battle at the front. This weekend is the first time we've seen Ralphie Branscombe this season. So he has nothing to lose, and it would see him take his first win in Honda Cadets in 2024 Rally Replay Super 1. As who's that's going slowly there? Charlie Gregg has one of the karts that's had an incident there. So that was from fairly high. That was from 7th place that he must have had that incident. Did I also see the 53? I'll have to double check that. I don't want to stand by, Daniel Holz fans. I don't want to speak out of turn there. I thought I saw the 53, but maybe that was a kart going by him at full race speed. Let's check that on timing as they come round. The top 3 coming round now to finish their 7th tour of the circuit with 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Just a casual 2.5 tenths of a second separating the top 3. Then it's Ricky McIntosh in 4th, Sebastian Burlington in 5th. It's spread out a little bit now from what was that 11 kart battle. It was Charlie Quine and Charlie Gregg dropping down there. So sorry, I don't think it was Daniel Holz. He's running in 12th place, but both Charlie Quine and Charlie Gregg have lost out heavily on that last lap. So I have to assume it was they who had a little bit of a contretemps in Cafe Corner. Still here with the lead battle then. Luke McGall in the 15 kart. Ralphie Branscombe in 2nd. Cian Sullivan in 3rd. Ricky McIntosh in 4th place. Still battling away Sebastian Burlington, but I think the two of them can see the opportunity that may open up ahead. So they're just trying to keep on the pace. And then behind them, Dino Rowlands is leading a brilliant battle with Oliver Ratton, Hendrix Bennett, Joshua Bailey. They're all part of that pack. I say they were working together. That looked like Burlington having a real nibble at McIntosh there to see if there was an opportunity coming out of Stratford Corner. It's still McIntosh there in 4th place. And then there is Dino Rowlands leading that pack of 4 karts, battling 6th down through 9th. Charlie Quine and Charlie Gregg on a bit of a recovery after losing some time a few laps ago. There is that pack. Rowlands, Ratton, Bennett, Bailey. Excuse me, Bailey, Bennett. That has changed around this lap. Joshua Bailey passed on Hendrix Bennett. Apologies for not spotting there that the 81 had overhauled the 23. Still a couple of laps to go here. Cian Sullivan trying to tuck underneath on Branscombe as they come out of the Stratford hairpin into Bruno chicane now. Onto the Hanger straight. Through Hanger corner and then braking hard into Wilkins. Is there a gap for Branscombe? He tries to look for one, but McGall is wise to it. No gap here, I'm afraid. Try again at a different corner. Here we go then, onto the penultimate lap of Honda Cadets for 2024. McGall leading, as I say, this would be his first win for a number of rounds, in the finals at least. But here's the look from Branscombe, pulls alongside, they're both going to be out wide, and that's Luke McGall squirreling around on the curb and losing the momentum, and this is Cian Sullivan's chance to pounce, and he does so, and up into the lead at the Bruno chicane. And Luke McGall must be feeling a little bit aggrieved on that one, surely. He was just trying to hold it round the outside. It was a robust attack from Branscombe there, and it just left McGall at risk of going over those curbs, as we saw. On to the final lap then for Honda Cadet GX200. Sebastian Burlington here challenging Ricky Junior McIntosh for 4th place. Out of Cafe Corner, through onto the Stratford Straight, and Branscombe is through in what looked fairly coordinated there. So Branscombe through and up into the lead. Through the Bruno chicane comes our leaders. And they'll come through Hanger Corner and break into Wilkins. It's going to be Ralphie Branscombe taking an inaugural win for this season. Ralphie Branscombe will take the win in Honda Cadets ahead of Cian Sullivan. Luke McGall will finish third. Sebastian Burlington overhauls Ricky McIntosh for fourth. That is so close across the line for them. Burlington in fourth, McIntosh in fifth, Dino Rowlands in sixth, seventh for Joshua Bailey, eighth for Oliver Ratton, Hendrix Bennett in ninth, and Charlie Quine in 10th. Then it was Charlie Gregg. Daniel Holtz will finish in 12th. There was Eloisa Burlington in 13th place. Archie Edgar, there we go, finishes in 14th place. Nice little celebration across the line as we see a fine example of one of the members of the gliding club who sort of share this site with the Shenington Kart Club. And then Adam Batt crosses the line. J.M. Prakash, unfortunately, we saw at the side of the road. But it's Ralphie Branscombe who takes the win for round 12. Cian Sullivan in second, and Luke McGall rounds out that podium. As we say, it's a provisional result, but Cian Sullivan, we believe, is your champion there in Honda Cadets. Right, highly entertaining that one from our Honda Cadets. It'll be our finals race for Micromax and Army Waterswift Restricted up next. Let's take you through the grid then for our combined classes of Micromax and Army Waterswift Restricted on this grid. Alfie Garrett starts this one from pole position. Xavier Ramsey alongside. The 96 of Ansel and Ethan Lloyd make up row 2. Noah Wicklow and Toby Cannon are row number 3. Row 4 is Oscar Churches and Arlo Gamble. Kane Langley and LBJ Stubbs round out your top 10. Will Hatton and Freddie Walker are your 6th row of the grid. And then it's on row 7 that we find Elsie Gannon and Isla Parsons. Joshua Sharples and Logan Stanley Jones are next on row 8. And rounding out the Micromax runners on this grid is the 22 of Daniel Stangerine on row 9. William Crombie in the 115 kicks off your Army Waterswift Restricted runners. Theo Jepson and Ethan Taylor are next on row 10. And Louis Williams Mabs rounds out the 21 kart grid for this final. Championship wise, we understand everything to be wrapped up here in both classes. Alfie Garrett, by my maths, can't be overhauled by anybody out there now. Ansel was definitely the closest contender for it, but by my maths, that is not going to be enough anymore to overhaul. So that's Micromax, and William Crombie is also your champion within IARMY Waterswift Restricted, and I'm fairly confident of those two because they were both wrapped up coming into today as it was. As a result, we just get to enjoy some more fantastic racing around this Shenington Kart Race Club circuit. I hope you're enjoying all of the coverage here. If you're looking at this and thinking, this looks awesome, how do I get involved? SuperOneSeries.com would be where I would direct you. That is SuperOneSeries.com. That is one spelt as in the word, not the number. So SuperOneSeries.com. SuperOne Series, and that will give you all of the details. As well, we've still got to finish today's racing. We're not quite looking ahead to 2025 yet, but that is the place to go to get involved. You heard me run through the circuits that we've visited throughout this season earlier on. It really has been a stellar calendar once again. Shout out to Amelia Hoyle and all of the crew who make the championship possible as we get ready for Micromax and IARMY Waterswift Restricted to go out onto the track. wasn't expecting that to be quite such the dramatic pause. There we go. There the engine's going as they come out onto the track. I just needed to wait one more second, and I could have styled that one out. Here we go. Then Micromax out onto the circuit for their 9 minutes plus a lap of racing to decide who takes the win in this Micromax class. This is race number 20 on your schedules. We have 24 to do. So 4 more races left of Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. That makes me kind of sad, but they are going to be highly entertaining races. So there's that. There's that to look forward to. So yeah, this could be an interesting one. I'm sure it will be an interesting one. Alfie Garrett and Xavier Ramsey are your front row, and away we go for Micromax and Iami Waterswift Restricted. Alfie Garrett leads away Micromax. William Crombie leading away Iami Waterswift Restricted as they come through turns 1 and 2 for the first time in this final. And Ansel trying to, Ethan Lloyd trying to attack Xavier Ramsey for second place, but Ramsey is wise to it as they peel through Stratford Corner for the first time. William Crombie there, it looked to me, retaining the lead of Iami Waterswift Restricted. Oh, and that's a spin out for the 31 of Will Hatton there, losing some momentum. We cut back to the battle over second place. Xavier Ramsey under a lot of pressure from Ethan Lloyd coming into Wilkins. But it stays with Ramsey for now. Alfie Garrett leads them through Park Bend, through Cafe Corner, and then through the left-hander of Pit Bend. Trying to break away here. Was there a little tap overhead? And there goes Ethan Lloyd and Toby Cannon down the inside of Xavier Ramsey. But they're going to be side by side on the exit for second place. Xavier Ramsey positioned there well to gather up any mistakes there, but in the end it's a good move from Ethan Lloyd to get up to second place. But immediately Toby Cannon's going to challenge into Wilkins, and not for the first time we see Toby Cannon making some big moves here, and Ansel behind them as well. Ansel getting by on Xavier Ramsey, but Ramsey trying to come back at Ansel as they go over the start-finish line into Park Bend. Who's going to come out on top? Ramsey gets his shoulders out and is able to retain that fourth place as they come onto lap number 3 out of Stratford Hairpin. It's Toby Cannon in second. What this is allowing Alfie Garrett to do, though, is make a break at the front. It's out to about a second now as they come onto the Hanger Straight. Toby Cannon, Ethan Lloyd, and Ethan Lloyd finding a gap there. That was brilliantly done. Oh, and there's a little touch on the front right there of Toby Cannon's kart. That's going to give the opportunity to Ansel and Xavier Ramsey, who go either side of him. But Toby Cannon hangs on for now. That was heart-in-the-mouth stuff there. Oscar Churches and Noah Wicklow, by the way, are the other two karts in this pack. As it was fastest lap of the race confirmed for Alfie Garrett. Coming out of the Stratford Hairpin then comes this battle over second place. Battle's going on throughout the field, by the way. Iami Waterswift Restricted is still with William Crombie. He's just got up a couple of positions into 9th place overall on that last lap. And that gives him a comfortable lead over Theo Jepson for the time being, as Ethan Lloyd this time is the one who has a bit of tyres bumping. I think that was because of the curb rather than contact. We're going side by side with Ansel now into Cafe Corner. As the battle carries on, and you can see there the next pack behind them, the Albie J. Stubbs led battle over 8th place, which included William Crombie as the Iami Waterswift Restricted class leader there. Battle for second place continues onto the Hanger Straight. And Wilkins corner again. Toby Cannon battling away here, side by side for second place as they come on to lap number 6. It still stays with Ethan Lloyd for now. Ansel now having a look at Toby Cannon into Stratford corner. It's a good move, but is it too deep there? It's going to allow Cannon back through, and as quickly as he was passed, he was repassed again. So battle carries on for now. Through Hanger corner, does Ramsey fancy a go at Ansel into this corner? Not for now. And as I say, Oscar Church is part of this battle as well, as Toby Cannon has a weak exit there off of Wilkins, and there's a slight touch as well there with Ramsey. This is getting so close between these drivers here as they now go into Cafe corner. The battle now heading towards the Stratford hairpin. Look at this fantastic pack, 6 karts battling away over second place. What it means, of course, we haven't seen much of Alfie Garrett so far, and that is because he is doing a superb job at the front of the field. 3 seconds is the gap. He's got the fastest lap of the race, the only driver to dip below the 50-second mark in this race, at 49.820. As the battle over second place comes on to a new lap. Ethan Lloyd in second place, Ansel in third, but not for long because Toby Cannon will fire a move up the inside of Cafe corner. Xavier Ramsey still there, always in the right place to pounce is Ramsey. He's been positioning his kart so well throughout the day. Just a challenge, and that was a touch again, was it? Or was that going over the curb there for Toby Cannon as he tries to get by on Ethan Lloyd in a battle that feels like it's been going pretty much all day. Oh, and there's contact in Wilkins. Oh, and off for both of them. And as I said, the battle's been going all day. It's ended with them both in the grass. Drama aplenty there into Wilkins corner. Will they be able to continue? Toby Cannon is trying to. Oh, your heart goes out to them both. That's so unfortunate there. Ansel moves up into second place, and I can see Ethan Lloyd is coming into the pits now out of my window. Oh, they've treated us to such good battling throughout today. Ansel up into second, Ramsey in third, and Oscar Church is now in fourth. Still a very enticing battle there to watch for the remainder of this race, but the contact there between them. Now there is William Crombie. He's your Army Waterswift restricted runner in the green livery. As that was Daniel Stangerine, you could see running along with him. Crombie doing well at the moment, running in the top 10. As I say, already comfortably, as I understand it, your Army Waterswift restricted class champion. Less than a minute to go plus a lap. Alfie Garrett leads by 4.7 seconds. That incident between Lloyd and Cannon causing this pack battling over second to fall even further back as they sort of navigated that incident. Toby Cannon, by the way, is currently circulating 16th place. As I say, Ethan Lloyd unfortunately already in the pit lane. There is your race leader, Alfie Garrett. We've not seen much of him because he's just been controlling this one so well. And as I say, as I understand it, he is your, what's the right term at this precise moment, champion-elect. He's because I think he's done it mathematically. So I think this young man is going to bring home a successful Micromax campaign home in style here. He will see the last lap board, and he will not have too much to worry about on this final tour of the circuit. Here comes your second place battle, though. These young drivers have a little bit more to worry about, because this is still nice and close for second place. Alfie Garrett there out of pit bend. Ansel and Xavier Ramsey and Oscar Church is next. A three-car battle over second, third and fourth. Out of the Stratford hairpin they come. And into the Bruno chicane. I feel like Ansel might have this one under control, but you never know. It's always competitive in this Micromax class. But the young man who has risen to the top across the whole season is this young man here. Alfie Garrett will take the win for round 12 in Micromax. And it's going to be Ansel who comes to the line in second place, just ahead of Xavier Ramsey and Oscar Churches, who's chuffed with that result there in fourth. Noah Wicklow in fifth. Then it was Albie J. Stubbs, Logan Stanley Jones, Kane Langley, Daniel Stangerine, and William Crombie there crossing the line. Rounds out a superb campaign that sees him take the Army Water Swift Restricted title as well. Well done to him, finishing in the top 10 in that last race. Arlo Gamble in 11th, Elsie Gannon in 12th, Isla Parsons in 13th, Theo Jepson in 14th and second place in Army Water Swift Restricted. And then 15th overall is Louis Williams-Mabs, who rounds out your podium positions for Army Water Swift Restricted for round 12. Then it was Toby Cannon, obviously the incident at Wilkins there, a key moment there for him in that race. Will Hatton in 17th, Joshua Sharples in 18th, Freddie Walker in 19th, Ethan Taylor in 20th, and unfortunately we saw Ethan Lloyd, the incident there at Wilkins, meaning that he had to recover to the pit lane. Well, that was the result in Micromax and Army Water Swift Restricted. It'll be Senior Max who take to their final next out here at Shenington. Let's take you through the grid then for the final for Senior Rotax for round 12. Zaki Hussein will start this one on pole position. Billy Edgecombe alongside him. Morgan Hudson-Brown and James Parrish are on row 2. Elliot Thomas and Marcus King on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Lewis Wild and Paul Janes. Sam Halle-Hinksman and Harry Hurst-Grover on row 5 to round out the top 10. Tom Taylor and William Young on row 6. Next it'll be Harry Pullen and George Sanders on row 7. James Kacholek and Sky Fraser on row 8. Zach Fletcher and Salvador Newman on row number 9. And rounding out the 20-kart grid will be John Hobbs and Alfie Barron Oxbury. That's how they line up then for your Senior Rotax final. So, getting into our last few races of the season here. We've got 4 more races to go. This is one of those 4 where there is a championship on the line still to be decided. And this one's going to be close, folks. It's still all to play for, because they're lined up on the grid in the opposite order to how they came into today in the championship. I'm just going to take a moment to confirm the result that we got from Senior Rotax Heat 2. Bear with me. This is a very manual moment here for me in the comms box. 1 second as we put in those results from Heat 2. Yeah, so it is all still to play for here in seniors. It's still open between Sanders, Hussein and Edgecombe, as we expected. But I think it's still... I don't know, actually. Let's see. What if they finish in their grid positions? Let's ask you the question that way. So if Zaki finished first and Billy Edgecombe was in fourth... no, that's where they... that's not the grid. That's where they finished heat number 2. Sorry, let's try that again. Edgecombe will start in second. And Sanders, who has had a difficult day, but obviously came into today with the points advantage. If that were the case, it would go the way of Zaki Hussein. So if it stays as they are, it will go the way of Zaki Hussein. George Sanders basically needs to work his way up the field here to hold on to this one. It is going to be a tough ask for him here. He has not had the most competitive day. And could he, one of a better term, falter at the last? We're about to find out who our champion is. Zaki Hussein leads them away on to lap number 1 of this senior Rotax final. George Sanders, to me, looked out wide already at turn number 1. He's going to have to fight back if he's going to keep himself in this championship hunt. Zaki Hussein doing everything he needs to do, and indeed that looks like Morgan Hudson-Brown has got the better of Billy Edgecombe at the start for second place here as they all stream through the first few corners. Just in that mid-pack, for everyone's awareness, it's the 56 of George Sanders who we're keeping an eye on, and his bid up through the field, but he has got to push on up through the field, otherwise he's going to be overhauled by either Zaki Hussein or Billy Edgecombe, as that is the number 3 making moves in the form of Harry Pullen as they come around to finish lap number 1 though. Zaki Hussein leads. Hudson-Brown has indeed overhauled Edgecombe for second place. James Parrish in 4th and Elliot Thomas in 5th place. Your top 5. It wasn't too bad of a start for George Sanders, but he's held position from the grid start there. He's going to have to work his way up the order a bit here if he's going to stave off this attack. We can't be too surprised to see this situation, because there is a critical move there. That is Billy Edgecombe through and up into second place. So big moment there in terms of Edgecombe trying to take the fight to Zaki Hussein. He's managed to get that position back, having lost it off of the grid. But at the moment, it still wouldn't be enough. This is literally going to have to be a position-by-position analysis, because it's a three-way battle. There's one too many permutations, folks, for me to give much in the way of predictions here. What I can say at the moment is that if it stays this way, it will go with Zaki Hussein, this championship, off the back of what has been an amazing second half to this season. Zaki Hussein leads, Billy Edgecombe in second, Morgan Hudson-Brown in third, James Parrish in fourth, then it's Elliot Thomas in fifth and Marcus King in sixth, who's just set the fastest lap of the race to just turn up the dial on this front battle nicely there. There is a move from the 89 of Lewis Wild, and indeed was that to get by on George Sanders, which would make things even harder for Sanders. As coming into the Wilkins complex, there's the look from James Parrish on Hudson-Brown, and he can't make it stick, and will that give the opportunity to Elliot Thomas in the 37 and Marcus King as well. Well, James Parrish manages to style that one out quite well. It's really been an interesting season, this one, in Senior Rotax. Those three championship contenders who I mentioned, we've not seen too much of them battling on track. That's because George Sanders had an amazing start to the season, and Zaki Hussein has had an amazing second half to the season, and Billy Edgecombe has had a sort of consistent all the way through the season. We haven't seen a finals win for Sanders or Edgecombe since the first half of the season. Sanders last won a round final at round 4 back at Rowra, and Billy Edgecombe last won a final back at Clay Pigeon round 5. from round 7 through to round 10, every single race in this class won by Zaki Hussein to bring himself squarely into the championship battle here. Fantastic battles throughout the field here. Sam Halle-Hinksman, winner yesterday in round 11, has just got by on Paul Janes. I hope he's still really enjoyed his time in Super One this weekend. He said to me in that interview I did with him that you know, they sort of did this to assess whether they wanted to do Super One a bit more. I hope off the back of the competitiveness he's shown, I surely hope that we'll see him again, because he's a fine addition to the championship. Slightly further back there is the 73 of James Kocholek, Lewis Wilds on his tail, and in that pack is George Sanders. A bit difficult to pick him out at the moment, and that's kind of shows the problem. He's right in the middle of that mid-pack malaise, if you like. Zaki Hussein with 0.8 of a second in hand over Billy Edgecombe. Sanders now down to 15th as well. Needed to update that after Lewis Wild got by on him. So as it would stand at the moment, we would see in this final round Zaki Hussein would take this championship. And although the gap in the potential scores was quite close when I was talking about it in Heat 2 earlier, given it would be a straight run for Zaki Hussein in terms of the results, he would actually win the championship by my maths by some 16 points, because he will have realised that perfect score across the day, whereas obviously everybody else hasn't. When I'm talking about the potential scores, it is an idealised situation in which everybody can win everything, which of course doesn't happen. So although it gets mightily close on the maths sort of midway through the day, once results start actually getting locked in, then it tends to open up that gap a little bit more. James Parrish with the fastest lap of the race, trying to apply pressure to Hudson Brown to gain those podium positions. There is the battle on your screen just then coming through. Hudson Brown in the 25, there he is, and James Parrish right on his tail. And behind them, Elliot Thomas and Marcus King battling away over 5th place. Well, probably not battling too much right now, because they can see the rewards up the road if they don't lose too much time at this phase in the race. 2 minutes plus a lap to go in this Senior Max final. And across the start-finish line they come for another lap. I want to stress again before I get too excited before the end. Anything I say from the championship perspective is provisional, of course. Results.alphatime.co.uk/Super1 for the official results. As here, there was a move. I think that was William Young battling away there, trying to get 11th place. We're back with the 3rd place battle. Brown now with a little bit of breathing space over James Parrish. Still Elliot Thomas ahead of Marcus King as well, although Marcus King is really close to the back of Elliot Thomas's cart there. There is Billy Edgecombe, and there is the battle between Thomas and King. Through the Bruno chicane they go. So far just being controlled brilliantly by Zaki Hussein at the front here. Worth noting, as it would currently finish, this would see Edgecombe overhaul George Sanders for 2nd in the championship. It just hasn't quite gone Sanders' way today across this weekend. He came into it with a points advantage, but he hasn't had the results to back that up. just see out the window at the moment, currently engaged in the battle with Zach Fletcher and John Hobbs. So if anything, at this precise moment in time, Sanders having to worry more about other carts getting by him than pushing on up the road. And it would take something quite incredible at this point, because, there's the move from James Parrish on Hudson Brown. That's been building up for a while. There's some frustration there for Hudson Brown. It was from a long way back, but it does see Parrish up into third place. The podium positions as we come onto the last lap of the season for senior Rotax. Well, Zaki Hussein is leading this one to the line. Marcus King and Elliot Thomas now still doing battle. This is over 5th place. And Marcus King has got the job done. That one's been building up for a number of laps. But Zaki Hussein, what a run of form he's had in the latter part of this season. And provisionally at least, we say that he'll come round here to take the win. And in doing so, my calculation is that he will take the win for round 12. And I think he's done it. I think he will have taken the championship at the very last gasp. We knew that every single race counted. Every single round counted, because he missed the first 2 rounds. And he has taken the win. And in superb fashion. My understanding, at least, is that he is your SuperOne Series Senior Rotax Champion for 2024 in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Brilliant stuff from Zaki Hussein. Billy Edgecombe finishes second. Strong day racing for him, which I think sees him take second in the championship. James Parrish in third. Morgan Hudson Brown in fourth. Fifth for Elliot Thomas. Strong days racing for him. Marcus King in sixth. Harry Hurstgrover in seventh. Eighth for Paul Janes. Sam Halley-Hinksman in ninth. 10th for Harry Pullen. George Sanders down in 15th place. I think he may have just lost this one at the last race meeting, which is obviously going to be disappointing for him, but he's had such a strong season that he can be proud of. It's going to be your final for iArmy M1 next on your Alpha Live broadcast. You're watching Alpha Live coverage of round 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. Coming to you live from Shenington Kart Club, just outside of Banbury in northwest Oxfordshire. My name's Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Apologies for the slight break then, folks. We are getting ready now for iArmy M1 to head out onto track for their final. Let's take you through the grid for this final race of the season for our iArmy M1s. Freddie Baker will start this one from pole position, Ollie West alongside him, Oliver Woodall and Bodie Batch alongside each other on row 2. Ralph Martin and Mickey Gonzalez are on row 3. Buster Scott and Patrick Wood are on row 4, with Logan Edwards and Leo Harang rounding out the top 10. Heath Smith and Seth State Mackey on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Arthur Rhodes and Hugh Riley, Teddy Smith and Presley Knight on row number 8, Ethan Hume and Arthur Bowers on row number 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Daniel Genoff and Sebastian Talbot, Freddie Dye and Jensen James Williams, Reggie Peters and Nicholas Anser are on row 12. Next, it's Archie Ashworth and Luke Sotley Thistlethwaite. Harley Bebb and Elijah Sang are on row 14. Oliver Yap and Noah Myberg round out your top 30. And then rounding out the 31 kart grid on row 16, it'll be Etienne Gardner in the number 87. That's how they line up for the final race of the season. So there is Mr. Josh East doing the photography duties here today. From Stu Stretton, who was on photography duties here yesterday. The championship then already wrapped up in IARMY M1. Freddie Baker has already got the job done there. So, as I've been saying throughout the day, on all of the races for this IARMY M1 class, we can sit back and enjoy some fantastic racing from our IARMY M1 class. Standing start, of course. 5-second board will be shown by Tim, who's been doing some fantastic work keeping me abreast of things from timing. Thanks to him and Ray over in timing as we get ready for the start of IARMY M1's final. And away we go then. Freddie Baker leads them away for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing for one more time in IARMY M1, and we've got drama on the grid. There's a problem for the 44 of Archie Ashworth. That's gutting for him as they get going through Cafe Corner. Hopefully he'll be able to get going and join the race. No, that's over to the left-hand side. Oh, that's unfortunate luck. That's rotten luck for Archie Ashworth. But at the front, it looks like Ralph Martin, and I think it was Oliver Woodall. We've got an incident further back, though, involving 5 karts there. We'll have to call them all out on timing there, as they've all spun. Is that the camera trying to focus in on some oil, maybe, that's on the track? As that was all the point where they all spun. Not sure if that was related. But at the front, change for the lead. Oliver Woodall gets by on Freddie Baker into Wilkins Corner. And that is change for the lead at the end of lap 1. It's Woodall, Baker, Martin, Gonzalez. Big starts from Ralph Martin in particular, and Mickey Gonzalez, both up positions to sit 3rd and 4th respectively. Ollie West in 5th, Patrick Wood in 6th. Bodie Batchelor, Harang, Logan Edwards and Buster Scott rounding out the top 10. As Freddie Baker goes back for the lead of the race. Well, if that patch was in any way contributing to the incident last lap, it didn't deter Woodall there, albeit he has lost the lead of the race to Freddie Baker. So it's now Baker back into the lead ahead of Oliver Woodall and Ralph Martin in 3rd. Mickey Gonzalez, what great battling we've seen from Mickey Gonzalez today. That's the 45 round. That is Jensen James Williams, who looks like he'll still be circulating nonetheless. Who was involved in that incident up at Stratford Hairpin, you ask? It was Harley Bebb, Teddy Smith, Nicholas Anser, Oliver Yap and Elijah Sang were your drivers involved in that. All of them, though, I think were able to recover and continue circulating. I think Archie Ashworth may have got going as well in the 44. I think he's circulating as well. I'll look to confirm that one. But obviously, this one is now going to be largely, unfortunately, about getting experience. Changes at the front, though. It's now Ralph Martin who's by on Freddie Baker, as that's pushed Oliver Woodall to the back, and that is another driver off. That's right up at the hairpin, and we've got drivers around. Maybe there is a slippery surface there. There's so many drivers spinning there. Teddy Smith has spun there briefly. I think it was Daniel Genov who's off there at Stratford Hairpin. So maybe there is something down there. Yellow flags covering that part of the lap at the moment. It does seem odd how many people are dropping off there. Whilst I've been covering that, plenty of change at the front. Ralph Martin leads. Mickey Gonzalez up into 2nd now in the 22. Freddie Baker in 3rd. Ollie West and Bodie Batch round out your top 5. It is Daniel Genov there who's unfortunately having to recover his kart there at the hairpin. But it does seem odd to me that quite so many are going off. I don't know if we've had a few spits of rain there. There was a couple of races ago, I did just hear from the producer that some of the camera crew were reporting spits of rain, but it never amounted to enough, supposedly, to affect conditions. Here's the battle for second place. Freddie Baker finds a gap on the inside of Mickey Gonzalez here and is down the inside at Wilkins. But Gonzalez races under the Mexican flag here in SuperOne Series. Representing that country very particularly well today, I have to say. He's racing so well today, is Mickey Gonzalez. Freddie Baker up into second place. Mickey Gonzalez round. And we're just watching now, I think, to make sure that everyone's sort of steered clear of that patch. So one person crossed it there. I think they managed to keep it together. I don't know if we're just seeing things there on the track, I'm not sure, but it is interesting how many people have had an incident up at that hairpin. Back with the battle for second place. Freddie Baker goes a little bit wide through Wilkins, and that allows Gonzalez to close back up onto him. Ollie West there in fourth place. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Bodie Batch in fifth place. Ralph Martin controlling things nicely at the moment. Last had a win when we were last broadcasting. Oh, well, last had a win in anything in a heat race yesterday, but last had a finals win when we were last broadcasting at Wilton Mill for round 10. It's been a really good season for Martin. And of course, he's looking today to seal second place in the championship. And he'll be doing it in style with this victory. Changes happening further down. Heath Smith passed Buster Scott last lap to take himself up into the top 10. But look at this, the battles you've got there. You've got Patrick Wood and Leo Harang, Oliver Woodall and Logan Edwards battling away. Just to be clear, Archie Ashworth is still circulating, as too is Daniel Genov. No one's actually, to my knowledge, retired from this race yet, despite the dramas we've seen, as there was a move from Leo Harang on Patrick Wood. This is over sixth place, but Patrick Wood's going to fight back as they come into the chicane. And he's going to stay out. Oh, that's Archie Ashworth trying to stay out of people's way. He's doing his best, but it's so difficult to do in that chicane, and I wonder if he's nursing a problem, which means he can't do much about it in terms of pace. Back at the front of the field, Freddie Baker has pulled away from Mickey Gonzalez and is fixing his sights on Ralph Martin. Fastest lap of the race from the driver of the number 92. It's going to be game on for the lead of this one. Patrick Wood crossing the line there in sixth place, with Logan Edwards behind him and Leo Harang crucially. So that's how that battle played out on the previous lap. That was Buster Scott, Arthur Rhodes and Seth State Mackey battling over 11th, 12th and 13th respectively. Nice little battle going on there between those three drivers. Indeed, here is the 82 of Arthur Rhodes going down the inside of Buster Scott. I think he'll just about get that job done. I wouldn't pull across onto the racing line just yet, though. You're still only just ahead, and he judged that one well. And that's a nicely executed move for Arthur Rhodes to get by, as round there has gone the number 99, which is from that's from 20th place. Reggie Peters was your number 99, so another spin up at the hairpin, which raises the suspicion once again. I mean, it is, entirely possible drivers are just out braking themselves, but it just seems an unusually high rate of incident up there so far. Here is the battle for fifth place, and that is Patrick Wood down the inside of Bodie Batch at the Stratford hairpin, and that is the 36 now past the 88, and Leo Harang will be the next driver to try and make an effort to get by. This is the battle for your lead, though. Ralph Martin trying to hang on to the lead of this one. He's got the inside line over Freddie Baker. But will that allow Freddie Baker to get a better run off this corner? Can he tuck underneath? Oh, he's clearly very close. There was a little bit of a nudge there from Freddie Baker. But Ralph Martin positioning his car really well. Baker's going to have to be bold into Cafe. No, he can't make it work there. This is crescendoing nicely to a big finish for our Miami M1s. Mickey Gonzalez positioned really nicely to take advantage if anything goes wrong between these drivers. I'm just checking. This would surely be his best final finish of the year. Yes, it would. He has had a second place in a heat and a third place in a heat, has Gonzalez. But Freddie Baker is through and up into the lead of this race. And has he struck at the crucial moment there? Because they will see the last lap board next time around. Freddie Baker has got through on the penultimate lap of Miami M1. Has Ralph Martin got a response, or is Freddie Baker going to finish his championship year in style here with a win? On to the final lap of Miami M1. Has Ralph Martin got an answer to Freddie Baker getting by on that previous lap? Through Pit Bend they will go and head towards the Stratford hairpin. Freddie Baker looks for where the threat is coming from Ralph Martin. But that's a good Stratford hairpin from Martin, you know. He's applying the pressure really nicely here, trying to find a way through on Freddie Baker. Into the Bruno chicane they go. And this is a very earnest attempt here from Ralph Martin. Tries to get the switch back out of the chicane. It's role reversal from a couple of laps ago. Now Ralph Martin is on the outside. He's going to try and switch back across with a bit of a dummy, but Freddie Baker is wise to it. Oh, there's contact. They're both round. And is that going to give the opportunity to Mickey Gonzalez? It is! Mickey Gonzalez will get past both of them in high drama here. He starts punching the air, and well he might. Mickey Gonzalez takes the checkered flag to take his first win, surely, in SuperOne Series. In dramatic fashion, Ralph Martin finishes second, Freddie Baker in third, Ollie West in fourth, Leo Harang in fifth, ahead of Patrick Wood, Logan Edwards, Oliver Woodall, Bodie Batch and Heath Smith. I mentioned how Gonzalez had been battling well and positioning himself well. Mickey Gonzalez takes the win for round 12. Your heart goes out to Ralph Martin, Freddie Baker, because, you know, that's not how you'd want it to finish. But, you know, Gonzalez was in the right place at the right time. He'd had great pace, and he's taken the win. How about that then in Miami M1 in Rally Replay SuperOne? What a way to finish off the Miami M1 championship for this year. Right, we've got to sort out some champions, folks. It's time for us to look ahead to the next race. It's the final for Rotax 177 coming up next. Let's take a look at the grid then for the final in Rotax 177. Still 3 drivers mathematically in with a chance of winning this championship, and they make up the first 3 positions on this grid. Shane Collins on pole position, Scott Smith alongside him. It's Luke Oliver and Ian Branfield on row 2, with Oliver Hutchings and Stephen Horner on row 3. Row 4 is where we will find Ben Johnson and Andy Ward, and Mark Gillibrand will round out the 9-kart grid. One of the smaller grids we've got, but as you've seen throughout the day, as we've seen throughout the season, frankly, that risks belying the fact that they are a highly entertaining class, and so it shows in the situation in the championship, because as it stands now, and I will just double check again that I've entered in the right results from Heat 2 on this one. Let's just absolutely be confident with this one. Bear with me. Although Scott Smith was right on the brink of this one, wasn't he? Yeah, so Shane finished first. Luke Oliver finished second in the end. There we go. And Scott Smith classified in third. Right, that's how they finished that one. So, apologies, now that I've done my maths. they are all still in contention, and my goodness, is it close. Yes, it's really all to play for, and it's going to be position by position. If they finish this as they start it, just to be clear, if we had an uneventful race, which I'm not putting a bet on, it would be tied between Scott Smith and Luke Oliver. That doesn't seem right. Hang on, let me correct that one. This is why I've got to be careful with this. Let's try that again. So if it finished as they line up on the grid, it wouldn't be tied. It would have just gone the way of Shane Collins by 4 points. If it finishes... that was one permutation that would be interesting. If Scott Smith wins it, Luke Oliver finishes second and Shane Collins third, it will be tied on points between Scott Smith and Luke Oliver. So it really does all hinge on how they wind up here. Apologies, folks. Perhaps slightly unprofessional of me literally entering numbers into the spreadsheet and doing quick maths, but that is how close it is for our Rotax 177 class. And a shout out to all the other drivers as well. Ian Bramfield, as I say, he nearly came into this weekend mathematically in this one as well. He's been super consistent throughout this season. This has chopped and changed between different drivers. You know, Luke Oliver had a clean sweep of results yesterday, but won both heats and a final. Scott Smith did the same thing back at Wilton Mill for round 10. Shane Collins actually hasn't had a clean sweep of results, but he's been super consistent, regularly on the podiums, and took a finals win back at Fullbeck for round 8 when we were broadcasting that round there. And he's had at least at least 3 other finals podiums where he's been second on the grid. So it's been such a closely run thing within Rotax 177. As I say though, if they finish as they have, if they finish as they line up on the grid, it will go the way of Shane Collins. Furiously double checking all of the maths there. Yeah, it would. It would go the way of Shane Collins if they finish in their grid order. This is where we get to the dramatic bit. We happen to have finished off. The producer is loving this, by the way, that we are wrapping up with 2 races that decide a championship. He's chuffed with that. We couldn't have planned this better in that sense. But yeah, it's been a fantastic season for this. After this, we'll have the Junior Max final. And that one too is a close run thing. We just have a brief pause at the circuit here ahead of our Rotax 177 class going out onto the circuit. Yeah, yes. I just use that as a cheeky gap to put in the results again to make sure how... Yeah, this one's going to be very close. Definitely between these 3. There is Scott Smith. Won the final of round 2 when we first broadcast this season at Glanny Gores. There is Shane Collins. King of consistency here, as I say, only 1 finals win so far this season, but has had a number of podiums. It would be a 1982 Keke Rosberg-esque win if he won. And Luke Oliver there in the 97 with particularly strong second half of the season. Finals wins clean sweeps indeed, as I mentioned, at Wilton Mill for round 9 and Shenington round 11. Let's take you through the grid again then, because we've had quite a pause then. Shane Collins on pole, Scott Smith alongside him, Luke Oliver and Ian Bramfield on row 2, Oliver Hutchings and Stephen Horner on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Ben Johnson and Andy Ward. And Mark Gillibrand will round out the 9-kart grid. That's how they line up then for this Rotax 177 final. And even championship considerations aside, it's been a thoroughly entertaining day of racing from these drivers. As I say, what this grid today at least may have lacked a little bit in number, it is more than made up for in entertainment. Here we go then. Shane Collins leads them away for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing around this Shenington kart circuit. Scott Smith slots into second place and Ian Bramfield overhauls Luke Oliver for third place. That could be crucial there. I spoke about how consistent Bramfield is. He was just a few points shy of being in contention coming into this weekend as well. And that looks to me like Stephen Horner has got by on Oliver Hutchings as well. That's for 5th place there as they head through the Bruno chicane for the first time. Luke Oliver trying to get the 3rd position back from Ian Bramfield, and he really needs to do so if he's going to keep himself in championship contention. That's a big move from Luke Oliver, but it was too deep into the corner potentially. Ian Bramfield wants to try and come back. Luke Oliver closes the door. So as they come round to finish lap number 1, it is as they started, but with a bit of a scare there for Luke Oliver in terms of staying in touch with these two at the front. So Shane Collins leads, Scott Smith in second. I've got to say, even if Scott Smith gets by, it still goes with Shane Collins. I think we need to see Collins down to 3rd or lower, really, to give the other two an opportunity. Down the inside now goes Oliver Hutchings on Stephen Horner to get back up into 5th place. Nice move there from Hutchings. So I think the significance here is that if Shane Collins finishes 3rd or lower, I think he starts to bring other results into this, potentially. Because that drops his score more than... actually, I don't know. I don't think it does make it a drop score. I think it's just if he finishes 3rd or lower, it makes it mathematically possible, even if the round is counted. So Scott Smith needs to get by, but he would also need Luke Oliver. Ironically, he would then be willing to Luke Oliver to get by. Such is the way this plays out when drop scores are accounted for. But here we go, the top 3 in the championship now lying astern at the head of the field. Luke Oliver has caught up onto the back of these two. And he can start applying pressure. But as I say, I think they both need to get by on Shane Collins to give themselves a chance. Although, well, the first thing is that Luke Oliver has got to try and get by on Scott Smith. If he can take the lead, now if it finished Oliver, Collins and Smith, then I believe Luke Oliver would win it on countback with a points tie with Shane Collins. Let's tackle each one of these as it happens. There was Luke Oliver going for a move. That is Mark Gillibrand off at the side of the road. That's in the midfield, just by the chicane. So unfortunately for him, but did we see Luke Oliver getting by? I think we did. I think Luke Oliver, he has, yes. Luke Oliver is by on Scott Smith. It happened up at Stratford Hairpin, and that could be crucial as well. It's still with Shane Collins, though, at the moment, as I say. If Shane Collins wins this, he will take the championship by my maths. He'll score 1,200 points. He has to be taken down to, as I say, 3rd, I think, in order to give these other two an opportunity. So this is crucial. This is for the championship right here. Collins, Oliver and Smith. In what has been an amazing season. That is Mark Gillibrand, I think, back up and running and duly getting out of the way. That's a good driving, doing the civil thing there is Gillibrand. And we'll hopefully keep circulating and see the checkered flag. Shane Collins then leads by just under half a second from Luke Oliver. Scott Smith in third, Ian Bramfield in fourth, Oliver Hutchings in fifth, Stephen Horner in sixth, Ben Johnson, Andy Ward and Mark Gillibrand then round out the 9 karts. Gillibrand may have dropped off the bat, but just to be clear, Ben Johnson and Andy Ward separated by less than a tenth of a second across the line last time. So as ever, mechanical issues aside, basically every single driver's in a battle. And even if you're Shane Collins, you are in a battle with the stopwatch to try and maintain this gap from the 2 behind you. So Luke Oliver pushing now, having got up into second place. It's been so competitive this year, this Rotax 177 class. 3.5 minutes plus a lap to go. See Stephen Horner staying in touch with Oliver Hutchings for 5th place as well in the back of some of these shots. As I say, Ian Bramfield, he's got nothing to lose here. He's been super consistent all through the year. He'll simply look to score as good as he can. If he has a good innings here, he might overhaul one of these top 3 in the championship standings as well. My focus has understandably been on the top 3 who are still mathematically in with a shout. As I say, even if Luke Oliver gets by on Shane Collins here, I think he would in turn need Scott Smith to get by as well. No, scratch that, rerun the maths. If Luke Oliver gets by on Shane Collins, they will be tied on 1,198 points, and I believe it would go the way of Oliver on countback. I mentioned that he'd had those finals wins. Shane Collins has not had as many finals wins. He had a final win in round 8. Luke Oliver has had a couple of finals wins. So if Luke Oliver can get by, he will, by my maths, put himself in a championship winning position. So this lead battle really is for the championship. And Luke Oliver has the fastest lap of the race. The gap is just under 0.4 of a second. And that is why Shane Collins is pushing so hard. This is crucial stuff now. Luke Oliver gave a really good interview yesterday, speaking to us about how tough conditions were actually on this wet Shenington circuit as it was yesterday. The gap's come down again, 0.3 of a second. Again, given how close things are with the championship points, though, folks, I am going to stress how provisional what I say is. But what we can say with certainty is this is as close as you like, easily the closest class coming into the finals this afternoon at Shenington. And look at how close the gap is now between the two of them. As it stands at the moment, Shane Collins is in the winning position, but if he's passed by Luke Oliver, they will be tied on 1,198, and it will come down to count back. The number of final wins go in favour of Luke Oliver, and that is why Shane Collins defends into the Stratford hairpin. This is arguably the most consequential battle we have seen on track all weekend here at Shenington. Coming onto the Hanger Straight, and Shane Collins immediately takes a shallow line, ready for Hanger Corner. He's got to defend this one hard. It's going to be very close. They're going to not see the last lap board this time around, I don't think. He's got to defend for 2 more laps. And they don't see the last lap board. So it's 2 more laps between these 3. I don't think I want to quite get into what happens if the top two go off and Scott Smith wins it. Then it's all up in the air again. Into the Stratford hairpin, nose to tail between these three. And heading now into the Bruno chicane. Shane Collins in the 52. Head down from the Manx driver. Is there a gap on the inside? Luke Oliver tries, but the door is firmly shut by Shane Collins. And it will be the last lap board this time around. One more lap to decide your Rotax 177 champion. Into Park Bend they go. Will Scott Smith see the opportunity and just go for a move for second? Ian Bramfield not too far off the back of them either, in fourth place. Shane Collins goes defensive as Luke Oliver will try and get the switch back. He'll get the overlap, but it's good drive off of the Stratford hairpin for Shane Collins. Into the Bruno chicane they go. And out onto the hanger straight for the last time. The dying opportunities here for Luke Oliver to challenge for the lead of this race. One last major braking zone into Wilkins. Scott Smith is going to go for the conventional line with the switchback and make it into a drag to the line. Shane Collins will cross the line in first and win round 12. Luke Oliver in second and Scott Smith in third. And by my maths, and I must stress how provisional this is, simply because of how close it is, I reckon that makes Shane Collins your champion in Rotax 177 by a whisker from Luke Oliver. By my maths, that puts Shane Collins on 1,200 points to Luke Oliver's 1,196. And that would be Scott Smith, just to finish that thought, on 1,190. But I think that is with Shane Collins, and you can see that's wonderful to see. The racing respect between these two. And I think that's job done, and he knows it. He knows it. That is Shane Collins realising that he has taken the championship, and he has done it on the last day, pretty much with that. The closest pass of the 2024 season sees Shane Collins take the win in Rotax 177, and you can see what it means to him to have done it. What fantastic scenes here at Shenington Kart Club. Brilliant, brilliant seasons from all of these drivers. But that is fantastic stuff for Shane Collins, who takes that win for round 12, and in doing so, we believe, is your champion. Brilliant stuff. We've got to look ahead, though. We've got more results to determine here. One last race for 2024 Rally Replay Super One. It's your Junior Max final coming up next. Let's take you through the grid then for your Junior Max final. It's going to be Riley Bishop who starts this one on pole position. Lucas Blanford alongside him. Harris Roberts and Owen Keenan on row 2. Emily Cotty and Albert Wilton on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Tom Holden and Jasmine Taylor. Ben Horner starts 9th with Archie Flint alongside to round out the top 10. Then it's Finley Hans and Kieran Denier on row 6. Row 7 is Toby Dukes and Rory Hinkley. Max Rowley and Sam Flynn are row 8. Row 9 is Oliver Lomax and Callum Ghosh. The top 20 are rounded out by Eddie Stewart and Jack Dimbleby. And then it's Archie Doherty and Matt Greatrex on row 11. Ben Brock and Lewis Holt on row number 12. Row 13 is where we find Freddie Snelling and Daniel Callahan. Karthik Kameta and John Richardson are row 14, and the 29 kart grid is rounded out by Alex McCulloch. Right then, this one is a 2-horse race. I'm just going to pull up all of my tables there. What brilliant scenes that was for Rotax 177 with Shane Collins there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. So this now is between Emily Cotty and Ben Horner. Ben Horner is just about in this one in terms of staying mathematically in the hunt. So in Heat 1, it was Cotty in 3rd and and Horner in 8th. And then the Heat 2 result, which wasn't confirmed when I last looked, but now has come in. is Cotty in 6th and Horner in 9th. So I think, let's have a look at this one. Makes it slightly easier. So Horner needs to win this one, really. And for Cotty, just running a few quick calculations. It's, yeah, Horner needs to win this, and if, yeah, Cotty needs to finish well down the order. I'm going to say, well, how many carts have we got on the grid? We've got a 29 cart grid, haven't we? So she finished in 29th. Yeah, he needs to win it, and for Cotty to finish bear with me, because it's all to do with what triggers the drop score. Get ready for the off here. I think he would need Cotty to finish 20th or lower if he were to win this race. So that is the situation there. It's Cotty's championship to lose for certain as they head off for the final. Riley Bishop leading them away. And we've got drama at the start here. We've got Jack Dimbleby round just outside my window at Cafe Corner. It's still Riley Bishop in the lead as they stream through the Stratford hairpin. So Jack Dimbleby having to recover his cart to the side of the road, and that's a gutting way for it to end for him. And I can see outside my window he's clearly disappointed with that, and we can well understand that. That is not how he would have wanted to have ended his season's racing. Riley Bishop, though, has retained the lead as they come into the Wilkins corner for the first time in this race. And at the end of lap number 1, Riley Bishop leads, Lucas Blanford in 2nd, Owen Keenan in 3rd, Harris Roberts in 4th, Albert Wilton in 5th, Emily Cotty in 6th, and Ben Horner in 7th. Well, in many ways, Ben has to throw caution to the wind here. He's got to try and get by. This is Harris Roberts tackling Owen Keenan for 3rd place, and that is Ben Horner throwing caution to the wind, but it's not gone the right way there. Archie Flint and Tom Holden are both getting by on him there. So to be clear, this is Emily Cotty's championship to lose as far as I can calculate it. Ben Horner needs to get by, get up to the head of the field, and Cotty needs to finish well down the order. Something like, as I say, 18th or 19th place would be needed for it to go the way of Ben Horner. I'll correct myself. If he won it, Cotty needs to finish 17th or lower in order for Ben Horner to win this championship. So that's the critical position. We are a long way from that permutation at the moment, though, as I say. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Owen Keenan still putting pressure on Harris Roberts. And they're side by side on the exit of Wilkins. Is there going to be an overspeed there? Albert Wilton is right with them as well. This is your battle. The closest battle, sorry, in amongst your top 10. There is Riley Bishop, your leader. Then it's Lucas Blanford, and then this battle over 3rd place. I say that's the closest battle in the top 10. I'm not sure how accurate that is, given the stream of carts that just followed through. Once again, Keenan has a look at Roberts. It doesn't pay off. Wilton has a think about having a go, but Owen Keenan was very quick to block that. Then comes Emily Cotty in 6th place, heading up this field of carts. In amongst that train of carts is Ben Horner, as that looked like Owen Keenan having another look at Harris Roberts into Wilkins. You can see here it is Cotty, then it's Tom Holden in the 87, and then it's the 12 of Ben Horner, and he's under pressure from Archie Flint. Here is Horner. In fact, there is Archie Flint on the inside trying to go through, and he is through. So the opportunity, the chances of this now are falling away very much so for Ben Horner in favour of Cotty. We cut back to the battle over 2nd place as someone's collected a knot to tyre there on the exit of the hairpin, and that's very much on the racing line there. That was the second place battle. Blanford, Roberts and Keenan, I believe, is still the order. Oh no, sorry, Keenan's through now. Sorry. Blanford is still up the road slightly. It is Roberts, Keenan and Wilton having that battle, as through there goes Archie Flint up into 6th place, pushing Emily Cotty down. And I'm being told it was the 94 that went off and collected the tyres. That was Daniel Callahan, so that's a driver a lap down. And Harris Roberts is off. Harris Roberts is off from that 3rd place battle, and we've gone full course yellow. Full course yellow here at Shenington. The first time we've seen that today. So I wonder if that's just various drivers off around the track, and crucially those tyres need to be positioned correctly. It's not the easiest place for the drivers to get. That's Ben Horner! That is Ben Horner! And that is any remaining chance of the championship surely gone for the driver of the number 12. He is going to drop well down the order here, and with 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go, the full course yellow is going to, well, if there was any chance of him getting back on up the order, he can't take those chances because the full course yellow prevents him from making any passes. Full course yellow in full effect now, you can see this, and well, this pretty much short of a miracle for Ben Horner. Has he crossed the timing line yet? Where is he registered now on the order? He's down in 27th. He is down in 27th. He was clearly involved in some of those incidents up at the Stratford hairpin. Well, this could see Emily Cotty, it puts her in more than the pound seats to become the champion here in junior road tax. She's had the points lead for a number of rounds now. She had, I was talking earlier about a sort of Keke Rosberg 1982 style F1 victory. She's had one round victory this year. That was at round 8 when we were broadcasting from Fulbeck. And we've obviously had a number of interviews with her, courtesy of the interview we do with the winner of the Girl Power Award. It's somewhat, just so happens we've not interviewed her when she has won a round, but she has had that round victory in round 8. She's had numerous heat victories. And as we go back to green flag running, with Lucas Blanford now at the front of the field, ahead of Riley Bishop, so there was clearly some drama that we did not capture on the cameras, the likes of which saw Harris Roberts go off, and it saw a change of lead. Lucas Blanford leads, Riley Bishop in 2nd, Owen Keenan in 3rd. Skipping to 5th place, Emily Cotty stands to win this Junior Max Championship if she holds that position, and frankly if she can lose quite a few more with Ben Horner getting involved in that drama. At the moment, Cotty is positioned to win in Junior Max. And it seems a fitting place in a way for that to be the case. It was here a year ago that my good friend and colleague at Double Dash Motorsport Media was calling Cotty, Mr. Andrew Mather was calling Emily Cotty across the line as the round winner, as she was then. She's not currently on for taking the round win here at Shenington, but she is on for taking something far, far greater in the form of the Junior Max Championship. There she is, running in 5th place. She's had a stellar campaign, superb consistency. And it's been a very competitive year as well. I say consistency, as I say, only the one final win, and that is a testament to how competitive this is. Here is Finley Hands battling away with Jasmine Taylor, 2 other drivers who have had a really strong campaign, and that's through for Finley Hands. And Kieran Denyer has got through on that occasion as well there for 6th place. So plenty of great battles going on here. Since we've returned to green flag, and there's Jasmine Taylor going back again. getting back by on Kieran Denier. So that's now Finley Hands in 6th, Taylor in 7th, and Albert Wilton in 8th. Kieran Denier and Callum Ghosh rounding out the top 2. Who's that off at turn 1? That is off for, that's the 19 of Rory Hinckley, and the 33 of Max Rowley are off. And Max there looking at least a little bit winded there. That's a big place to have a coming together. That's a high speed point of this circuit. Marshals are with them now, checking they're all right. But this might seem, no one wants to see this race end, this season for Junior Max end with track nullified. But it's right. It's the right call. It's red flag. Red flag has been called here at the circuit, and that's not how we would want to end proceedings. But attention being given there to Max Rowley. I can just see out of my window he's sat in the car, talking to the marshals, the officials, including I think John Hoyle himself is down there with him. So the red flag call being made, and I fear that will be, well, that's not how any of us want to end the season in terms of proceedings. But that will mean that the result gets called, and I think that means that your champion for Junior Max is Emily Cotty. And you can see that she's realising it now, and her supporters come over to congratulate her. Let's do the important bits for round 12 itself. It does mean, not in a fashion that he would want to, but Lucas Blanford wins the round in that 59 car. Riley Bishop and Owen Keenan round out your podium for round 12. Congratulations to them. Not how we would want the racing to finish, with a red flag. And I can just see now that the officials are with Max Rowley. That is the most important thing right now, as he gets the attention out on circuit. I should say the other driver involved in that, which it was the 19, wasn't it, Rory Hinckley, who had gone off there and was on the outside of that turn 1, that first corner. He was he resumed piloting his kart back to the pits. In fact, I can just see him out the window now. So he's okay, I believe. But I can see out my window Max Rowley. The medics are out there now with him, and he's getting all of the best attention right now to make sure that he's okay. As I say, not how we would want the racing to end at all here, but it does see Lucas Blanford take the round victory, and that would be, I will just check that as well, that would be his first final win since round 1 at GYG. So he bookends his season with 2 round victories. And as I say, and I must stress it's provisional, but this one mathematically is fairly nailed on, particularly with the issues for Ben Horner in that last race. Emily Cotty, your champion for Junior Rotax in 2024. Obviously, we will give you an update on Max's condition if we're able to before we have to wrap up the broadcast. As I say, not quite how any of us would want the racing to end in what has otherwise been a fantastic season a fantastic day of racing, I should say, in Rally Replay SuperOne here at Shenington. I'll take this opportunity, I suppose, to just say a few shout-outs and thank yous just as we're wrapping up proceedings here. Firstly, that's where we're based, by the way. We're in that. In fact, if I do this, can you see my wave at the window? There you go. That's where the comms position is here at Shenington. If you can just see that hand waving. I'm going to get the producer to do it well. Producer Stuart, give us a wave as well. There we go. That's how we're set up here at Shenington. Not exactly. Kieran's waving as well. Where is Kieran? In this shot, I don't know where he is at the moment. He's got the roaming camera. He was the one bringing us the pictures down there in the paddock as Emily Cotty became aware of her success in the championship. I believe forgive me, I was just looking out the window somewhere else. I believe Max Rowley has been recovered into the ambulance just to have some checks, but I do want to stress fundamentally okay in that he was communicating with the with the officials and the medical team with him. I think they are recovering him in the ambulance just to give him a few checks. We do hope, of course, that he's okay. As I say, that phrase I tend to use, fundamentally okay. He's conscious, he's communicating with them there, not where you'd want to see it off. But fantastic response from the medical team here at the circuit and all of the officials. The right call, albeit not how we would ever want the racing to finish, with a red flag here. And his cart now being recovered to the pit lane. It is indeed the number 33 of Max Rowley being recovered. So hopefully nothing too bad for Max there, but he is receiving all the best attention. That does conclude the proceedings here for Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. A few shout-outs. Firstly, I'd like to say a huge thank you. We've just seen it, not how we want it to end, but we've just seen the importance of it there. A huge shout-out to all of the marshals and the medical crews without whom we could not go racing at all. And we are extremely grateful to them. To all of the staff here at the Shenington Kart Club circuit, to the Shenington Kart Club facility, thank you very much for making us feel very welcome as a series this weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend to wrap up the racing, and indeed thanks to all of the circuits that have hosted us this season. It's been an absolute pleasure. A shout out to the SuperOne Series as well, to Amelia, to John and to Liz Hoyle. This has been and to all of the team at SuperOne who make this championship possible. They've made me feel very welcome in my first year of commentating this series. It's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to do so. So thank you to them for all of the efforts that they put in. They're putting in efforts right now. They're hosting podium ceremonies there, just beyond Marshall Post 2 there, handing out all of the awards. So thank you to them. And I'll use that as a shameless pivot into my own stuff. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you want to check out what I and my commentary colleague in the form of Mr. Andrew Mather get up to, double-mm.com. That is double-mm.com, or at double-mm on your various forms of social media, except for YouTube, where we are at Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out. See what we get up to. Do please show some support and follow us on social media. We'd be ever so grateful. I have been working alongside Alpha Live. I'd like to give a huge shout out to everyone at Alpha Live who have been bringing you the broadcasted action this season, in particular for this weekend. A shout out for Johnny, Sammy and Laura, who have been your camera operators today. Kieran, who has been your general runner and doing the manning the roaming camera when we've had that in action. And a shout out as well to Stuart Rice, who's been in production not just this weekend but throughout this SuperOne series this year. It's been a pleasure working with all of them. Do hope you've enjoyed the coverage that Alpha Live have brought you. Alpha Live production on your various forms of social media. The broadcast you're watching right now, like, share, subscribe, so that you never miss any more action from Alpha Live. And if you do want to enjoy any of the back catalogue for SuperOne of this season or seasons prior, it's all there for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So a huge thanks to them. So there we are then. I think that's everybody I wanted to thank. It's been a fantastic racing weekend, and SuperOne will of course be back in 2025, albeit it's a bit of a wait, but don't forget that back catalogue on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But until then, folks, thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much to the competitors as well for their choosing to compete and support this series as well. And until next time, everybody, thank you very much and take care.